village now. When I finished looking around, I took a moment to gather my thoughts. I had sufficient evidence that any mage would understand that Noctra had been bilking the village for years, but there were no mages beside myself. Father might technically be an apprentice, but he was too new to know what he was looking at, and his standing with the village wasn't good anyway. I had a lot of written material, but I didn't expect anyone to understand a word of it since it wasn't in the language we were all speaking. The cracked wardstone was a damning piece of evidence, assuming no one tried to blame me for it. But again, it was something a mage would easily understand, and anyone else might not. I could only hope that the villagers would recognize what it was and that it had been like that before I'd gotten here. It seemed to me that seeing a few big cracks in what was obviously magical writing would be enough proof to say that it didn't work, but some people didn't think like that. To them, a shovel still worked, even though the handle was splintered and the blade was chipped. Worn-down magic should still work too, just maybe not as well. If only it was so easy. I had some proof that Noctra had been using mana to do experiments, though not any proof that it was anyone's mana but his own. That might not fly by itself, but if I could translate the notes, I could prove his experiments had been used to modify local wildlife to make them dangerous, and, if I wanted to lie about the technical definitions, turn them into monsters. He hadn't done that, but claiming that their governor was making monsters would have a lot more impact than saying he was doing magical experiments on animals to refine his technique. I had Nermit, but he'd already been slow before Noctra had gotten a hold of him. Fixing him was a goal, but it probably wouldn't have an effect on whether anyone believed me over the next few days. Unfortunately, I lacked the equipment to keep records of what I scryed. That would have made things much easier if I could just cast out an illusion of the conversation between Father and Noctra. Those were easy enough to tamper with, and there was always someone crying foul whenever a mage tried to submit an illusion as evidence. But it might work in my favor here. These people didn't have a clue what was and wasn't possible with magic. And if they were going to doubt the factual evidence I had, I wasn't above presenting them with some fabricated evidence that I couldn't prove was actually true. The biggest problem with this whole situation was that I did not have the kind of mana reserves I'd need to protect myself from the entire village if they turned against me. Extracting myself was achievable. Getting the rest of my family to safety with me was a far more dubious prospect. I could take the mana from those storage crystals now, I supposed. It wasn't like anyone except for my father would be able to feel the mana in them. Even if I did all that and went scrounging for every bit of mana I could pull out besides, like cleaning out those emitters they used as testing devices, it wasn't going to be enough to fight off the entire village without killing people. It was far, far easier to kill than it was to restrain, especially in large numbers. 3 or 4 arc lightnings could kill a third of the village, and was well within my means. For the same amount of mana, I'd get 6 or 7 paralyzing grasps, and those would last only minutes. Taking the mana held in the storage crystals wouldn't make a big difference, and on the off chance that someone could read the ledger, I wanted it to match up properly. If things went sideways, I'd find an alternate solution. For now, I probably had enough proof to at least merit a closer look at things. I needed to talk to Father about all this. With Noctra gone, the village was without his dubious protection. Yes, they'd be able to keep their own mana again, and that should make life significantly easier for them if they wanted to keep on the way they'd been going. But there should be someone around to drop a fire blast on a roaming monster, should the need arise. I didn't want that person to be me, nor did I expect the village to want me for the role. I was 3. I still had to stand on my toes to reach door handles on occasion. The sun would be up soon anyway. It was time to go retrieve my family and walk Father through what I'd discovered. Seneca should probably be kept away from the room with the body in it. Really, it wouldn't be smart to let her near any room with anything expensive and valuable in it. I'd gone out of my way to deliberately keep everything as close to how I'd found it as possible, and I didn't need anyone messing that up. I could trust Father to look but not touch. I did not trust Seneca to follow that rule. I locked the side door leading into the kitchen behind me. Not that I expected anyone to come rummaging through before dawn, but I'd found the keys to the place while I was poking around, and there was no reason not to take precautions. So I did it anyway, then set off at a jog hastened by a simple invocation to find my family. Assuming they hadn't been caught, they would be waiting south of town. When I hadn't found them after about 10 minutes of looking around, I grew worried that something had gone wrong. Perhaps another barrier warden had run across them and captured them without my magic there to assist. Perhaps they'd run afoul of some creature lurking out in the dark. Perhaps Father had just given in to Mother's badgering and they'd returned home. I doubted it, but it was possible. There was an easy enough way to find out, though I did feel I was being a bit too free with my mana, even as I cast a scry spell. It snapped into place immediately, and I saw my whole family in the village's one and only holding cell in the garrison barracks. Damn. That was going to be a pain. Chapter 47. The good news was that nobody was hurt. The bad news was that I recognized two of the people standing outside the cell as collectors. It wasn't much of a stretch to connect the night we all disappeared with the theft of all the mana from their storage room. Even if they didn't think we were involved in it, they'd likely want to know as much as they could about what went on that night. But, in all likelihood, they did suspect us. I'd put those garrison villagers to sleep as well when they'd come to take us to Noctra's manor, just like the collectors who'd been in my way. Now that I thought about it, I was pretty sure one of the garrison members standing there was part of the trio I'd hexed.
"You've brought trouble down on the village before," one of the collectors said. "Why should we believe it's any different this time?" "I was a child who made a mistake," Father said hotly. "And why are you putting my daughter in a cell with me if you think I'm the one who caused this whole mess?" "Shut up," the garrison man snapped irritably, giving Father and the collector a glare. "Lord Noctra will sort this out as soon as he wakes up. I've already told Sarai to go let him know we caught you skulking around out in the fields. Until he gets here, all of you, be quiet. I'm sick of hearing you all bicker." I recognized that man, Carrad. He was the one who'd shown up looking for Father after that incident with the school teacher. He'd been a lot more polite back then. Now he looked harried and exhausted, not unlike Noctra himself. I wondered if he'd been in on the whole scheme and was even now expecting some sort of retaliation from the cabal that had secretly controlled our entire village. I needed to get ahead of this somehow. Sarai was presumably going to find Noctra's body soon, if he hadn't already. Father was likely to be blamed for the murder, all things considered. These people had already made up their minds that my family was guilty of something. They were just waiting for someone else to decide exactly what. Was there a way to handle this without revealing myself? I could probably do it if I established a telepathic link with Father and just used magic while he acted as if he was doing it. I was more than practiced enough to cast even advanced spells without needing a focusing chant or any sort of ritual gestures, and I doubted there was anyone sensitive enough to mana to detect me if I was actively trying to hide my spell usage. On the other hand, the amount of mana that would take was a lot more than I was prepared to spend. Even if I was willing, I would have at most 2 minutes of conversation before I was completely tapped out. Spreading it out to give simple instructions without allowing for Father to reply might give me enough mana for 30 commands. But if I cast a single spell with each instruction, it was going to be less than half that. The other option was to come out into the open. I could probably convince people I wasn't insane. Magic has a tendency to impress those who didn't know much about it.
even cheap, flashy, low-strength spells. But I'd already seen how hard it was for people to connect the idea that I wasn't a normal child with the concept that they should listen to me. Adults had a hard time taking orders from toddlers, even if they knew in their heads that the toddler wasn't actually a toddler. My real issue was that I just didn't believe it was worth exposing myself to danger by revealing my existence. I'd left plenty of enemies behind as Kieran, maybe not nearly as many as I'd buried, but even a single one finding me in my weakened state would be enough to end things. It had already been a risk to tell my parents, and I still wasn't convinced giving Seneca a memory wipe was a bad idea. I didn't think she'd spread the knowledge maliciously, but anyone who'd ever had kids knew exactly how bad they were at keeping secrets. It took a special breed to keep their mouths shut, ones who'd grown up having no one but themselves to depend on, and who'd learned the hard way not to give an advantage away. Seneca hadn't had that kind of childhood, thankfully. I could break my family out of the cell and evacuate them back out of town. We'd need to steal enough food to survive for a few weeks at minimum and find a place I could fortify into something we could live in. But it was theoretically possible. Somehow, I doubted my parents would go for it. Their goal was to get everything back to normal. They'd only gone along with getting rid of Noctra because he was preventing that from happening. I retreated from the town to make sure no one in any of the fields spotted me, then spent the next hour periodically scrying on the beacon Father had carried. It was in a pile with the rest of the supplies we'd had left upon returning to the village. The spell didn't require the beacon to be held by anyone in order to function, so that wasn't a problem, unless they decided to move it somewhere more than 50 feet or so from Father. At that point, I wouldn't be able to manipulate the scry to keep an eye on them. Eventually, Sarai burst into the garrison yelling for Karad.
Boss! Boss! You're not going to believe this!
Everyone froze and peered at the man, who was breathing hard and looking around. As soon as he spotted Karad sitting at a table near the cell, he rushed over.
Lord Noctra's dead!
Karad shot to his feet.
What? I waited an hour, but when he didn't come out, I started knocking on doors. He didn't answer, but I remembered the latch doesn't work right on that door near the atrium, so I poked my head in and found him dead in his study. It looks like someone stabbed him in the eye with a knife. Spirits protect us,
Karad muttered. He gave my parents a suspicious glance, but they were just as wide-eyed as everyone else.
This mess just keeps getting more and more complicated. Go get everyone who's not already on duty and bring them back here. You've got 10 minutes before we set out. You got it, boss,
Sarai said before running off. Karad turned to face the cell and stomped up to it.
How are you involved in this?
He demanded. Father glanced over at Mother, then replied,
You've been sitting next to us for most of the night. How are we supposed to have done anything? Maybe we caught you on your way back out,
Karad said.
You got in to do the deed, then bungled the escape.
Let me get this straight. You think that my wife and I snuck into Lord Noctra's manor with our 6-year-old, murdered him in his sleep, and then got caught as we were leaving? Where do you think we were going in this scenario?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Would it make a difference?
Father asked.
You don't believe me anyway.
Because your story is that Lord Noctra, who's lived here for 15 years, suddenly decided that you were magically gifted, and that he was going to sell you off to some associates of his back in Darrow. But you somehow managed to escape, your family came looking for you, and you all survived for a week out in the monster-infested wastelands. And you just, coincidentally, happened to get back in town the same night the man who supposedly wronged you died.
You can't have it both ways, Karad. If you think I'm lying about Noctra's actions toward me, then what would be my motivation for trying to kill him?
Oh, I know you went to see him. It was 2 of mine who took you up there. What I don't know is what happened while you were there. Did you want something and he refused to give it to you? Did you swear your revenge on him, then flee with your troublemaking wife just long enough for him to let down his guard? Maybe you lost your boy out in the wastes. Nobody seems to know where he is. Iskara disappeared a few days ago too. You have anything to do with that?
I already told you what he did,
Father said.
both to me personally and to the village as a whole. Come on, you know what that barrier looked like when we were young. Haven't seen that in a while, right? So what's all the tithing been for?
Lord Noctra told us it wouldn't look the same after he fixed it,
Carid said.
I remember being gathered up in the town square when he made the announcement. You were standing not 5 feet away, over by Ramet's parents' place, all by yourself, because no one wanted anything to do with you after you got Tenno killed.
He lied to us. He's been lying to all of us for years.
Carid laughed at Father and said,
So that's it. That's your whole argument. Lord Noctra's a liar and we should all believe you instead. Do you think they'll exile you or just kill you now and save you the walk into some monster's belly?
I'd expected some amount of pushback to the idea that Noctra hadn't been the man he'd portrayed himself as, but this behavior went far beyond that. Either I'd seriously underestimated Noctra's influence with the garrison, or something else was going on here. Noctra had already outright subjugated Nermit. It was possible he'd used mental manipulation to make everyone in the garrison view him far more favorably than was reasonable. It was also possible Carid was in on it. I couldn't see a good reason Carid would need to know, but just generally keeping the captain of the village guard on his side was a smart move for Noctra. If that was the case, it was likely that the collectors would have an equally strong reaction, and I'd already assumed the barrier wardens had to know that the barrier was fake and were somehow okay with it. With so many of the villagers who were in a position of authority already compromised, convincing everyone else that Noctra was a bad person might be even more challenging than I'd initially assumed. If I needed to dispel some mental compulsions on better than 30 people, I was going to need more mana. Maybe I could be more strategic than that and just target the ones at the very top. Noctra probably spent more time and effort on them anyway. This was all just speculation. I had no proof that anyone other than Nermit was under any sort of compulsion. Father was not well loved in the village, and a respected man who'd been protecting the villagers, at least as far as they knew, for 15 years had been very obviously murdered, with what was extremely suspicious timing. If it had been safe to leave my family out in the wastelands for even one more night, I'd have done it just to avoid linking them to Noctra's death. The proof to exonerate my family was back in the manor, but someone with some magical expertise was going to be needed to explain to the garrison members what they were looking at. I tried to think if there was anyone like that in the village, and immediately came up with the one person who was respected, knew about mana manipulation, and had absolutely no reason to lie to protect Father. It looked like I was going to go to school after all. Chapter 48. One thing I'd learned over the years was that the more moving parts a plan had, the more attention I had to give it to make sure that those parts were going in the direction I wanted, at the time I wanted them to move. Simple plans were better, but not always practical. My plan here had a few holes in it. For example, I didn't know if Chirruk would actually know enough about magic to identify anything in Noctra's manor. For another, there was no guarantee he would read whatever language those books were in. But he was the most likely candidate I could think of out of a very small pool of possibilities. I couldn't talk to Chirruk myself, of course. For one thing, I didn't think he'd listen to a child. For another, if he knew he was doing my father a favor, I was sure he'd decline. But then, I didn't need to. It was still early enough in the day that very few people were out and about. Mostly the streets had garrison or collector's staff rushing around. I snuck into town and waited for an opportunity for one of them to pass near the school. In my hand I held one of the keys I'd taken from the manor, the one that unlocked the kitchen door. I spent a bit of mana to enchant it into a scry beacon while I kept watch, and as soon as I noticed one of the garrison members walking by, I tossed it out onto the street. "Huh?" the guy said as it landed in front of him. He blinked down at the key, then looked up at me. "Hey, aren't you—" Mind magic was one of the most abused subdisciplines. 1 part divination and 1 part enchantment, its primary purpose was to make other people do whatever the mage wanted. Nermit's total subjugation was an extreme example of this, and I found it abhorrent to do something like that. It was a fate worse than death. Perhaps that made me something of a hypocrite, because I had no compunctions against using a lesser version of that spell to keep myself safe. The version I was using was called Command, and it used divination to connect to the subject's mind in a manner similar to telepathy, then implanted an enchantment that directed them to perform a certain action. The primary difference was that a command would last for minutes, maybe half an hour, before the target broke themselves out of it. This garrison member was going to deliver a message for me, and then go on with his life, while Nermit remained a literal slave, a mind trapped inside a body he could no longer control. Deliver this key to Chirruk and inform him that Noctra has been murdered. Tell him they need his expertise in identifying and handling the specialty equipment discovered in the manor. The key will let him in through the food delivery door in the kitchen, I ordered the garrison man. Nodding absently, he picked up the key and ferried it over to the school a block away. When he was done, the enchantment would unravel, and he'd have no memory of ever performing the service I'd pressed on him. It would take a skilled mage to even detect that I'd ever cast any spell on him, and they'd have to examine the man in the next hour or two if they wanted to find even that much. My mission accomplished, I retreated out of the village and back to my hiding spot to watch events unfold. If things went the way I was hoping, Chirruk would discover the evidence and understand it well enough to speculate on what Noctra and Iskara had been up to. He would exonerate my family without ever realizing who it was he was helping, though I fully realized the evidence was only of the "it was justified to murder him" sort, not the "we didn't do it" kind. It was a bit harder to work around that, since I had, in fact, done it. If things did not go well, I'd need to extract 3 people from that cell in the garrison barracks by force. The easiest way would be to just use a transmutation spell to make a hole in the back wall so they could walk out, possibly with a handful of sleep spells to stop any pursuers. Mana would be tight, especially if I used too much of it scrying, and I didn't have a good plan for our family to survive after fleeing. It would be much more convenient for me if the villagers just accepted that they'd been duped, and that they were better off without Noctra and Iskara around, especially since I was almost positive someone from that cabal would show up eventually to find out why the mana shipments had stopped. The more time I had to prepare for that, the better. I gave Chirruk 20 minutes to walk over to the manor before I scryed on my new beacon, only to find it sitting on a table, the school teacher nowhere in sight. Had he left it behind? It wasn't impossible to scry directly on the manor itself, but I'd been counting on the added efficiency of using a beacon to reduce the mana burden. Just as I was about to switch targets, Chirruk walked into sight. The man hadn't even left the school yet. The village governor was dead, and instead of rushing over, Chirruk had taken the time to dress and groom himself, and was even now eating breakfast. There wasn't a shred of urgency to his actions either. A murder in the village was not enough of an abnormality to stir him out of his morning routine, apparently. Unbelievable. Half an hour and 3 check-ins later, Chirruk was finally on the move. By that point, the sun was fully up, and I could see people heading out to the fields to start their day. Chirruk made his way east of the village at a leisurely stroll, stopping often to chat with anyone he happened to wander past, though he kept the details of what he was doing vague. At no point did I catch him ever saying anything more than that he had some business with Lord Noctra. It was possible I missed it, since I was limiting myself to checking in on him every 5 or 10 minutes, instead of watching him continuously. But it seemed to me that he knew not to spread information around until the authorities were ready to make an official announcement. considering how long it had taken him to stir himself out of the school, I was somewhat surprised that he'd take that stance. At least, I was until he arrived, and I realized he'd still somehow beaten the garrison there. How exactly the wheels of bureaucracy could turn so slowly in a village of less than 200 people was a mystery to me, but I doubted this was the first time. Chirrut had known he didn't need to hurry, and even taking his time, he was still the first one on the scene. He'd already been inside the manor for 5 minutes before Carrot showed up with 6 other people.
Chirrut, what are you doing here?
Carrot asked after finding him in the room Noctra had devoted to altering mana cores.
Helping with your investigation,
the teacher replied as he peered around.
Ganor stopped by and said you needed someone with some expertise to look over all the magical stuff in the manor. Did he?
Carrot asked, his eyebrows going up.
Huh. Not a bad idea. I didn't think he was that smart.
Chirrut snorted but didn't reply. He just kept flipping through the book with all of Noctra's notes on different possible lattice shapes.
This is fascinating,
he murmured.
If I'm reading this correctly, Lord Noctra was trying to figure out how to make it so he could generate even more mana than a normal mage's core would. Great. Does that have anything to do with why someone killed him? You wouldn't believe what Celis and Zalea are trying to sell me on.
All that effort to keep my family out of it. Gone. Just like that. Now I needed to worry about Chirrut's grudge against my father causing problems. On the bright side, it did look like I'd managed to get someone who could read the books in the manor over there, so it wasn't a total loss. This was a prime example of my earlier thoughts about having to control moving parts, though. Chirrut froze for an instant, then said,
Oh? I thought their whole family was gone. What do they have to do with this? Who knows? Caught them and their girl skulking around in the dark a few hours ago. Can't just be a coincidence that they show back up on the same night someone sneaks in here and murders Lord Noctra. Just them and the girl. What about that dim-witted son of theirs? No sign of him, and none of them will talk about him. We found Nermit with them too, but you know he's not going to be able to tell us anything. Just between you and me, I can't figure any of this out. I wouldn't have said Celis had something like this in him, but they managed to survive for near a week outside the barrier, even if they did lose their boy. Who knows what else he's capable of?
Chirrut remained silent as he flipped through the pages for a few more seconds, then asked,
Is there anything in particular I should be looking at? As interesting as this all is, it's obviously a project Lord Noctra worked on for a long time, and I don't see how it relates to his murder. I couldn't tell you,
Carrot said.
Wasn't even my idea to bring you up here, though I'm sure I would have once I'd gotten a chance to see what was in these rooms. I'm sure,
Chirrut agreed pleasantly, though I caught him rolling his eyes behind Carrot's back.
Let's just get a quick look around and see if there's anything you need me to identify, and then I can get out of your way so you can do your thing. Good idea. I haven't had a chance to look around myself yet, though, so I'm not sure exactly where you're needed. I think Sarai knows better than I would right now. Let's go see if we can find him first.
I let the scry spell drop and frowned. Things hadn't gone as close to plan as I wanted, but we weren't out of the game yet. It would all depend on what Chirrut made of the broken wardstone and the storage crystals. As long as someone came to the right conclusion about that, we had a shot at getting my family out of trouble. If not, well, I'd be draining those storage crystals and probably breaking back into the collector's drawstone room again. It wasn't like the village had much use for the mana they'd already tithed anyway. If they cooperated, I'd probably use it to ignite a few other cores, maybe fix their wardstone for them. Come to think of it, that was probably a good bargaining tool. I needed to talk with my parents, since Father would have to be the face of this. I did not want to be the target of whatever assassin the Cabal sent to take control of their investment again. Nor did I want to be any sort of person of interest that they tried to kidnap and use for their own gain. As much as it pained me to watch my supply of mana continue to dwindle, I needed to see what Carrad was thinking about all of this so I could determine my next move. I recast the scry spell and resumed my spying on the manor.
"What's all this?"
Carrad said as he and Chirrut peered into Iskara's ensuite workroom. Perfect. Now I just needed to see if I'd given Chirrut too much credit, or if he'd actually be able to figure out what was going on. Chapter 49. Chirrut peered at the storage crystals intently.
"Yes, I recognize these,"
he said.
"These are crystallized mana, which means—"
Carrad snorted impatiently.
"I'm not one of your students. Don't try to tease the answer out of me."
"Which means these are the final form of a drawstone after it's been completely filled with mana,"
Chirrut finished, shooting Carrad a waspish glare. I pinched the bridge of my nose and resisted the urge to groan. This plan had been a mistake.
"Sure. And why are there so many of them? Celis claimed Lord Noctra was hoarding our own mana for his own personal use, or selling it to Darrow." "Preposterous! Lord Noctra wouldn't do that. No, I'm sure he was using them for exactly what he's always told us he was, powering the barrier. There should be a device somewhere on the grounds that they slot into to provide mana." "Fascinating,"
Carrad said flatly.
"Why are there so many if the barrier hasn't been working right for years?"
"Oh, what I know. Maybe he was saving them for emergencies."
"Possible, I suppose. What about the rest of these tools?"
"Yes, that. Well,"
Chirrut said as he peered at the workbench. He picked up the channeling lock and turned it around to study it.
"I'm afraid I'm not actually a mage, so I couldn't tell you what these all do. I believe this one is housing for the crystallized drawstone after it's been inserted into the barrier generator."
I couldn't tell if Chirrut was incompetent and trying to bluff his way through this, if he actually believed what he was saying, or if he was malicious and deliberately lying to get Father in more trouble. Either way, things were not going the way I wanted them to. Chirrut hadn't recognized that the experiment Noctra had been performing had ringed the village with dangerous predators. He didn't know what the storage crystals were or how they worked. My only hope was that he wouldn't be able to deny that the ward stone was busted. A couple of giant cracks running through them were obvious, but with my luck, Chirrut would tell Carrad that it wasn't a ward stone, it was a thermal regulator for Noctra's bath water. Carrad picked up the ledger and started flipping through it, his eyebrows going higher and higher with each page.
"How sure are you about the purpose of these crystallized drawstones?" he finally asked. "Reasonably certain. Why?" "Because this appears to be a tally of how much mana Lord Noctra owes something called the Wolf Pack, and according to the last entry, he's only paid off about half of the total." "You're not saying you believe Celis?"
"I don't know what to think, Chirrut," Carrad said, brandishing the ledger.
"There were obviously things Noctra wasn't telling us. Like, why was Iskara living in this suite instead of him? She's his assistant. For that matter, where is she?"
Chirrut flinched back and said,
"I don't know. Stop yelling at me."
"Cut the posturing. I don't need your wild guesses. I need facts. I've got a family in a cell right now telling me that Lord Noctra was actually an evil bastard who was scamming us, and I'm starting to think they're right. I need to know what the repercussions are going to be to this. Is the barrier going to fail? Did it ever work to begin with? Are these Wolfpack people going to show up wanting to know where Noctra is? Will they take it personally when I tell him he's dead?"
Carrad was smarter than I'd given him credit for, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. I needed him to comprehend what was going on without getting any stupid ideas about manipulating the situation to set himself up as the new governor. But if he was smart and willing to work with me, well, that could be useful. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure things could work out well. It would mean revealing myself to him, but it would allow Father to get away from the whole situation. He'd made it clear he didn't want to be in charge. He didn't even really want to be a mage, surprisingly. As far as he was concerned, his core ignition was going to make him a damn fine farmer and not much else. What a waste. As satisfying as it was to watch Chirrut get chewed out, it wasn't an efficient use of my limited mana. I'd learned what I needed to know. Carrad had accepted that Noctra had been up to something. He might still think Father had killed the governor, but I didn't think I'd have to work too hard to convince him that Noctra had needed killing. I had a basis to start negotiations. The hardest part would be overcoming Carrad's initial prejudices. I needed to convince him that I was not a normal child, and that, more importantly, I had the solutions to a lot of problems the village had. There was a severe mana shortage. I could fix that by igniting a few cores and teaching those people how to ignite more. They might not be the highest quality, like mine, but they'd be 10 times better than what they had now. This little village could be an oasis in the desert if every single person had an ignited core. Things would be green again, and if they really wanted that barrier, an entire village of mages could easily afford it. They were already used to tithing their mana. If everyone gave 5 times as much as they did now, it would still only be half of what they'd be capable of making. Arcanist could be an investment, my own personal safe haven. I just needed to get the first generation going, and they'd spread my teachings. 100 apprentice mages with access to 5 or 6 utility spells and Fire Blast would be more than enough to repel a rogue agent, and if a mage of sufficient caliber to defeat them did show up, I could step in. I wondered where Carrad lived. I needed to have a chat with him, preferably alone. The next 6 hours were a bore for me. I focused mostly on generating as much mana as I safely could while keeping an eye on my 2 scry beacons. My family was securely detained, but they weren't mistreated. They were given a meal, privacy to use a chamber pot, and otherwise left alone. At the manor, various garrison members, collectors, and barrier wardens cycled through, as well as 2 people I thought might be arborists, but I wasn't sure. I recognized them by face, but not name. Almost nobody stayed that long, and Carrad's orders to everyone were the same. Maintain business as usual. They'd make an announcement when everyone gathered for the nightly tithe. No need to cause any panic before then. I had, sadly, missed the examination of the wardstone. Then again, if Chirrut's identification of everything else was indicative of his skill, it no doubt would have only served to annoy me even more to listen to whatever ignorant theory he sprouted off with there. Perhaps it was for the best that I hadn't caught that particular moment. The way I saw it, I had 2 options. I could force an early meeting with Carrad, which probably wouldn't be the one-on-one I wanted and would put me at a disadvantage, or I could let him make his announcement and work to spin it in my favor afterwards. That way I'd have more time to generate mana, and I could surprise him with the meeting on my terms. The only good thing about my Chirrut plan was that Carrad had taken the key from him after dismissing him. Since Chirrut had practically done more harm than good, I wasn't sorry that the scry beacon was staying with someone interesting to me. Carrad didn't have absolute authority like Noctra had, but it seemed like in the absence of Noctra or Iskara, he was steadily taking over. No one had challenged him yet, but I'd overheard talk of a meeting between himself and the heads of the other organizations. I'd considered crashing that as well, and I still might. If I did, though, I wanted to have as much mana as I could at my disposal first. A day of spying had left my reserves dangerously low, and at minimum I needed enough for a mass sleep spell. It was slightly more mana efficient to drop 4 people with mass sleep than individually targeted sleep spells, though it did take significantly longer to cast. If the 4 leaders had assistance with them, though, I'd need something that hit many people at once to ensure I could escape if things went sour. I waited until late afternoon when children were all over the place, free from the day's schooling but not yet home for dinner. The adults were all busy working, and with no one paying much attention to one more kid running around, I ran across town to the collector's building, then used Phantasmal Step to go right through the wall into the Drawstone storage room. The stones weren't nearly as full as they'd been last time I was here, but it was still close to a week's worth of tithing from the villagers. Draining them dry and adding the mana to my personal mana crystal was well worth the time and risk I'd taken. I used a second phantasmal step to get back out, blinked against the transition from dark room to sunlit street, and started off toward Noctra's manor. There were plenty of people there, but this wasn't like the crime scenes I'd seen in my first life. The village didn't have nearly enough garrison members to cordon off the area, and I honestly didn't think they had the training to realize they should even try. Most deaths in Arcanist were the result of accidents or predation, not murder. I imagined the few murders that had occurred had probably been much more straightforward. It pained me to waste mana on a third phantasmal step, but I didn't see a way to sneak through the manor with it being occupied now. Not unless I wanted to burn mana on a full invisibility spell. With my pitiful reserves, it wouldn't last 10 seconds. Since no one was guarding the outside, I circled wide around it to the east exterior wall and used an application of scrying to confirm my position against the room I wanted to enter, and that it was empty. Taking the mana from the storage crystals was painless and quick. The only hiccup was when I tried to use the channeling locks and found they did such a poor job at limiting transference loss that I could do it better without their help. Even that was a minor setback. I was happy to trade a few extra seconds per storage crystal in order to retain another 15% of the mana they held. Carrot had set himself up in a parlor near the middle of the house, and if my spying was accurate, he would be met by Solidaire, the head of the barrier wardens, Melmir, who oversaw the collectors, and Shell, who directed the arborists. I did not miss the fact that none of them thought it was important to invite any of the foremen who kept the field workers organized. Really, that said all that I needed to know about where the power was centered in the village. The other three were supposed to meet Carrot at the manor, and I'd decided that I was going to crash that meeting after I spied on it. With the amount of mana I'd just taken from the village, I was more than confident in my ability to handle 4 adults. Even if everyone brought a second-in-command, 8 was still within my limit. The size of the parlor itself limited them, so unless they moved their meeting over to that dusty town hall section of the manor, I felt safe confronting them. I just needed people to clear out of the manor, hopefully without anyone stumbling over me first. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I was discovered, but it wasn't how I wanted things to play out. They'd already long since finished their examination of Noctra's suite, really Iskara's, and if anyone did come in, I'd hear them in the main room and have plenty of time to hide or escape. I settled back to wait for the appropriate time. Chapter 50. My sole concession while I regenerated mana was a single telepathic message to my parents that said nothing more than, "I'm working on a way to get you out of there. One way or another, you'll be free tonight. Just hold on." I did not try to have a conversation, since even that simple message cost me over an hour's worth of mana production. Really, it was sentimental and foolish of me to do even that much. That was one spell I could have cast to save myself in the event that things went sideways when I crashed the meeting, wasted on reassurances instead. As the day moved towards evening, people started filtering out of the manor without being replaced. Eventually, it was just Carrot, 2 other people from the garrison, and the guy who ran the collectors, Melmir. I'd snuck around and figured out which servant's room shared a wall with the parlor. Their voices were muted, but I could hear the conversation through the wood and plaster.
"What's taking those 2 so long?" Melmir asked. "Work to be done. They'll be here soon," Carrot said. "They should have already been here." "What do you want me to do, go out and drag them in by their ears?" Carrot asked. "You could send your 2 men there to find them and escort them here," Melmir said. "I could, yes. Let me ask, though. Do you know who or what killed Lord Noctra? Are you confident that you can defend yourself if they come back?" Melmir faltered. "Fine. We'll continue to waste time. It's not like I have anything better to do, right? Melmir, I've seen how little you do. You oversee 7 people and none of them need it. Iskara isn't even here right now. Ancestors only know where she's gotten off to.
Minutes ticked by, and eventually the parlor opened. A new voice joined the group, saying,
I'm not the last one here. I thought for sure I would be.
If only, Melmir grumbled. I'm sure you have a good excuse.
I take my job seriously,
the newcomer said.
And seeing as something from outside the barrier may have gotten in and murdered Lord Noctra, it's been quite a day organizing my wardens to account for extra shifts and overlapping patrol routes. We can't all sit around doing nothing like you, Melmir.
I don't just sit around all day,
Melmir sputtered while the other 2 men laughed. The laughter was short-lived, and Carrot asked, Have you found anything out there? The third man, who I assumed to be Solidaire, said,
Other than Shelish and his family returning to the village, no. If the story one of my men told me is true, they've got some magic to them now. He was going to bring them in, and the next thing he knew, he woke up from a long nap near dawn with them nowhere to be found.
That's troubling. When did Celis become a mage? Carrot asked. Just what happened to him out in the wastes?
Please, there's no way that man learned how to do magic in secret, Melmir said. It's been 25 years since the last time a spirit blessed someone that way. Celis was barely a baby.
Isn't Lord Noctra's assistant able to do some spells, despite not being a mage? Carrot asked.
Well, yes, technically, Melmir added reluctantly. The sheer ignorance in this village was astounding. Even in a mana desert, people shouldn't have so little knowledge of how magic operated. What had happened to this island that had isolated it so badly from the rest of the world that even the knowledge of how magic worked had disappeared? The map I'd seen had clearly marked a passage off the island on its northern shores, so there must have been trade with the mainland at some point in their history. Maybe it was just the lack of ambient mana pushing down the importance of learning even the basics of how magic worked over the years. Not for the first time, and certainly not for the last, I cursed my misfortune to be born in a place with so little mana that what should have taken me weeks to accomplish ended up costing me years. I couldn't fathom why people would even settle here in the first place. Maybe once, back before whatever disaster had befallen the region, but to come back and build civilization anew? Why? Were the original settlers running from something that needed magic to survive? Some great beastly monster that couldn't reach them here? Anything so powerful that it could chase thousands of people into the sea and only be stymied by a magical dead spot would certainly have been killed by one great power or another. When I finally got out of this place, I was going to devote some real effort to figuring out exactly how so much had gone completely wrong in one specific location. There had to be an explanation, but I could not for the life of me guess what it was. Eventually, the last person invited to their meeting showed up. She was a middle-aged woman named Shell, one of the few people living in the village whose voice I didn't recognize at all. The arborists had their own homes in the woods north of town they'd cultivated, practically had their own separate society, including a collector who dealt with them specifically. That was how valuable their work cultivating a source of mana, fruit, and timber was to the village.
All right, I'm here. Let's get this over with,
Shell announced as she swept through the door. It smacked closed behind her, and conversation died down at her appearance.
So nice of you to join us, Melmir said snidely.
Go fuck yourself,
she said, her voice perfectly pleasant. I let out a startled snort, then clamped my hand over my mouth. Hopefully no one had heard me. Considering how heated Melmir's response sounded, I was probably safe. There were no less than 3 different people yelling, and I heard furniture clattering as they surged to their feet.
Enough!
Carrot bellowed, cutting through everyone else.
You 2, out! The rest of you, sit down and let's get this over with. We don't have time for your bickering and sniping.
I heard footsteps and the parlor door closing, then the sound of multiple people sitting down.
All right,
Solidaire said.
we're all here now. Start us off, Carrod. It's simple,
The leader of the garrison said.
Lord Noctra is dead, and Iskara is missing. Someone needs to run the village. You all have your responsibilities already, and the garrison is in the best position to step in and make sure things keep moving smoothly. It'll be less disruptive for everyone if I handle enforcement of the laws just like I've always done. The problem is the magic. The closest we have to a mage to defend the village from monster attacks and keep the barrier functioning is sitting in a jail cell right now,
Carrod said.
So, what do we do about this?
I maintain that there's no way Celis learned magic, Melmir said.
Why not?
Solidaire argued.
He was Lord Emeto's student all those years ago. Who's to say that he hasn't figured out a few tricks on his own?
With what manner? Melmir asked. He's not a mage. If he was, the testing would have shown that.
He's something,
Carrod said.
The night he and his family disappeared, Lord Noctra summoned him to the manor, and then sent a few more of my people to get the rest of his family, all of whom vanished, and my guys reported something similar to what that barrier warden kid mentioned.
Yes. We had 2 people that were similarly asleep and unable to be awoken that night, Melmir said. And all the mana held in the drawstones vanished as well, but it definitely wasn't Celis.
Who else would it be?
Shell asked.
I can promise it was none of my people, but you know I don't keep tabs on what's happening down here.
That's just it. There's no one else it could be. I assure you we keep careful track of the tithe, and everyone contributes every night, Melmir said.
Well, it has to be someone,
Carrod said. He paused and added,
Doesn't it? I know of no such monster that sneaks around putting random people to sleep, if that's what you're asking,
Solidaire said.
Are we so sure this is related to Lord Noctra's death? Hell of a coincidence if it's not,
Carrod said.
What if Celis stole something from the manor the night Lord Noctra summoned him? Something he could just point at a person and make them fall asleep?
Did Lord Noctra possess something like that?
Shell asked.
I have no idea, truthfully. Chirk was up here trying to help us figure out what all these things here do, but he didn't even have a guess on half of them.
Carrod paused a beat, then added,
And I don't trust half of what he did tell me. What does Celis himself have to say about this?
Solidaire asked.
Have you tried questioning him yet? He and his wife both gave me a story about Lord Noctra kidnapping Celis, shipping him out in the middle of the night, bound and gagged in a cart, and the rest of his family going after him to rescue him. Was there any way to verify or disprove that story?
Solidaire asked.
Sure, just go ask Nermit what happened. He disappeared along with him and showed back up in the same group. I somehow doubt the village simpleton is going to give me a clear story. I tried anyway,
Carrod said.
Didn't get much out of him. He seems even more out of it than usual. I never did understand why he was part of the garrison to begin with,
Solidaire said.
Big and strong, and as long as he has someone else with him to tell him what to do, he's reliable,
Carrod said. Plus, he's Carrod's nephew, Melmir added.
Ah, I see.
Let's move this conversation back to the direction it needs to go,
Shell said.
Lord Noctra is dead. The barrier will fall soon if it hasn't already, and there will be nobody to reactivate it. We should cease tithing immediately. People will need all their mana to defend themselves, and we'll need volunteers to double or even triple the barrier warden's numbers.
Agreed,
Solidaire said.
What we're doing now is only going to work for a week or two before my men are too tired to keep going. They're going to start making mistakes and missing things.
I can get some garrison people worked into your patrol schedules as a stopgap measure, Carrod said. Maybe we can get the collectors trained up and folded into the wardens for the time being.
But,
Melmir started to say before Shell cut him off.
What are the odds that we can get a new mage sent here from Dero? How did that go last time?
It was 2 years between Lord Emeto's death to Lord Noctra's arrival,
Solidaire said.
A group of 6 of our best villagers braved the wastes to get to Darrow and get help. Only 4 of them came back. It will almost certainly be some of mine that make the trip this time, and Spirit's blessing, another mage will be willing to relocate to the village. It's best to proceed as if we're on our own for the time being. Otherwise, Arcanist might cease to exist by the time anyone arrives to defend it.
If there was ever a line custom-made for me to step into the conversation, that was it. I put together a phantasmal step spell and passed through the wall into the parlor, to see the four of them seated around a table, their faces cast in dancing shadows from the light of several flickering candles and a single lantern hung from the ceiling. "About that," I said, announcing my presence and causing both Carrot and Solidaire to recoil and jump to their feet. Melmir sat there, his jaw hanging low, and Shell looked at me with something that I thought might be curiosity. "I have some ideas, if you've got a bit of time to hear me out." Chapter 51. Solidaire advanced forward to grab me, but stopped at Carrod's outraised hand.
"Celis's boy?" Carrod asked. "How'd you get in here?"
"Magic," I said dryly.
"Don't get smart with me," Carrod said harshly.
"Or what? You'll throw me in a cell with my parents?" I asked.
"That's exactly where you're going,"
Carrod told me. "No, it's not. You want to know why?" I asked. Without waiting for an answer, I said, "It's because you want a mage for your village, and I'm the only mage you've got. Maybe you can send some people to Darrow. Maybe they get there in one piece. Maybe they even convince a mage to come back with them. How long does it take? 2 months? 3?
"You're a child," Melmir said. "We haven't even had a ritual night since before you were born, let alone one that resulted in someone in the village being blessed."
"And yet, I'm a mage anyway," I said. I held up a hand and spun mana into a cheap light spell. Instantly, it engulfed the flickering lights from the candles and bathed the meeting in cool blue highlights. A moment later, the light shifted to a warmer white color, then to a soft green. I left it on a yellow-white that mimicked sunlight and sent it up to hover near the lantern, after extinguishing all the open flame with a bit of elemental manipulation.
"Some kind of monster from the wastes,"
Solidaire declared.
"It killed the boy and took on his form."
He drew his sword and made to lunge at me. My first thought was to put him to sleep like I'd done to the others, but I wanted him awake to hear this. I blasted him in the face with a burst of elemental air to disorient him, clamped down on his foot with minor telekinesis to make him trip and stumble, and as he staggered forward, I moved past his outstretched blade to touch him just once on the forehead. That was all I needed to channel paralyzing grasp into his body. Solidaire hit the floor with a thump and didn't get back up. I held up a hand to stop Carrod from attacking and said, "He's fine. He just won't be able to move for the next 15 minutes or so. He can listen from the floor while the more reasonable people have a conversation. And no, I'm not a monster from the wastes, though I suppose it would be fair to call me a monster. I am the same Graven that I've been my whole life, just awake now."
"What is he talking about?"
Carrod asked, throwing a glance back at Melmir and Shell.
"I don't have a clue,"
Shell said calmly.
"but it seems interesting."
"It sounds like a pack of lies. So a little boy got his hands on some trinkets, and his daddy showed him how to channel mana into him. Bravo on learning at such a young age. That really is impressive, but no one's buying—"
Melmir's mouth kept moving for another few seconds as I cast silence on him, but he quickly stopped when he realized there was no sound coming out. Carrod and Shell both stared at him for a moment, then Carrod started laughing.
"Well, I wouldn't give to be able to do that at some of my meetings,"
he said. "As I was saying, you're all familiar with the concept of reincarnation?" I asked. Carrod shrugged, but Shell nodded. I continued. "Imagine, if you will, that when you die, your soul is born anew as a baby to live another life, and again and again and again. But you never remember your old lives. It's a fresh start every time. Now, imagine a mage so powerful and skilled that he found a way to keep his memories the next time he was born. Imagine he's walking around, remembering every single bit of magic he's ever known, capable of doing so much, if only he had the mana he needed to do so. That's me.
That doesn't seem like the most likely explanation to this scenario,
Shell said. I raised an eyebrow and gestured toward first Solidaire, who remained paralyzed on the floor, then Melmir, who was silently glaring daggers at me. I then looked up at the ball of light I was maintaining in the air, then to the candles, and finally glanced over my shoulder at the solid wall behind me. "How many demonstrations do you need?" I asked.
"Oh, I'm not doubting you know your fair share of spells,"
Shell told me.
"You're obviously not a normal child. I'm not sure I believe your explanation for how you know this magic, but that's not really relevant, is it?"
It's not?
Karad asked.
"No. This child is offering to step into Lord Noctur's place and maintain the magic we rely on to keep us safe. I'm not suggesting we hand him control of the village, but if we were to monitor him and make sure he is doing as he says he can, it would certainly solve the current issue."
"Well, funny story there," I said. "That whole story you think my dad is trying to feed you, that's all true. Noctra was in debt to a cabal of mages in Darrow. The wardstone powering your barrier has been broken for a long time, probably since that incident that killed the previous governor, if the stories I've heard are at all accurate. It looks like somebody tried to fix it but didn't have a clue how to. I can fix it for you, though. Probably take about 20 minutes. Honestly, I'm not sure it's really necessary. You've been barrier-free for well over a decade, and things seem to be working out fine." Melmir rose from his seat and jabbed a finger my way. His mouth moved like he was screaming at me, and his face was starting to turn red, but my magic stopped any sound from coming from him. I waited, a smile on my face, as he tired himself out. Karad and Shell exchanged a look, and she started laughing softly.
"The opportunity to learn that spell alone would be enough to keep me listening,"
she said. "That's on the table," I told her seriously. I ignited Father's core to save Nermit's mind, but he's sadly not interested in becoming a true mage. I was thinking I'd find 2 or 3 people who do have an interest to take on as apprentices, at least so far as learning the basics go. I'll show you what your group ritual is trying to accomplish randomly, and how to make it happen on purpose, and you can bless as many people as you want with an ignited mana core. Everyone froze there.
"Impossible,"
Shell whispered.
"But Celis can use magic now,"
Karad argued. I snorted. "Barely. I taught him 1 spell. I'm the one who put all those people to sleep. I'm also the one who killed Noctra, just to clear the air on that one. It wasn't some monster that snuck in. It wasn't my father. Iskara is dead too, by the way." Karad bristled at that declaration, right up until a force blast shot out from my finger and cut one of the candles on the table in 2. "Let me make myself clear," I told him. "I am more than capable of defending myself. Noctra used this town for his own ends the entire time he was here. Iskara was his keeper, a representative of the cabal he was indebted to. The best that could be said for him was that he killed the occasional monster that came around, and that was the action of a shepherd protecting his sheep from the wolves. I'm not interested in being your shepherd. What I am offering is to teach you enough magic to protect yourselves in exchange for a safe haven for me to exist in for the next 10 to 15 years, and the release of my family. I'll ignite a few cores for you, and teach you how to do the same, repair your wardstone, and defend the village from external threats until you're strong enough to do it without me."
"Let's say we believe your claims,"
Karad said tentatively.
"That makes you a murderer. You've admitted to killing 2 people. How are we supposed to trust you to keep your word?"
I shrugged. Iskara was trying to kill me, and Noctra was trying to sell my father. I suppose if you can refrain from doing things like that, we'll get along fine. I'm not in the habit of murdering people who annoy me." I shot a glance at Melmir and added, "No matter how much they do so."
We need a few minutes to discuss this,"
Karad said. "Certainly." I walked through the room and paused at the parlor door. Purely for dramatic effect, I snapped my fingers as I released Solidaire and Melmir from the enchantments. "I'll be right outside when you're ready. Take as much time as you need." Then I pushed through the door and closed it behind me, even as Melmir's voice rose in pitch. I smiled and walked across the hall to a sunroom of some sorts, where I pulled a chair over so that I'd be visible from the parlor once someone walked out, then settled down to try to replace some of my mana. I'd used up more than I'd wanted to, but it was important to make a strong impression. I already had my age working against me. I needed them to take this seriously, to treat me like I legitimately had something to offer. I didn't care what lie they spun out to the rest of the village to hide the fact that a 3-year-old was bullying them into doing what he wanted, just so long as they accepted the bullying. If I had to go live off by myself in the wastes, I was going to squander too much time, effort, and mana just surviving. It would make the process of building my lattice go from taking 2 months to a year. Here, I'd probably lose a month, maybe 2, training some apprentices up to the bare minimum, but I'd be relatively safe. Besides, it appealed to me to take this muddy little village and transform it into a bastion of arcane power. If everyone had an ignited core and knew a few spells, this place would change from one that was on the brink of disaster to an oasis in the desert. I didn't know if it would compare to Darrow, but assuming they suffered the same lack of ambient mana, which seemed a safe bet given Noctra's relationship and mana debt to the Cabal there, those people weren't any more magically gifted than the locals. Magic made the world a better place, and while there were plenty of counterexamples of dark, evil spells that would never see the light of day again if I had my way, at its fundamental level, magic was a net positive. This island that lacked it truly was a wasteland in so many ways. If I could get it started on a better course, I'd be happy that I'd done my part. Of course, I was still going to figure out what cataclysmic event had scarred it so bad that it had been cut off from the world's mana core. It had to be something that happened in the last few hundred years, else the land would have healed and ambient mana returned. But it was so unlikely that something this world-breaking would have occurred without me noticing it. I'd gotten more reclusive in my old age, rarely leaving the Night Vale in the last few hundred years, but it wasn't like I didn't still know what had been going on in the world. The door to the parlor opened and Solidaire looked out. He spotted me immediately and scowled, but didn't make any aggressive moves.
"We have a few questions, if you'd like to join us again,"
he said shortly. "Of course, I'd be happy to answer them," I told him. I ignored the ungracious frown on his face as he held the door open so I could walk past him. Chapter 52. I'd half expected someone to be waiting to jump on me as I walked through the door, but they must have thought better of it. They were sitting in the same formation they'd been when I'd made my first appearance, and Solidaire took his seat wordlessly after letting me in. "What would you like to know?" I asked as I looked around.
"How sure are you that you can fix the barrier?"
Karad asked. "Completely. I've already looked over the wardstone prior to any of you getting here. Assuming no one has taken a hammer to it between then and now, there's no reason I can't fix it as soon as this conversation is over, provided we can reach an agreement."
"This is ridiculous,"
Melmir muttered, his voice so soft that I doubted I was meant to hear him. Nobody else reacted, at least.
"And you can really invoke the blessing of the spirits to make new mages?"
Shell asked. "I don't know about any spiritual blessing, but yes, I know the conditions required for a person's mana core to ignite and start producing up to 20 times as much mana as it otherwise would. It's not that hard to do. And yes, I am willing to do it for a few people, and teach them how to do it as well. Within 6 months, the entire village could have ignited mana cores. Shell settled into her chair, a satisfied smile on her face. Given the mana requirements it took to tend to a bunch of trees, I had no doubt that the arborists struggled more than anyone else to do their jobs on a limited mana budget. The idea of having half a dozen mages, even apprentice mages, probably appealed to Shell immensely. I would be very surprised if my initial batch of volunteers didn't include at least one arborist, possibly even Shell herself.
"How do we know any of this is true?"
Melmir asked.
"Yes, you can do magic. I acknowledge that. As preposterous as it seems, you truly do appear to be a mage. But so what? Lord Noctra was a mage. He couldn't grant a spiritual blessing. How are you going to do what a capable, experienced adult mage couldn't?"
"I'm going to be blunt here," I said. Noctra was an amateur. He was in his 40s and still working with a Stage 1 core. You saw his experiment with the dust jackals, didn't you? He was trying to figure out how to advance his core to Stage 2, something that would be considered an end-of-year project for your average second-year student at any major academy. I've met 14-year-olds with fully functioning Stage 2 cores. I will complete my own mana cores transformation to Stage 2 in the next few months. There are a million things I can do that hack couldn't. That caused some bristling around the table, but no one responded. After a moment, Karad cleared his throat and said,
"Yes, well, there's still the matter of Lord Noctra's demise. Regardless of whether he was in fact a traitor, we can't condone wanton murder. You're asking us to not only look the other way, but to give you a position of power as a reward for killing not one, but 2 people, and to take your word that it's okay because they deserved it. You can understand why that's an issue, I hope."
"I get it, yes. But you've made a mistake. I'm not interested in a position of power. In fact, I want the opposite of that. I do not want to replace Noctra. I don't want to run your village. I don't want to do any administrative work, and I don't want to make any decisions that don't relate to the use of magic. I am more than happy with being placed under house arrest if you'd like to do so. You can send students to me for regular magic lessons, and as long as I've got a bare minimum of comfort, I won't object to staying in one place for the next few years."
"You can walk through walls,"
Solidaire pointed out.
"How are we supposed to confine you to house arrest?"
I shrugged. "Look, you need to accept that whatever you decide to do, you don't have any power over me. I could give you another demonstration, if you like." Solidaire and Melmir both glared at me, but neither said anything. I continued. "I see 2 ways this can go. 1, you work with me. I help keep your town safe and bring you some much-needed knowledge on the fine art of magic. 2, you refuse to work with me. I leave. I take my family with me. You'll never see any of us again, and whatever comes in the future will be on your heads to deal with." Shell was the most accepting of my words, possibly because she was the most disconnected from everyday life in Arcanist, and also had the most to gain from a partnership with me. Solidaire was harder to read, but I thought I'd at least partially won him over with my promise that I could fix the barrier. That would make his life significantly easier if I could actually pull it off, and if not, he wasn't in any worse of a position than he was now. Melmir and Karad were the 2 holdouts. Melmir, both because I was threatening to make his organization redundant, and just through plain obstinacy, and Karad because I represented a very real security risk. If I'd been a normal person, I'd be arrested immediately, and probably executed. He was absolutely right that normal people didn't get away with murder. As the de facto chief of the village's police force, and the person most likely to assume control of the day-to-day operations, it was his job to capture me, and he knew he couldn't do it. I could see it in his eyes. He was measuring steps, trying to think of how many seconds he'd need to reach me, wondering if he could do it before my magic caught him. He'd seen what I'd done to stop Solidaire mere minutes ago. I could do the same to him, or maybe worse. Carrot had no leverage to make me do what he wanted, and it galled him. He didn't want to say yes to me or let me walk away, but he didn't think he could stop me. Oh, maybe he could pretend to play along, gather his whole group up, shoot me in the back, or kill me in my sleep. But what if he tried and failed? What would I do to him? I didn't need mind reading to know his thoughts. I'd seen them before, many times. It had been early on in my career as a mage during my first life, but I still vividly remembered that exact look in the eyes of many lords and rulers until I'd advanced so far in power that even the thought of challenging me seemed to disappear. Carrot wasn't stupid. He knew my offer had too much value to turn down. He'd accept it, and he'd hate me for it. He'd probably try to add some stipulations which I might or might not agree with, but if I turned him down, he'd have no choice but to agree anyway. And then, sometime in the next few weeks, if he thought he could get away with it, he'd try to kill me. If that didn't work, or if he lost his nerve, he'd tell himself he could wait until he'd exhausted all my value and kill me then. After all, I wouldn't be expecting it years down the road. That had never worked out for anyone who'd tried it on me in the past. Even the ones who'd sent mercenary assassins hadn't been safe from my retribution. The longer the chain between the man with the knife and the man with the coin, the more bodies there ended up being. But no one had ever tried to kill me by proxy and survived the attempt. I'd have to replace Carrot with someone more pliable to my will if I was going to stay in the village long term. Or else I'd have to impress on Carrot that his schemes would accomplish nothing but his own death to thoroughly cow him over the next decade. I expected my mana core to be full-sized by age 16, 18 at the most. At that point I could advance to stage 3 and then stage 4 in quick order. I'd have more than enough time to save up the mana I needed. Having a core that could hold over 30 times as much mana as my current one, and produce it almost 1,000 times faster, would make everything that came after easy.
"You'll be escorted to the cell your family occupies,"
Carrot said after he finished his internal debate.
"You'll remain there while we announce Lord Noctra's death. Your family will be released, as by your own confession they were not responsible for the murders of Lord Noctra or Iskara. We will place you in a small home with slotted windows too narrow to crawl through, and a locked door that you will be confined to except by special permission, and all instructional sessions will be closely supervised."
I rolled my eyes, and Carrot paused to glower at me. "Go on," I prompted him.
"I realize that none of this can actually stop you from leaving, but it's going to be hard enough to sell the idea that a child murdered an adult mage."
"I did it in his sleep," I said. "Maybe throw that detail in there." Melmir was looking at me with disgust now, but Shell didn't seem to care much. Then again, she hadn't shown interest in anything except the idea of igniting a mana core. It was abundantly clear to me that she only cared about gaining more power, though whether that was to help with her work or for personal reasons, I wasn't yet sure.
"Yes, well, there is that. As to whether we'll reveal Noctra's crimes, I haven't decided. We'll have a meeting tomorrow to determine that,"
Carrot said. "No."
"Excuse me?"
"No, you're not covering up his crimes. My parents are already going to be treated like dirt because of this. You're not going to hide Noctra's scummy behavior and let everyone think it was Father's fault. You'll tell them the truth of what I did and why I did it. This isn't going to be some closed-door deal that you get to cover up and pretend never happened until you're in a good position to tie up the loose ends."
"Just what are you implying?"
Melmir asked. "That you'll either try to kill me within the next week, or sometime in the next few years, after you feel you've gotten all the usefulness you can out of me. I'm not going to make it easier for you to do your dirty work. Speaking of, I'll be needing Nermit with me until I can finish unraveling the spell Noctra put on his mind. He might never be the same, but he'll be a lot better than he was." Carrot rubbed a hand across his face and glanced around at the other 3 people in the room. When no one objected, he let out a frustrated sigh and nodded.
"It's It's going to cause problems if we draw attention to this, but if that's what you want.
I cannot believe you're just caving in to this child's demands, Melmir said.
If he can do even half of what he claims, it'll be well worth it,
Shell told him. She turned to focus on me and said,
All of these conditions are, of course, contingent on you being able to live up to our expectations. We'll expect you to repair the wardstone immediately and grant the spirits' blessing to someone as soon as we have a candidate.
I can repair the wardstone now, I said. I'll need more mana to grant the spirit's blessing, as you call it. By myself, it would take at least a week to gather that much mana. If the whole village wants to continue with the nightly tithes, perhaps 2 or 3 days. I will also need, at minimum, a few weeks to teach your candidate proper mana manipulation techniques. Depending on how quick a study that person is, it may take more. Their progress will be measurable, and you are free to check in with them as often as you like. They didn't look happy, but no one objected to my terms. That was good, since there was no changing them. I did need time to collect the mana, and whoever they sent forth would need to learn a few mana manipulation techniques. There was no getting around those facts, at least not as I currently was.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but...
Karad shook his head.
I believe we have an agreement.
Chapter 53. Fixing the wardstone was just about as easy as I'd expected it to be. Someone got me a bucket of dirt to use as raw materials, which I quickly poured into the cracks and transmuted into new stone to fill the holes. That took a bit more mana than I wanted, but it only took a few minutes before I had a smooth, unblemished surface. Removing all the problems Noctra had caused with his own attempts to modify the rune structure so it would work again took a lot longer. I ended up filling in almost a third of the runes with a mud paste that I then transmuted to make fresh new stone. Luckily, Stone Shape was a versatile spell. It wasn't meant to be used to carve runes, but if the caster knew exactly how the whole structure would look and could envision it all at once, it was possible. It still took me 6 casts to finish carving the new runes, but when I was done, the wardstone was whole and operational again.
That took closer to an hour,
Shell said. She'd been standing in the corner observing the entire process. I underestimated the amount of damage Noctra did that I would need to repair, I told her. But it's done. I've triple-checked for any errors, and while you can never be certain until you've turned it on, I'm fairly confident this should work without issues. Considering that the wards the stone generated were barely better than basic-level spells, it would be an embarrassment if I'd messed something up. Truthfully, I was more concerned with interference caused by my stone-shaped patches not adhering properly than I was by miscut runes. It probably would have been easier to junk the wardstone completely and carve a new one, had I the spare mana to devote to the task. This was for the best. The villagers might not understand exactly what I'd done, but they knew what it looked like before and what it looked like now. The visible damage was gone, and new runes had been carved to fill in those blank spots. Their minds could comprehend that it was repaired, that this wardstone, which had supposedly protected them for many years before it broke, would once again function the way it had for their parents. All right, this is done. Just need some mana to power it.
Are you going to do that?
No way. This is a communal project. If you want it going at full power without interruption, you'd need, 5 or 6 apprentice mages devoting all their mana to it. Figure half the village powering it directly. It'll take the entire village if you're going through drawstones and the person handling them knows what they're doing. Transference loss will probably cause you problems. Better to train a dozen people with ignited cores on how to keep the wardstone going.
How long will that take?
Karad asked from the door. 2 or 3 months. Depends on how smart the people are. Some people pick things up quicker than others.
And in the meantime?
I shrugged. Hasn't worked in years. What's another few months? If a monster does wander in, let me know and I'll kill it for you." Karad grunted and looked back out of the room where the others were waiting. I didn't hear either of them say anything, but they must have been satisfied, because he turned back to me and said,
"All right, let's get you to your parents. I'll make the announcement in an hour when everyone comes to the square for the tithe."
It wasn't hard to hear Karad from the garrison cell. He'd given the order to release my family, and after filling them in on our deal, we waited with our garrison soldier escort, whose name I was almost certain was Wilbur.
"Hey, Thavin, how long do we have to wait here?"
Father asked. Thavin? Where had I gotten Wilbur from?
"Until Karad says to let you go,"
Thavin said. That wouldn't happen until after the speech, but since I was back to pretending to be a normal kid, I'd kept my mouth shut while being escorted to the garrison headquarters. While we waited, I caught snippets of Karad's speech.
"Betrayed us all from the start. The Drawstones."
The outrage from the crowd drowned out the next section, and I could tell I wasn't the only one here annoyed by that.
"Wardstone is cracked like someone smacked it with a hammer. I don't think it's worked since..."
Karad hit all the relevant points, exposing what we knew of Noctra's plans. He didn't go into details about Iskara's role, other than to say that evidence suggested she was in on the whole thing. Not once was my theft of mana from the Drawstones mentioned, possibly because it wasn't public knowledge to begin with. Then, at the end, he went off script. I wasn't particularly surprised, and honestly it was probably a clever bit of improvisation, but it also served to tell me that Karad still thought of himself as in charge. We'd made a deal, and he was making executive decisions without consulting me first.
"In what I can only describe as a true miracle, our ancestors have blessed a child with the gift of magic and knowledge of its ways. He uncovered these nefarious schemes and confronted..."
Then again, from Karad's perspective, maybe he really did consider it a miracle. Either way, he wasn't sticking to the facts. He knew damn well where my skills came from, but he was spinning it like it was some sort of gift from the spirits sent to protect the village. Maybe that would be easier for the villagers to swallow, but it was going to be hard to sell me as being under house arrest if I was an avenging angel instead of a murderer. The speech wound down, leaving the villagers with mixed reactions. Some people were upset to find out what Noctra had been doing, others that their illusion of security had been stripped away from them. A few times I caught Father's name coming from people, but even using sharpened senses, it was impossible to really sort out all the conversations going on at the same time. A few minutes later, Karad walked through the door and glanced over at me.
"That went about as well as we could have hoped,"
he said. Interesting twist you added there. If I'm the savior of our people, protecting us from the evil machinations of that scoundrel Noctra, how am I supposed to be under house arrest? Karad waved my question away with a quick answer.
"You're in seclusion instead. Same thing, different name."
It was theoretically better for my family. Despite the grumblings and the unavoidable connection between Father and Noctra, this explanation gave the impression that the whole thing was more than the murder of an enemy. I didn't know how heavily religion factored into the village's overall mindset, but Karad would hardly be the first person to use excuses like, "The spirits decreed it should happen," to justify killing someone. I doubted any spirit had manifested anywhere on this island since it had turned into a mana desert, nor did I find it likely that the ancestors of anyone living in this village had ever been magically gifted enough to form a sapient spirit upon their death. All of them together merged into some sort of gestalt entity wouldn't have the mana needed to form a spiritual presence. "Where's this house of mine supposed to be, anyway?" I asked.
"Shell said there's an extra house at the arbor we can use for now. Come with me."
We filed out of the building, with Karad in the lead and Thavin following up behind us. Seneca and I were in the middle with our parents bracketing us. 2 more people I thought might be arborists were waiting for us on the street. "You're still doing the tithe?" I asked when I spotted the table set up. Most of the village had already left the square, but there were still about 20 people in lines waiting for their turns.
You said we needed the mana to power the ward stone,
Carrod told me.
Besides, if you let people stop doing something they don't like, it's a nightmare forcing them to start again later.
You won't get enough even from the whole village, I said.
If you can make it work at night, that's a good start. Everyone's already used to that idea. It'll be nice that it's true.
There are going to be people who can feel the difference, I warned. Not everyone, but some people, like my father.
All the better. It'll lend credence to the idea that Lord Noctra was lying to us about the barrier. We all assumed it felt different because it had been broken and repaired. Foolish of us to just believe him. But how are we supposed to know the difference?
He had us all fooled,
Mother said.
Did anyone suspect him in all these years?
I think a few of us might have,
Carrod said.
Knowing what he did to my nephew, and what you've told me a few other of my people have been subjected to, I can't help but look back and wonder how many times someone who died accidentally over the years just got too close to figuring out what was going on.
Belfin,
Father said.
Exactly,
Carrod said with a nod.
That one never sat right with me. Belton was a creature of habit. Work, a beer, then home. Every day. It was rare to see him go anywhere else if he didn't have to. And then one day he just doesn't show up and we find his body torn to shreds a mile out past the fields?
Was he the one that kept the braids in his beard?
Mother asked.
That's him,
Carrod said.
Shame what happened,
Father said.
More so if he had just stumbled across Noctra doing something evil and ended up dead over it.
Speaking of Noctra's victims, I'll need Nermit nearby so I can work on the subjugation enchantment, I said. It'll be a delicate process, but I think I can get rid of the enchantment without causing any additional brain damage. Carrod blinked a few times and cleared his throat.
That would be nice.
I got the feeling that my father's insistence on saving the man might have been the thing that really convinced Carrod to side with me. He'd probably gone back over his nephew's behavior and identified all the signs he'd dismissed over the years as things had gotten worse. Father is supplying the mana that Nermit needs right now to keep the spell from catastrophically collapsing. That means Nermit will listen to anything Father says as a side effect, I explained. He should be the one to bring Nermit to me if you want to avoid causing a scene.
I understand,
Carrod told me.
I'll get it taken care of tonight.
Mom,
Seneca whispered beside me.
what are they talking about?
Oh, all sorts of boring grown-up stuff.
She told my sister.
Life's going to be a little different now, but we'll be all right. You were so brave for all of this. I think I'll need to find a way to reward you. What do you think?
I want to learn magic too.
Seneca said immediately. Mother glanced at me, and I shrugged back. We'll have a long discussion about what spells she is and isn't allowed to learn if you want her core ignited, I told her.
That'll have to wait,
Carrod said. He stopped at the tree line we'd been steadily approaching and said,
You've got a few people of our choice to train first.
I waved away his concern. It won't hurt anything for her to sit in on the basic lessons. Father can supply the mana I'll need to ignite her core if she reaches that stage. I didn't expect her to. The average 6-year-old didn't have the discipline needed to master mana manipulation to the degree necessary to complete the ritual. It happened, but rarely, and Seneca hadn't even been able to pay attention to more than one of Father's lessons when there was literally nothing else to do.
A topic for tomorrow anyway.
Shell said.
Let's get you settled into your new home first.
Lead on, I said as we walked into the trees. Chapter 54. It turned out the arborists didn't live much better than the rest of us. Their homes were made from the same mud and clay bricks, had the same thatch roofs, and were about the same size. Their houses were arranged in a circle with a dozen buildings in the middle of the arbor, which took a bit of looking around to understand the logic of. It was a giant circle with the arborists in the center. There were 6 sections, all accessible from the center. One part contained fruit trees. Another had only trees that grew straight, good for timber. A third section had the thickest canopy, and a number of herbs with medicinal uses grew under those boughs. A second ring of buildings containing greenhouses circled the houses, something I was extremely surprised to find. There'd been very little glass in the village, and we had no glass blower. What windows there were had obviously been created with magic. Finding not one, but 3 long greenhouses was highly unexpected, and I immediately started eyeing them up. It would be expensive in terms of mana spent, but I might just be able to grow a few specialty herbs to do a bit of alchemy with. As we got closer, I realized that more than a few of the panes had been replaced with pieces of wood. Shell noticed me looking and said,
A few bad storms over the years. Lord Ameto built this many years ago, but since he's been gone, there's no one left to replace them. We used to have 5 greenhouses, but we've scavenged so many panes of glass that we tore down 2 of them. About 3 years ago, we ran out of spares and had to make do with the patch jobs.
And you're hoping I can help with that, I said.
Among other things.
I know the spell to transmute sand to glass, I said. I could probably be persuaded to make some new panes in exchange for some space to grow a few herbs for my own projects. I'd need to make some glassworks as well, but I'd hold off on that until I finished my mana lattice and confirmed the plants I had in mind would actually grow here. Even in a magically controlled glass box, some plants just couldn't thrive. That was a problem for later, though. It'd be months before I was ready to make an attempt at alchemy.
There's a spell for that?
Shell asked, surprised.
Lord Ameto used to just glass a section of the desert with some fireballs, and we'd cut the panes out after it cooled.
Did he? I laughed. What an incredibly inefficient way to go about that. I suppose if it works, it works. I wonder why Noctra never replaced the panes, if that was how you were all going about doing it.
Too expensive,
Shell told me.
He needed the mana for other things. At least, that's what he told us.
There was a hint of bitterness in her voice, well masked and only detectable because I was listening for it. Nobody was happy about Noctra bilking the village out of years of mana. On the bright side, he'd made it extraordinarily easy for me to take his place, since I was actually capable and willing to spend mana on the village's behalf. If they wanted to continue the tithe, I'd happily make them glass panes and keep their barrier going, and whatever else they liked, though I'd be keeping a fraction of the mana for my own use as a labor cost. It was better than the last guy. He'd kept all of their mana and done none of the work. We made our way past the greenhouses and into the circle of houses. Some of them were occupied, others were dark. One major difference between these houses and the ones back in the village was the presence of doors and shutters. It wasn't hard to guess why. This cluster of homes was surrounded by trees, and there were more than a few small animals living in them. Nobody wanted to come home to find raccoons and squirrels had raided the larder.
This is the house you'll be staying in,
Shell said, stopping in front of what was undoubtedly the most run-down building of the lot.
It's been empty for a while, and we've been using it as storage, but I let everyone know to clean their things out, so it should be ready for you.
You don't sound very sure about that,
Father said. Shell pushed the door open, revealing a dark interior that had nothing but dust in it. There was a lot of dust, so much so that I decided it was worth a bit of mana to use elemental manipulation to collect it all. Step back for a second, I said. I cast the spell, summoning all the dust into one clump of dirt and sending it flying out into the trees to break apart. It wasn't a substitute for a thorough cleaning, but for a 5-second job, it would suffice. Ultimately, I had another problem. There's no furniture, I pointed out.
Yeah. This was all kind of last notice.
I turned to Father. When you go back to fetch Nermit, could you bring my pallet out for me?"
"I'll have some of my guys bring Nermit stuff over from my place as well,"
Carrot added. Some food would be nice too. I hadn't eaten all day, and only the trickle of mana energizing my body was keeping me going at this point. I wasn't willing to show weakness to my new allies, who were still potential enemies, so I'd kept myself upright and energetic.
"So, this is where you'll live for the time being. You aren't allowed to leave this house without an escort, and I'll have somebody guarding you at all times," Carrot said. "You'll teach other people at a designated location to be decided later. We'll bring a few candidates by in the next day or two for you to get started with. Once a day, I will personally escort you to collect mana for the Wardstone."
I managed to hold back a laugh. Carrot was deadly serious, but everyone here knew there was nothing he could do to stop me if I decided to leave. His only recourse would be to turn the village against me and make it impossible to live here peacefully. To an outside observer, it must have looked ridiculous to have a grown man in his 40s threatening a small child like this. I wondered if Carrot felt a bit foolish about the whole thing. "I understand," I told him. "I'll stay right here and wait until you're ready for me to do some work." That earned me a suspicious glare, and not just from Carrot either. Both my parents and Shell hit me with it. The de facto governor of the community watched me wordlessly for a moment, before he shook his head, turned to Shell, and said,
"Keep an eye on him, like you said you would."
Then he grabbed my father and said,
"Let's go,"
and walked off. "Well, that was fun," I told everyone. "What should we do while we wait?" "Please, stop asking me questions now," I said, exhaustion in my voice. Shell was relentless. I'd spent 2 hours fielding questions that basically amounted to a staggering variety of issues the Arbor had, and her wanting to know if there were magical solutions for all of them. The answer was usually, yes, but... I had a suspicion I knew where the bulk of the mana the Arborists produced once they'd ignited their cores was going to go. And it was going to be some spectacularly boring chores, like warding trees against burrowing insects and increasing the yields when they harvested fruit.
But I had a follow-up question about magically reinforced panes of glass,
Shell said. She flipped through the notebook she'd produced until she got back to the page where she'd recorded what I'd told her about enchanting the greenhouses and asked,
"So, you told me that we can set up an enchantment that will power itself with ambient mana, or we could if there was any here. I scrapped that idea before, but what if we hooked the trees up to the enchantments directly? It wouldn't be mana in the air, but it would still be mana, right?"
"It would kill the trees," I said. "Yes, it would work for a year or two if we kept the draw low enough, but eventually everything would wither. I don't think most of these trees could even grow in such a dry environment without mana to fortify them."
"We already have a watering rotation,"
Shell said.
"Maybe if we increased the frequency on that, it would work."
"Maybe, but most likely they'd die." It was about then that a group of men stepped out of the trees and approached. Father had my pallet carried in a bundle in his arms, along with a familiar basket with some food. Carrot was carrying another significantly larger pallet, and Nermit had a pair of chairs and a small table.
"Hey there, Gravin,"
Father said.
"I hope I'm not interrupting."
"No, you're fine," I said. Shell let out a huff that was half annoyance and half amusement, but didn't say anything.
"Got you a few things for your first night. We'll bring you some more stuff tomorrow. Everyone's pretty tired from this whole ordeal,"
Father said. I held the door open for him to carry everything in. As we were setting things up, he leaned over and said in a low voice,
"Has she really been going for hours?"
"Yes," I groaned.
"Best to just tell her you're tired and call it a night,"
Father said.
"Is Nermit going to be all right here? It's not too much distance or anything?"
No, it's fine. It'll draw a bit harder on your mana reserves than normal, but this is only a mile or so. I'm going to make removing his subjugation a priority." Karad, who'd been listening without participating, glanced over at his nephew, then gave me a nod.
"Thank you,"
he said softly.
"Have a good night, you two. Gravin, do not leave this house."
Father left soon after, leaving me with Nermit, who'd been instructed to get some rest, and 2 garrison members positioned outside. Neither seemed happy about that arrangement, and I suspected there would soon be some new construction to build something that more closely resembled a prison, with multiple rooms. Shell, thankfully, left me alone at that point. I spent an hour or so thoroughly going over the subjugation enchantment in Nermit's mind again, and began making plans for what order I'd need to cut pieces of it, and where I'd need to place my own temporary enchantments to hold pieces of the spell in place, until I'd fully disconnected a section. It was going to be a delicate job, that was for sure. All in all, this hadn't been a total disaster of a day. More people knew my secret than I was happy with, but I was in a position to rapidly advance my core to Stage 2, thanks to not only my own mana, but the village reserves I could skim from. I was technically a prisoner, but nobody was really under the illusion that I'd stay here. At some point, Karad would try to get rid of me, but that was a way down the road still, and I'd only grown stronger between now and then. Things weren't perfect, but this was a good start. Chapter 55. I was up before dawn and working on Nermit's condition. I wanted to get that fixed as soon as possible to relieve the burden on Father's mana core, and because I thought it would go a long way towards improving my relationship with Karad. Unless I missed my guess, Shell was already on my side, since my knowledge was so useful to her job. Solidaire would come around now that the barrier was properly functioning, and Melmir just hated me for reasons unknown. I was unlikely to sway him, since I was likely going to put the collectors out of work entirely in the next few months. Maybe the reasons weren't so unknown after all. Karad could still go either way. Right now he was tolerating me as a temporary solution, but that didn't mean he might not try to find an alternative. His job was also going to become more difficult as more and more people ignited their cores and began to learn magic. I was fully expecting a meeting with him in the next month or so, sharply limiting what spells I was and wasn't allowed to teach people. Since I planned to ignore any such order, that would probably be when he switched over from reluctant ally to hostile element. By that point, I'd have either built up enough goodwill that he couldn't do anything about me, or he'd start actively working to sabotage me. I wasn't sure if he'd isolated me now to diminish my involvement with the rest of the village to protect me from the backlash of killing Noctra, or as groundwork to keep me from gaining too much influence and authority later on, but he seemed smart enough to have thought up both reasons. It truly was impossible to escape politics, no matter where I went. The only answer was to become an iron-fisted tyrant who ruled unchallenged by virtue of unassailable power. Even then, there would be problems like insurrections and rebellions. I'd learned my lesson a long time ago. Don't play politics. Just be strong enough to prevent anyone else from dragging me into their games. I wasn't at that point again yet, and I likely wouldn't be before Karad made his move. The next few years were going to be annoying. This was exactly why I'd wanted to remain hidden, so I could build my strength back up without interference or interruptions. The only silver lining was that the village was so isolated that I didn't have much to fear about any rumors reaching the ears of some of my old enemies who were still kicking around. By the time any of them caught wind of my reincarnation, I'd be strong enough to return to the world stage as a power to be reckoned with. I'd just finished fashioning the first of 6 shims I would use to hold the framework of Nermit's subjugation spell stable while I severed it piece by piece when someone knocked at the door. "One moment," I called as I slid the shim into the spell right behind the cutting blade of my will in one smooth motion, then withdrew from Nermit's mind. He would need an hour or two to adjust to that new splinter of my magic before it was safe to put in another one, so now was a good time to stop anyway. Over the next week or two, depending on his recovery rate, I'd eventually isolate the subjugation magic completely and be able to remove it in one whole chunk without causing any damage to his mind. It was something like cutting down 20 or 30 trees all tangled together, as opposed to ripping them out of the ground. Except in this case, all the displaced dirt would be chunks of Nermit's brain. I couldn't just cut down one tree, or it would put stress on the others. They might hold for 2 or 3, but eventually there'd be so much weight that they'd drag the whole twisted knot out of the ground and kill Nermit. Instead, I needed to saw through each one in such a way that they remained upright and in place until I'd cut them all loose. I opened the door to find Shell standing there, blinking as she looked down at me.
"Good morning,"
she said. "Is it?"
"Is it what?"
she asked. "Good."
"I think so. It's the dawn of a brand new age for us,"
she told me.
"Sorry to wake you so early, but there's a lot to get done."
"You didn't wake me," I said. "Who are these people?" There were 3 other people standing behind Shell, not including a pair of garrison guards flanking the door. The only one I knew was Ayaka, the collector who was friends with my father. I was guessing the other 2 were arborists, just based on process of elimination. They were the ones who most rarely came into town, so it was a good bet that if I didn't at least recognize them, they were connected to the arbor in some way.
"Your first class of apprentices,"
Shell said. She turned and pointed towards one of the people I didn't know.
"Talek, Van, Ayaka. She's from the collectors. Talek and Van are 2 of my people."
"I remember you," I told Ayaka. "Good to see you again."
I'm really only here to spy on this whole process and report back to my boss.
Ayaka said.
But he's been a jerk lately, so...
She spread her hands in a helpless gesture, and Talek started laughing. "That's my cousin," he said. "And you're wrong. Being a jerk isn't something that started lately. He's been that way since we were kids."
"Melmir is a deeply unpleasant person, and we'd all be better off without him,"
Shell said pleasantly.
"But that's not the reality of our lives, and we're not here to talk about him. Gravin, this is your class to teach. What would you like us to do?"
It looked like we were just glossing over Ayaka's confession. Not that it was a surprise to me. If anything, I thought she might have volunteered for it. She'd seemed close with my parents when I first met her. It was possible she'd taken the job out of a sense of loyalty to them that extended to me. Or maybe she just liked the idea of becoming a mage and learning magic. I was admittedly pretty biased about the whole thing, but I couldn't imagine a better career. "Where are we having this class?" I asked. Carrot had mentioned a place to be designated later, but we'd never actually discussed where the place would be.
"Right here's fine, unless you think we need to go somewhere else."
I glanced around at the open space between the homes. There was no reason I couldn't teach here, at least for the time being. Once the apprentices had ignited cores and needed to practice blowing things up, we'd have to relocate. "This will work," I said. "The first thing we need to do is to figure out what you all know how to do already and where you need work. So I'm going to do a bit of testing, first to check your ability to sense external mana, then on how well you can manipulate it. Depending on the results, we might move on." I doubted we'd be getting any farther than that today. Most likely we would still be working on the exercises I planned to show them for the next week, which was fine by me. I needed to create a few storage crystals anyway. Mine had cracked when I'd ignited my own core, and I hadn't bothered to repair or replace it. Mana crystals were far more efficient anyway, but I wanted something that could be passed around. I'd been tempted to use the storage crystals I'd found in Iskara's little workshop, just to save myself some effort. But they were so poorly made that I couldn't bring myself to inflict that level of transference loss on anyone. I was only planning on making 3 storage crystals of my own, but they'd be as high grade as I could get them with my limited tools. Alright, let's get started. Everyone line up over here. I'm going to unshield my mana core and start walking towards you. When you can feel my mana, say something. The goal is to train you to be sensitive enough to mana to feel it at a range of 30 feet. If anyone currently has a range better than 10 feet, I'll be surprised. So don't worry if your range is much lower. Everyone ready? With my new students lined up, I let go of the shroud I'd pulled over my mana and started taking slow, steady steps forward. My expectations had been practically non-existent, and somehow I was still disappointed. I spent the entire morning and most of the afternoon working with 4 adults, some of whom were much better at taking instructions and criticisms than others, and by the time we were done, Shell was the only person who could reliably sense mana at all outside of her own body. Her maximum range was just short of 2 feet, and she had no ability to discern anything other than the presence or absence of mana. I'd thought that this would be easier for them to learn due to the lack of ambient mana everywhere, but these people were all adults in their 20s or 30s. This was something they should have developed naturally, just from being around other people. I'd been planning on showing them how to hone this sense, how to extend its range, and how to differentiate between a simple blob of mana and the complex weave of a spell. That would be a lesson for another day. The group dispersed to attend to other responsibilities shortly after lunch, with my instructions on how to continue training their ability to sense mana from a distance. Shortly after that, Shell reappeared with 6 bags of sand someone had scrounged up.
You got the mana to make some glass panes?
She asked.
I'd like to swap out all the wood ones as soon as possible.
I can do 3, I said. Do you have a frame for me to size them with?
We don't,
Shell said.
Give me half an hour and I'll get someone to put one together.
3 panes used up more than I'd liked out of what I'd generated today, but I was keeping a mental tally, and I'd get that back when Carrad came around to escort me through all the drawstone storage in the evening. I'd see how many hours the remainder could power the wardstone, but I doubted it would last all night, at least not at full power. I spent the rest of the day doing miscellaneous chores while I worked to generate as much mana as possible. Shell got her glass, and I watched 4 arborists work together to replace one of the wooden patches on the greenhouse. Once evening hit, the arborists gathered together, and a drawstone was brought out of what I suspected was Shell's house. If I didn't miss my guess, it had been a former resident of my home. Wait, I said as they all gathered around to perform their tithe. I walked over, watched closely by a garrison member, and produced the first of the storage crystals I'd made. This is a storage crystal. It stores mana like a drawstone, but it does so much more efficiently. The catch is that it's not automatic. You need at least a little bit of mana control to make it work. Think of a testing, and how you had to push your mana into the device. This works under the same principles. If you are able to pour mana into this successfully, it will be a bit more efficient than using a drawstone directly. The drawback was, of course, that the drawstone took everything whether the donor was willing or not, as long as they didn't have enough control over their mana to resist its pull. A storage crystal would be on the donor's honor for anyone who couldn't sense mana in others, which was why I put it in Shell's hand. Use your mana sense to feel each person's mana as they donate to the storage crystal, I instructed her. You should be able to feel it dwindling from them.
You heard the kid, people. Same deal as always, but we're going to use this tonight instead,
the leader of the arborists said. One after another, each person gave their mana to the storage crystal. By the time they were done, there was enough mana in there for another sandglass spell. I let Shell know, and she said,
Excellent. Can you make that for us right now?
I can, I said.
Maybe we should see about standardizing this for the whole village,
the garrison guard said.
I'll mention the idea to Carrot when I see him later.
If you want, I told him. I'll have to make a few more. Storage crystals only have a fraction of the capacity that a normal drawstone does, but if it's all going into the wardstone every night, it shouldn't be a big deal. It was a small first step, but it was a step. Things were improving. Chapter 56. Over the next week, I settled into a routine. I'd start the morning with Nermit, and periodically throughout the day I'd come back to check on his recovery before I moved on to the next step. Then my new students would show up, with somebody bringing breakfast. I never quite deciphered how they decided whose turn it was, but it never ended up being mine, so I didn't complain. Then it was lessons and instruction until lunch, with each of my students slowly growing more competent. Shell led the class for range of mana sense, but Vaughn beat her in being able to sort through what he was sensing, even if he couldn't feel it from as far away. He tied with Ayaka when it came to actually manipulating mana. Talek got further behind each day, and I got the sense that Shell was watching him and judging. She was probably planning on cutting him soon, since he was falling behind, and I spent some time thinking about what I wanted to do about that. On the one hand, it wasn't really any of my business, and I didn't care if he dropped out. On the other, this was my class, and I was in control of it. Letting Shell decide to cut someone who wasn't progressing fast enough would undercut my authority. "Shell, do you have a moment?" I called out as everyone dispersed at the end of the afternoon lesson. She paused in the middle of speaking to one of the arborists who wasn't part of my class, glanced over at me, and said,
"Just a second."
Oh, how far I'd fallen. No apprentice would have dared disrespect their master like that back when I'd been learning how to do magic. I'd been primarily self-taught, but on those rare occasions when I could convince a real mage to impart some wisdom to me, I'd made sure to present myself respectfully. I'd known the value of the secrets that were being shared with me. Shell finished her conversation and dismissed the arborist she'd been speaking with, a full 3 minutes later. I reined in the temptation to light her hair on fire. She wasn't a teenager with nothing better to do. She had responsibilities and subordinates. That was all perfectly rational, but was still my time to teach, and it was an exercise in willpower to keep myself from tweaking her nose. I'd done my best to be pleasant and accommodating, perhaps to my own detriment. Maybe it was time to limit exactly how helpful I was going to be.
"What do you need?"
Shell asked. I set those thoughts aside and refocused on why I wanted to talk to Shell in the first place. "It's about Talek," I said. "He's struggling to keep up."
"Yes."
She agreed.
"I've let him know he's going to have to spend some of his time outside the lessons practicing if he wants to hold his spot."
"Yes, that's what I want to talk to you about. This is my class. Talek is my student. I will decide whether he's falling too far behind and what to do about it." One thing I'd noticed about Shell was that she never lost her temper. She always had a smile on her face and a pleasant tone in her voice.
"It may be your class, but this is my arbor. These are my buildings, and Talik works for me. I'd say that gives me the authority to do what I want with him.
I disagree. If you want to work him to the bone until late into the night trimming trees or poisoning insects, that's your business. From breakfast to lunch, he's mine. Unless he comes to me himself and says he wants to drop out, he'll follow my instructions and you will not interfere.
Graven, your great magical talent aside, you are a murderer who is lucky to still be a part of this community at all. If you don't like the rules you have to live by, we can always revisit your situation. I promise that the outcome will not be as favorable to you as the current arrangement.
She said it all like we were having a chat over afternoon tea. I could almost admire her ability to keep any heat out of her voice. Almost, but not quite. Instead, I grabbed hold of her throat with greater telekinesis and dragged her down onto her hands and knees so we'd be eye level. You seem to be under the mistaken impression that you have the power in our relationship. Let me correct that for you. If I decide I'm not happy, I will take steps to correct that. I didn't kill Noctra because he was an evil person. I killed him because he was a threat to my family. If you become a threat, well, use your imagination. Me living here is a convenience, not a necessity. Put some thought into making sure you don't become inconvenient, Shell. I released the spell, allowing her to suck in a ragged, gasping lungful of air. The pleasant smile was gone from her face now. Instead, she looked scared. Good. I don't go out of my way to cause problems, I said. This can be a beneficial relationship to both sides as long as you don't start thinking you control me. Now, as I was saying, I will decide if and when Talik no longer meets my expectations, not you. Until that time, I expect him here every morning. You understand?
Yes,
Shell said shortly.
If there's nothing else, I've got work to do.
That will be all the lessons I have for today, I said. Have a good afternoon. Karad was a lot more wary than usual that evening when he came to escort me to the village to harvest the daily tithe. He didn't mention the incident with Shell, but I noticed he kept a bit more distance than usual, and he didn't have much to say. He asked for an update on Nermit's progress, but otherwise didn't engage in conversation. That suited me just fine. This nightly chore was a burden I was looking forward to offloading on one of my new apprentices as soon as they were capable of handling it. That was the goal for just about everything I did, really. My first-generation apprentices would take over much of the work I was doing for the village, while I taught the second generation. Soon they'd be igniting the cores of new villagers, and there'd be nothing left for me to do. I was working myself out of a job, but by the time that happened, I'd be too strong for it to matter. By the time I was done pretending to be a collector, I'd have built up enough reserves in my mana crystal to start constructing my lattice. At that point, I'd turn my efforts towards creating new tools, maybe a nice staff or a scrying mirror. That night, Father came to visit me. The garrison guard stationed outside the door let him through with a scowl, which Father ignored as he greeted me.
"How are you doing out here?"
he asked. "Everything is going according to plan," I said. "Well, the new apprentices are considerably behind where I hoped they'd be, so I'm expecting to need an extra month now before any of them are ready for a core ignition ritual. But otherwise, things are proceeding as expected. How are things for you?"
"The same, just with a bit more fear than normal. Your mother has been hard at work getting our garden back up to her standards. You'd have thought that friend of hers from next door might have done something to preserve it, but no. I've been helping her in the evening now that I have so much extra mana."
"I'm sure it'll be flourishing in no time," I said. "What about you?"
"Nobody wants to work in tandem with me, but it doesn't matter much. I have the extra mana to do the work of 2 men, so I still finish my section faster than anyone else. I think it's driving the Overseer crazy, but everyone knows I'm blessed now."
Father paused and let out a chuckle.
You should see Chirrut. He's practically choking on it. I overheard a few of the other field hands talking about how he was agitating the garrison to get me taken back into custody. Said he was afraid for his safety now. Carrad laughed him out of the building.
He's not taking it out on Seneca, is he? I asked.
No. At least, she hasn't said anything. And I think she would, at least if she talked about anything besides mana. I guess that little bit you taught her went to her head, and now she's the school's mana expert, which is also driving Chirrut crazy. She's better at sensing mana and manipulating it than he is.
That surprised me. I'd thought she'd lost interest. She'd never come around during any of my lessons. But then again, I supposed she was in school while they were going on. She's still practicing? Father nodded.
She's been bugging me for a few days to come out here so she can show off. Not that she'll admit that's why she wants to visit, but, your mother and I talked, and we think it's best that Seneca waits until she's older to ignite her core. All right?
I agree completely. It would be irresponsible to give a child that age access to that much mana. I paused and thought of my own new students. Being shown up by a 6-year-old might motivate them to try a bit harder. She could join my morning lesson one day, if she wants.
I'll discuss it with your mother before I agree to anything,
Father said wisely. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a book.
By the way, I finally managed to get a hold of a book for you.
Oh, perfect, I said as I accepted it. It turned out that everybody could read the written language in those books, and they just accepted it as the written version of what we were all speaking. Apparently, they thought their language was pictographic, and everyone just memorized the symbols for individual words instead of learning an alphabet. That made sense, since it was a completely different language, but I was at a loss as to how to explain how it had happened. Never in 2,000 years had I come across such a strange phenomenon. It had to be deliberate, but a knowledge suppression spell on that scale was hard to imagine. The Enotian language was one of the most common ones in the world, so erasing the written version of it would not be an easy undertaking. That was the kind of magic that required a celestial convergence to pull off. I'd already tested my own knowledge of written Enotian and found it to be intact. Something about my reincarnation had insulated me from whatever had happened to it. But now, if I wanted to read anything written down here, I needed to figure out this new language. On the bright side, it definitely had an alphabet, and that meant I could ask what words meant and start decoding it. But it was just one more project I didn't need making demands on my time. I'd work on it when I had some free moments, but it wasn't a priority. Chances were good that the books available here wouldn't give me any clues about what had happened to the world while I was gone, anyway. Between this linguistic phenomenon and one of the moons gone missing, it sure seemed like something had gone very wrong. If it weren't for all the other similarities, and the fact that I'd already reviewed the invocations I'd tied to my soul to ensure they were working, I'd have thought I'd been reborn into some sort of mirror world. I'd already confirmed that wasn't the case, but it still bothered me. One more mystery to solve someday after everything else. I set the book aside and put it out of my mind. Chapter 57. Walking with Carrad to do the nightly charging for the wardstone was annoying, mostly because my legs were much shorter than his. I had to practically jog to keep up with him, which looked entirely ridiculous. From a practical standpoint, it also wasted mana, which was what ultimately made me put my foot down about the issue after a few days. Carrad had just grunted and slowed down a bit every time I fell behind. At least he hadn't offered to carry me. More than a few people had thought nothing of reaching down and picking me up like they would any other child. One of the arborists who had a son the same age as me was especially bad about that, to the point where I'd had to give her a mild shock on 3 separate occasions now. There were spells to speed up growth, and if possible, I'd take advantage of them later. Reaching stage 2 took priority. And besides, it was a huge mana investment to essentially shave a year off each decade. I was still going to be a child for far longer than I wanted, but there was no escaping that. It would have been far more tolerable if I'd had access to an unlimited amount of mana to make up for my physiological deficiencies. Near the end of the second week, as we walked through the arbor towards the village, he asked me,
"How are the candidates coming along?"
"Not as well as I'd like, but they're still making progress. I'm hopeful that Vaughn will be ready in the next 2 weeks. Shell probably won't be far behind."
"And the other 2?
"Talik is catching up. He hit a few stumbling blocks at the beginning, but now that he's figured things out, he's doing fine. Ayaka will probably be ready about the same time Shell is, but politics."
"Because Melmir insisted he have someone in the initial class,"
Karad said.
"You don't want her to have a blessing?"
"I don't much care one way or another," I told the captain of the garrison. "I'm just expecting interference before she reaches that point. Despite my best efforts to retain control of my class, politics always has to have its say." Karad chuckled and said,
"It does. Sometimes I think it would be easier to just run a sword through anyone who disagrees with me. But no, we're civilized. We don't do that kind of thing here."
"I have been strongly tempted to set Shell's hair on fire more than once," I admitted.
"Ha! I would like to see that. She can be insufferable at times."
"I imagine we'll be having a group meeting soon to determine which spells will be approved for general use," I said. "I'm sure you don't want the average farmer learning spells like Sleep or Flame Lance." Karad paused mid-stride and glanced down at me.
"No, that would not be ideal,"
he said after a moment.
"If you are close to the point where your students are ready to start learning things like that, we should probably discuss what spells you are teaching. I had not considered this, but I will get back with you about a council meeting time."
"We're a council now?" I asked, surprised. Nobody had told me that.
"Not you. With Noctra's death, and nobody to replace him as governor, it seemed like the best way to proceed for the time being,"
Karad said. His brow furrowed, and he added,
"At least, it did 2 weeks ago. I am regretting the decision now."
Finding out that I had severely overestimated Karad's political savviness initially had been a happy surprise. He was by no means stupid, but he also wasn't accustomed to considering the hidden agendas of his peers, and that they might make alliances against him. I'd initially suspected he was going to be the most difficult of the 4 to handle. Melmir was more hostile towards me, but Karad had more power in the community. I was starting to think I'd been mistaken about that assumption. That, or Karad was a devious mastermind who was playing us all for suckers. What were the chances of that, though? "You should come to the arbor tomorrow afternoon after lunch," I said, changing the subject.
"Why's that?"
"I'm almost ready to remove the subjugation spell from Nermit. I'll do the final preparations tomorrow morning, and then after class I'll remove the spell." That had only taken about a month, thanks to the ample mana I was siphoning out of the storage crystals each night. At first I didn't think Karad would reply, but after a few more steps he said,
"Thank you. I will be there."
"I feel like I should warn you that there's no guarantee that he'll be able to think and act like a normal person once I'm done," I said. "My understanding is that he'd had some sort of accident as a child, long before Noctra took over his mind."
"Yes, when he was a boy. Nermit was climbing a cliff face. He slipped and fell, hit his head. Lord Emito was able to heal him enough to keep him alive, but he was never the same after. It was my fault. I was teaching him to climb. I should have stopped him when he snuck off. I knew he was going to practice to impress me. I didn't think that he'd go so high."
Human beings, young or old, were delicate, fragile creatures. A simple accident could leave someone dead or maimed, to say nothing of what happened to those who fell prey to the many monsters lurking in the hidden corners of the world. Magic was the great equalizer, the tool we wielded that put us on the same level as the greatest of monsters. I would never understand those who sought power yet shunned the arcane arts. "He'll likely still be that way after I'm done," I said. "I'm only trying to reverse the damage Noctra did." Carrot nodded along with my words.
"Still,"
he said,
"thank you."
I wasn't a very altruistic person. I looked out for my family, avoided using people for petty gain, and otherwise ignored the problems of others. If not for my father's intervention, I would have put Nermit out of his misery all those weeks ago. Perhaps it was for the best that he continued to live. Well, it was still a net loss with all the time and mana I'd spent working on him, but it certainly helped my position with Carrot. So it turned out better than it otherwise could have, and I supposed it righted one of Noctra's many wrongs. The types of mages who used magic like that were inevitably people the world was better off without. "Yes, well, as I said, you should be able to take him home tomorrow afternoon," I said.
"I'll be there,"
Carrot promised. After I finished my nightly wardstone duty, I detoured to my family's hut to check up on them. Carrot assigned someone from the garrison to watch me, but he otherwise ignored me except to remind me that I needed to return to my new home in the arbor soon. They'd replaced the curtain I'd used as a sail during our escape from the village all those weeks ago, though the new one was somewhat more frayed and patchier than the original. It did the job, but it didn't match the window curtains. That must have bothered Mother to no end. "Hello?" I called out from in front of the curtain. A few moments later, a hand reached out and pulled it aside. Mother grabbed me with both arms and pulled me into a hug that lifted me off the ground.
My little boy, I've missed you,
she said, still holding me tightly. I put up with it for another moment before squirming my way loose. Reluctantly, my mother let me go and ushered me inside. The interior was pretty much what I remembered, except for the missing pallet and a few chairs. There was only one by the table now. All of our visits over the last month had been them coming to me, so this was the first chance I'd gotten to see the hut I'd lived in again since returning to the village. Mother saw me looking and said,
"Some of our neighbors decided we weren't coming back, and it was better to take what they wanted now. Only one returned a chair after we got home."
The only surprising part of that was that even a single person brought anything back. At least they'd left the bedding alone. I suppose nobody wanted a used bed, but plenty of people had no problem taking an extra chair. Though I would have thought it would be easy to track everything down. Perhaps our return home wasn't as welcoming as it could have been. "Are people giving you problems?" I asked. "Treating you differently?"
"We knew it was going to be different. As soon as Noctra singled your father out, it didn't matter what we did. Nothing was ever going to be the same."
"Treating you poorly," I clarified. Mother shrugged and said,
"It doesn't matter."
"It does to me." She gestured to where Seneca was sleeping and said,
"Not where it counts. I made sure no one's trying to take anything out on her. If some people want to be jerks to your father and me, well, it's nothing we haven't dealt with before."
"Speaking of father, where is he?" I asked.
"Out doing some late work,"
she said unhappily.
"They're trying to push the limits of his new core, and tonight's experiment is how well he can work after a tiff."
Considering that father could generate as much mana in 30 minutes as he used to with a full night's sleep, I imagined just the time he spent walking back to the field from the village square was enough to recover. I wasn't sure I liked the idea of them taking advantage of him to do more work like that, though. Is this voluntary?
He could have refused the work.
Mother said. Without consequence?
Probably not.
I sighed. Maybe we would have been better off not returning here after all. My ears picked up the sound of the garrison escort shifting in place outside the hut. He was clearly listening to the conversation and ready to report anything I said back to Carid. That had been part of the point of coming here, though. I wanted to check up on my family and make sure they were being treated properly, and I wanted Carid to know I was doing that. If there was a problem like this fieldwork thing, I was going to put pressure on him to fix it. By the time Carid came around for Nermit's recovery tomorrow, I suspected an overseer or two would have been spoken to about this. If not, I'd make sure it happened before the end of the day. It might not be possible to make everyone act like nothing had ever happened, not without resorting to some fairly nefarious mental manipulations, but I could at least keep people from taking advantage of Father's ignited mana core.
This is our home,
Mother said.
Where else would we go?
Anywhere we wanted, I told her. We still could. There are plenty of other villages and towns out there. It's a big world.
Maybe,
Mother said, but she shook her head.
But after disposing of Noctra, we'd be leaving the village in a lurch if you didn't stay to help them.
I only help because it's mutually beneficial. If things are growing worse for you instead of better, why should I waste my time helping these people? I asked candidly. The guard outside shifted in place again.
Because it's the right thing to do,
Mother told me. And I'm happy to do it, as long as they do right by us as well.
Life's not always fair like that.
If life's not fair, it's going to be unfair in my favor, I told her bluntly. Otherwise, what's the point of having power to begin with? The conversation died off there, both of us sitting in silence for a bit. After a few minutes, I made my excuses, promised to visit again another night, and left. There was no sign of Father coming home, and it was well after dark. I wondered how many more hours he'd spend working under the light of the moons. Chapter 58. We're going to end today's lesson a bit early, I said as I noticed Carid approaching us through the trees. Vaughn, keep practicing gauging individual mana levels. Tomorrow I'm going to have you cold reading other people's mana and helping Talik do the same. The other three wandered off as soon as I dismissed them, but Shell stuck around.
Today is the day,
she asked, having noticed Carid. It is. It's going to take about an hour, and it'll probably be very boring to an outside observer.
I'd like to stay as well. I know my ability to sense mana isn't developed enough to follow what you do, but it can't hurt to observe.
As long as you can refrain from distracting me, I said. Truthfully, short of attacking me, I doubted there was anything she could do to disrupt my work, but it would be less annoying to not have them in the background chattering or pestering me with questions. Plus, it would be a good test to see if anyone was going to make a move against me when they thought I was vulnerable. I expected Carid would move to intercept them since it was his nephew I was working on, but either way, it'd be a nice little experiment to see if anyone was going to try. The most likely result was that Carid and Shell watched me closely, with neither doing anything. I was still too valuable a resource right now. Once the first few apprentices went through their ignition rituals, they'd reevaluate, but there was a reason I'd been putting that off. It wasn't because I wanted their skills honed so that their cores would be as strong as possible. It was because I was collecting mana for my own upgrade, and things were moving along quite quickly. It turned out about a quarter of the town was capable of putting mana in a storage crystal without any instruction at all, and that fact alone had increased the amount of extra mana available immensely, even if it had resulted in me spending 3 extra days making a dozen more storage crystals. The collectors, other than Ayaka, didn't have a way to tell if anyone was holding anything back, but even if people were, the sheer increase in efficiency made it so we were bringing in more mana than ever before. I'd taken my cut, of course. The barrier was actually working for about 8 hours a day, an utter waste of resources if there ever was one, and I'd heard that the barrier wardens had confirmed they could feel a tangible difference when they were near it. Individual people had made the trip across the fields at night when it was turned on to experience the difference themselves, and there was no longer any doubt that Noctra had lied to everyone. What this meant for me personally was that the storage crystals helped cut off a huge chunk of transference loss from the drawstone system. I got a larger and larger portion of the mana the village tithed. At the rate I was going, my next big project was going to be building my mana lattice. I'd have a stage 2 core inside a month. For the moment, it was well worth the hassle of pouring mana into the wardstones, creating new panes of glass for the greenhouses, including the new one that was under construction, casting occasional healing spells, and remaining under house arrest, if it could even be called that. I rarely wanted to go anywhere, and when I did, I just went while one of Carad's people followed me around. I imagined that as time went on and more villagers ignited their mana cores, our fields would begin to flourish, and they'd turn towards improving their general living conditions. Amenities such as chilled or heated water would be in their grasp. There was a lot of empty room inside the radius of the barrier near the manor, and I suspected new constructions of larger houses built out of better materials would start popping up within a year or so. People would move into them, and the space their former homes occupied would likely be cannibalized as everything spread out. That was all assuming that we survived the confrontation when the wolf pack finally sent someone out to check on Noctra and Ascara. If we were lucky, it'd be just one mage. A more likely scenario was a mage plus a group of warriors supporting him. The worst case was the entire cabal showing up, but I suspected they were too firmly entrenched in Darrow for everyone to leave all at once. While I considered the future of the village, I called Nermit out and got to work. As I'd told Shell, there wasn't much to see for anyone who hadn't refined their ability to sense mana. From her perspective, I was clearly doing something, but the details were all fuzzy. Carad just saw me sitting there staring at Nermit's head. In reality, I was double-checking every support structure I'd built into the subjugation spell as I'd slowly removed the hooks it had dug into Nermit's brain. All of the ancillary connections had been broken, one by one, until there was nothing but the main control loop left. Normally, tampering with this would cause the spell to tear into Nermit's mind and destroy him. Now, I had all its flailing tendrils safely detached and tucked away. It was time to cut the main loop, restrain it, and pull the spell completely free. There were a lot of spells, countless varieties that did almost the exact same thing, but sometimes some tasks just had to be done freehand by a master who was skilled enough in raw mana manipulation to pull it off. This was one of those times. My mana was a scalpel wielded by my will, held steady by centuries of practice and discipline. Other, lesser mages might have been able to replicate what I was doing, removing the spell without killing its host, but I doubted there was anyone who could do it without causing additional damage to Nermit. It took me the better part of an hour to make those final incisions in the spell's structure without flaying Nermit's brain. The entire time he sat there, unmoving, while Carad and Shell hovered in the background. Finally, the last thread tethering the magic and Nermit together let go. The spell was now completely entangled in what was essentially a fake mind, happy and whole and doing what Noctra had designed it to do. Shell saw it, even if she didn't know what it was. Her eyes followed it as it rose into the air and away from its victim. Then I released my own mana, let it flash into ambience, and the subjugation spell went wild. No longer anchored to anything, it lashed out in every direction in one last futile gesture before it dissolved. Nermit blinked twice and fell forward. His arm shot out to brace himself against the ground before anyone else could reach him. With a low groan, he looked around, his eyes bright for the first time since I met him.
"Uncle Carrot?"
he asked, focusing on the garrison captain.
"What happened?"
"Nermit?" Carrot's voice was hesitant. "You're all right?"
"I'm good,"
Nermit said. This was the first time I'd heard him speak. There was a slur to his words, like he had trouble forming them properly and wasn't sure quite when to cut the sound. But he was easy to understand. I had no trouble believing he'd suffered a head injury as a child, but it could have been a lot worse. Carrot helped his nephew to his feet and embraced the man in a hug.
"You're back,"
he said.
"You're you again." "I'm me,"
Nermit agreed.
"Yeah, you are,"
Carrot said, laughing.
"I missed you."
Nermit just looked at him, silent and patient.
"Come on,"
Carrot told him.
"Say thank you to this boy here. He's the one who saved you and brought you back to us." "Thank you,"
Nermit said, but it had the feel of a child following instructions without really understanding why. "You're welcome," I told him. "Have a good day."
"I can't believe it really worked. I owe you one, kid,"
Carrot said before leading Nermit away. Shell and I watched them go. It was one of the rare times I'd seen her lose her pleasantly bored expression. It was hard to place what exactly was going through her head, but if I had to guess, I'd say she was just starting to realize exactly how much of a gulf there was between the two of us. I'd just done something she couldn't even see, let alone replicate. Shell knew that I wasn't really a child. I was an adult in a child's body. But it seemed like she'd expected to catch up easily enough. Maybe she thought she'd replace me within a year, once she'd learned everything I could teach her. If so, this might have served as a demonstration that she had a long way to go. "Something on your mind?" I asked.
No, just... It's good to see Carrot happy, and it's kind of weird to have Nermit talking again. It's been years since he really said anything. I'm kind of surprised he remembers how.
Yes, well, my father is the one who fed that spell mana for the last month to keep Nermit alive while I worked on him.
I believe you mentioned that.
Shell said.
What will he do now that he has his full mana generation available to him? Should I expect to see him in class tomorrow?
I doubt it. Father has expressed almost no interest in learning how to cast spells. He's still spending his mana on unstructured invocations to do field labor. And he was filling up a storage crystal I'd given him on the side for me. It wasn't much, but every little bit helped. I'd need to visit home again to empty that, and also to discuss whether they'd made a decision about igniting Mother's Core as well. At the moment, I was hesitant to do it, since the last 2 ignitions I'd performed had drawn mana sniffers in. Though maybe that would be a good thing. It might help keep this new council a bit more tractable, if they got to watch me fry a few monsters with fire blasts. It would be something that I coordinated with the barrier wardens before I did it, if for no other reason than to foist off watching for incoming trouble to them. Now that I thought about it, I should probably mention that before this group I was teaching reached that point. Maybe I'd attend one of these council meetings they were having. "When's your next meeting with the others?" I asked.
Why?
"Because I need to talk to Solidaire and Carrot about you, so we might as well do it when you're all in the same room. We can uninvite Melmir if that makes it easier." Shell burst into laughter.
No, he has to be there too, at least until we can dissolve the collectors as an organization. If we ever can, I mean. People seem to like the new storage crystals, though. I'm hoping we can replace all the draw stones with those.
That is one of my goals, I said, and train someone else to transfer the mana over to the ward stone so I don't have to do it every night. By then, I'd be stage 2 and generating more mana than half the village combined anyway. I'd rather have the time back in my day to work on other projects than the extra mana in my budget. And if the village wanted me to do something, they could just hand me a fully charged storage crystal or two. Now, I just needed to keep them on board with my plans so we could get that far. Chapter 59. Learning how to modify a mana core was a key part of being a mage. The ignition itself was only the first step, and that didn't really do anything but wake up the core so that the entire thing started producing mana, instead of just the terminus point. Depending on how well it was handled, the average mage could expect to see their mana generation increase tenfold. My technique was a bit more thorough, and I'd managed to double that number. With Father, he'd been my only student, and I'd been able to work closely to guide him. But there had also been outside situations necessitating shortcuts. We'd still managed a respectable 16 times baseline increase, confirmed once I'd had a few days to get accurate measurements, but I would not have said I was satisfied with it. Given the time to do it right, I was sure he could have managed to do better. Now I had 4 students and a dozen other projects all making demands of my time. Freeing Nermit had been my top priority, and with that finished, I'd turned my attention to making more storage crystals faster. My current models were a little bit better than the one I'd made for myself a year ago, but there was really only so much I could realistically do to improve them. Every one I made was a net gain for the total mana the village produced, especially now that people had a working barrier and were easy to convince to make the effort to learn to use a storage crystal. I'd ended up scrapping the set Iskara had owned. They were so inefficient that they were barely better than a draw stone. Recycling them to serve as the base units for a new set of storage crystals saved me a bit of time, but not much else. Fortunately, all the mana used in their creation was being supplied by the rest of the village, so time was the deciding factor for when I was deciding how to proceed. My personal mana crystal was also getting close to max capacity, a sight that would have pleased me greatly under other circumstances. Unfortunately, finding the time to work on my own lattice was difficult with all the demands of the village. Shell wanted more glass every day, both for their new construction and to stockpile spares. I was trying to stay on top of this project since I planned on claiming a portion of the new greenhouse, and it was fortunately the least time-consuming of my ongoing projects. Training the new students took up about half my waking hours. The walk to town to clear out the drawstones and storage crystals, then to the manor to empower the wardstone before returning home, cost me another 2 hours. Storage crystal manufacturing was an ongoing project that I prioritized since it was resulting in good mana returns, and it provided a way for the entire village to work on basic mana manipulation. But it would still be weeks before I'd made enough of them that I didn't need to do daily laps to harvest the mana. Between all of that and various odd jobs, I only had a few hours a day to work on myself, and those hours were regularly consumed with visits to or from my family. It was only now, finally, with my work on Nermit completed, that I was able to start tapping into all the mana I'd saved up to begin constructing my lattice, which brought me back around to my original thought. Learning how to modify a mana core was integral to being a successful mage. The theory was simple. A mana core was the part of a person that touched on mana, drew it from the astral realm, and collected it for use here in the physical world. A normal person's core only touched the astral realm at a single point, but a mage with an ignited core touched the astral realm in a much larger space. How much larger was dependent on a few factors, one of which was just the size of the person. Mana cores grew with age, the same way bones and organs did. All other things being equal, an adult might generate 3 or 4 times as much mana as a child, just by virtue of being bigger. That was also why certain species of monsters grew to such large proportions, because when it came to mana generation, it was an inarguable fact that bigger was better. There were no downsides to going big if the only concern was the sheer amount of mana generated. For us reasoning sapient beings who possessed the ability to modify our mana cores, bigger cores were harder to work on. It was more than possible to take a smaller person-sized core and change it in such a way that it generated mana more rapidly than a giant's. Of course, it was just as possible for that giant to modify his own core to maintain his superiority, but it was more difficult, and it became less and less likely to see monsters with cores beyond stage 3 or 4. This was why giant, sapient creatures were the apex predators of Mannoc. Monsters like dragons, with both sheer size and the ability to modify their cores, were among the most dangerous beings in existence. There were a few deep-sea leviathans that might rival them in power, but fortunately their territories rarely had any overlap. All of that was far beyond what I was trying to achieve in my almost 4-year-old body. Right now, I had a stage 1 core, fully ignited and touching on mana. What I needed to do in order to advance to stage 2 was to form my lattice, which was done in a process similar to growing a mana crystal. Except, I had to do it inside my core. The lattice was visualized somewhat like runes that had been laid down in lines on the inner walls of my core, creating new points of contact with the astral realm. Having bits of crystallized mana floating in my core while I manipulated them was not a comfortable experience, but it would be worth it when I was done. There were a million variations on the patterns used, and the one I'd selected was balanced to give me short-term power without sacrificing long-term flexibility. I wanted to be able to add onto and replace parts of my lattice as I grew, and my mana core got bigger. Eventually, when I was an adult, my lattice would be 3-dimensional and resemble a sort of spiderweb of interconnected runes that filled the inside of my core. For now, that wasn't really possible without constant weekly maintenance. If I tried it as I currently was, the anchor points would separate from the walls, and the whole thing would collapse. Using stronger anchors would inhibit the growth of my mana core, so the only realistic option was to create something modular that didn't attempt to bridge the interior of my core, but instead crawled all over the walls like creeping ivy. Or at least, that was what I would do if I could find the time to work on it. It had been 4 days since I'd sent Nermit on his way, and it seemed like Shell had made it her mission to make it impossible for me to get more than half an hour of uninterrupted time. I didn't even need to check to know it was her knocking on my door 20 minutes after I'd settled in place on my bed to turn my attention to my mana core. She had this irritating habit of knocking in a pattern. 2 beats, pause, 3 beats, repeat. Annoyed, I cracked open one eye and glared at the door. As tempting as it was to just ignore her, the problem with being on house arrest was that she knew I was there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a guard standing outside the door. They were getting real sick of that too, especially since it turned out that a new construction with multiple rooms wasn't in the plan after all. With great reluctance, I stood up and crossed the hut to open the door. "Hello, Shell," I said.
Gravin, hi. The next council meeting is in an hour. Time to go.
I would have liked a little bit more warning than that. She'd seen me a few hours ago for our regular class. Showing up at my door and dragging me there unexpectedly made it feel more like I was being summoned to appear before the council, rather than meeting them on my terms. There was a time when I would have summoned an entire council at my convenience, sometimes literally pulling them from wherever they were to attend me. Admittedly, I hadn't done it much in the last few centuries of my life. At that point, I was old and too tired to be bothered. I had spent most of my time alone, uninterested in the world or its problems. In a way, it was nice to become involved again on such a limited scale. There weren't so many players that it became hard to keep track of them, and none of them were so powerful that I had to worry about them suborning any of the other ones. It was easy and safe. I was the only one with any magic at all, even. On the other hand, I lacked the significant advantages I normally had, so I suppose it evened out somewhat. Otherwise, I never would have been summoned to a council meeting with no notice like this. I followed along at a moderate pace, slightly faster than a walk, but not quite a jog. It was nothing new when walking with an adult, and even though I was extremely aware of how silly I must look, I'd grown accustomed to it. It wasn't worth the horrendous mana expense something more dignified would run me. "What's tonight's meeting for?" I asked as we cut out through the southeast side of the forest to travel directly to the manor.
General reports and coordination with a bit of time set aside for you to update us on everything you're responsible for. I told them you wanted to talk specifically about our upcoming ignitions as well.
Everyone going to be there?
Melmir sends someone else half the time. Solidaire usually shows up, but is always late,
Shell said.
Karad is there the whole time, but he's so distracted with other things that he's not paying close attention.
It doesn't sound very productive, I said. Shell shrugged.
It's not. Such is the price of bureaucracy.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Arcanist didn't even have 200 people. They knew nothing of the burdens of a functional bureaucracy, where progress through the system was measured in weeks or months, not hours. Just getting a request seen could be an ordeal in and of itself, and a project that should have taken 2 weeks from start to finish could easily drag on for an entire season, only to end up cancelled barely halfway done. When considered from an efficiency standpoint, there was something to be said for an iron-fisted tyrant's rule. Of course, benevolent tyrants were a rarity, and they'd eventually be replaced by someone who wanted all of the power but lacked any sort of empathy for the citizens they ruled over. We were a long way away from that, though perhaps not so far from a petty tyrant in the form of someone like Noctra. If his cabal did what I expected, they'd be sending people soon to retake control of the village. Only this time they'd have to do it by force, if they wanted to return to the output Noctra had gotten from them. Nobody was going to believe lies like his again. I made a mental note to discuss what preparations they'd made on that front, in addition to the business of igniting a few cores in the near future as we entered the manor. Somebody had taken the time to clean up the meeting hall on the west side of the building, even though the meetings were still closed to only the council members. I settled into a chair near Shell, traded a nod with Karad, and waited for everyone else to arrive. Chapter 60. Council meetings were, unsurprisingly, boring. Karad had reports from the field overseers, food was still growing at the same rate it always did, and Solidaire had reports on movement sites out in the wastes, none, while Shell had reports on the arbor, which at least had something of substance thanks to all the work I'd been doing. Melmir did decide to attend personally, much to my disappointment. It turned out the reason he'd done so was that he knew I was going to be there, probably before I knew, which again annoyed me that I'd been given no advance notice, and he wanted to level some accusations against me. "I have here in my hand reports on all the mana tithed over the last 2 weeks, he said, brandishing a dozen or so papers. "And the numbers aren't adding up. That's because this monster in disguise right there is stealing from us. He's no better than Noctra was." Everyone turned to look at me, while Melmir shot me a triumphant smirk. Without waiting for a response, he went on. "I've had my people carefully monitoring how much mana we've been taking in with this shyster's scheme. And while I'll admit that the new crystals have been more efficient than the drawstones, and people have been amenable to donating what mana they have, the barrier's uptime hasn't increased to match. Where has all the extra mana been going, Tell me that." Well, the truth was that I was skimming some mana off the top, but that didn't make Melmir less of an idiot. "Did you account for all the mana I've used helping the Arbor? I must have made 100 panes of glass in the last few weeks," I asked. "I did. According to your own statements for how much you need for that work, that still doesn't account for even half of what we've taken in." I nodded along. He was right about that. Probably about half of the mana I collected went into the Wardstone. But it was their mana, and if that made the villagers feel safe at night, far be it from me to point out that they'd been without a barrier for 15 years and had been fine. "How do you think I'm making those storage crystals?" I asked Melmir. The smirk slipped off his face, and he glanced around the room. "Forgot to account for that in your calculations?" He scowled down at me and dropped back into his seat, his face red. Solidaire and Carrot weren't quite laughing, but I could see amusement on their faces. Shell, on the other hand, was openly snickering without making a single effort to hide it. I wasn't laughing, though. I'd seen the look he'd given me when he'd sat back down, and I had a sudden suspicion that he was thinking if murder was good enough to solve my problems, it might just be good enough to solve his as well. "Those storage crystals aside, you are correct," I said. "I have been keeping mana back, which leads into the topic I am here to discuss. Within the next few weeks, I will be putting the 4 candidates through their ignition rituals. This will consume some mana, which I've already stored, and more importantly, it may draw in monsters that are sensitive to large mana workings. An ignition ritual uses, at minimum, 7 times as much mana as the subject can hold in their core. For that reason, I would like to coordinate with the barrier wardens to keep watch and schedule the ritual for a time when the barrier is active. After completing the ignitions, I will be available to handle any monsters that notice."
"Now hold on a minute,"
Solidaire said.
"You never told us anything about monsters coming to the village when you showed us on this plan."
"It's not a real issue," I replied. "It's just something to be aware of. The risks are negligible, and I am taking steps right now, in this very meeting, to mitigate them down to nothing."
"What if they breach the barrier somehow?" Carrot asked, turning to Solidaire. "Could your men handle them?" "Depends what it is and for how long. Our job is really more about detecting monsters soon enough to give Lord Noctra time to respond. That's not going to work for obvious reasons. I guess the real question is, how well can we rely on a child to protect us?"
"Perhaps a demonstration is in order," I said. "It would be a waste of mana, but it might help them to take me more seriously. Part of the problem was that they were still under the impression that I was asking for permission. I wasn't. I was informing them what I was doing and requesting that they coordinate with me. If they refused, I would still go ahead with my plans. It would just be more inconvenient for them to deal with the aftermath. I hopped out of my seat and walked over to the door. After pushing it open, I made sure everyone was watching. Then I pointed to a big round rock so large that I would have had to climb to get on top of it, and wide enough for me to lay down on. I used stone shape on it to split it down the middle and into multiple chunks. A resounding crack echoed out from where the rock split, followed by a series of thumps as individual chunks hit the ground. "Monsters are much less resilient to damage," I said, leaving the door open as I returned to my seat. The demonstration was ridiculous. The spell I'd used wouldn't even work on a living monster, not unless it was some sort of earth elemental, and even then the monster would resist such a weak spell. A flesh and blood creature would require a completely different type of magic, but none of them knew that. The split stone would serve its purpose of verifying my offensive magical capabilities in their eyes, even if what I'd done was a simple transmutation. Now, as I was saying, it's possible that the ignition rituals will draw monsters hunting mana towards the village. I will let you all know in advance so we can coordinate extra barrier wardens to watch for incoming threats. When one is identified, I will handle it.
"Is there anything else we need to do to prepare beforehand?"
Carrot asked, his eyes lingering on the split boulder outside the house. No, I'll take care of everything else."
When do you think I'll be ready?
Shell asked, cutting Melmir off just as he opened his mouth to speak. "Probably within the next 3 weeks, but we'll see," I told her. "Vaughn might beat you there." None of them would be undergoing the ignition ritual until I finished my own lattice and upgraded my core to stage 2, regardless of whether they were ready or not. I still had my own safety and well-being to consider. Plus, I wanted to increase my mana generation before I worried about fighting off hostile invaders. Speaking of which, another topic I wanted to go over is your preparations for dealing with whoever comes to investigate Noctra's disappearance, I said.
"I don't think that will be an issue," Carrot told me. "It's been weeks, and no one's shown up."
"So?" I asked.
"So? What makes you so sure they will?"
Melmir asked. "Because he was in contact with a cabal and has been sending them your stolen mana for over a decade," I said. "What makes you think they won't send anybody?"
"Well,"
Solidaire said slowly, dragging the word out.
"It's not so much that we don't think there's a chance it'll happen, as it is that... what are we supposed to do if it does?"
"Defend yourself, maybe?" I suggested.
"Sure, and we're doing that. All of my people have swords, and we're practicing with them more," Carrot said. "But you just split a rock in half like it was nothing. How do I parry that? You didn't even have to touch it. We don't know how to fight against someone who can kill us just by looking at us."
That was a fair point. I hadn't gone out of my way to teach them how to hunt mages, specifically because I didn't want them hunting me. For the time being, it was very likely that whoever showed up would be stronger than I was. If I started teaching people basic invocations like mana shielding that they could do without an ignited core, I was teaching them how to defend against me, too. It wasn't that I couldn't break through a simple mana shield, but I couldn't do it fast enough to overcome a few dozen people using it at the same time. "So, you're relying on me to, what, win a duel against this theoretical mystery mage?" I asked. It's not that I mind fighting, but it would have been nice to be asked first.
"Yes, well, as I said, it's been weeks, and no one's shown up. It might never come to that,"
Carrot told me. I suppose this brings me to my next point. We'll need to discuss what spells I teach our newly minted mages, and in light of your defense preparations, it would seem prudent to add at least a few combat-oriented spells to their repertoires.
If I'd known we were doing that, I'd have chosen different people,
Shell said.
None of the arborists are interested in fighting. Perhaps someone from the garrison or barrier wardens should be added to the class.
The next class, maybe, I said. We don't know how much time we have left. You'll have to learn how to cast a basic fire blast and hope you never have cause to use it.
"I don't know,"
Carrot started to say. Fire blast, mana shield, sleep, perhaps. Sharpened senses will be a must. Healing touch, if we have time. Unfortunately, the most useful spells are not novice ranked, so we'll have to work up to them. I suppose elemental manipulation would be a good starter spell. Perhaps light, though that's not particularly useful, except on those rare nights with mostly new moons.
How long is this going to take?
Solidaire asked. That will depend entirely on them. My father grasped a novice tier spell in less than 2 days, but that was with me exclusively focusing my attention on him and assisting him. This is a different set of circumstances. I didn't go out of my way to give this council much more than the basics for what spells I planned on teaching. I didn't want or need their approval for my curriculum, and besides, every apprentice was different. Conjuration was by far the best discipline to draw from when looking for combat magic, but some apprentices just didn't have any talent for it. I wasn't going to force someone who wanted to be a diviner to become a conjurer instead. I would insist on a well-rounded assortment of novice-tier spells, though. The whole point of novice-tier spells was to get a chance to find out what a new student was good at, to find their strengths, so they could lean into them, and identify their weaknesses, so they could fix them. In all likelihood, it would be me who fought off any Cabal spies or assassins anyway, so while I wanted to impress on the Council the need to take the threat seriously, I wasn't overly concerned if their preparations didn't measure up. I think that's about all I have to say on the subject for now, I told them. Oh, but a bit of news to make Melmir happy. Once this first batch is ready, I plan on handing over mana collection duties to Ayaka. You're all handling the storage crystals anyway, so one of you can charge up the ward stone. It's not hard. I'll show her how and make sure she can handle it on her own. But then I'm clearing that job out of my schedule.
You can't just make decisions like that,
Melmir objected. Funny. I'd have thought he'd be happy to have a bit of responsibility come back under his control. There was just no pleasing some people. Chapter 61. I sat in a chair I'd made using stone shape on a big rock I'd relocated to my new home and watched my 4 apprentices play a game of catch. Instead of a ball, they were using an unrefined sphere of mana that held its shape only by the will of whoever was holding on to it. Every time one of them slipped, the sphere shrank a bit as streamers of mana escaped from it. It had only been 10 minutes, and already the sphere was less than half the size it had been when they started. The game served 2 purposes. First, it was a way for them to practice both their ability to sense mana, necessary in order to even see the otherwise invisible ball, and their control of external mana to shift it back and forth. Second, it gave me a way to gauge their progress. Ayaka had taken the lead in the category of mana sensing, and I could see her track the sphere's progress as it moved back and forth, not just when it was near her. She also had the best ranged control, and the sphere lost the least amount of mana during her handoffs. All 4 of them were ready for the ignition ritual. In my estimation, Vaughn's internal mana control would likely mean he had the best results, but all of them would pass well beyond the minimal threshold. Even if I held back from helping them, I suspected only Talik might have some problems keeping his mana in motion long enough to complete the ignition ritual. His early issues put him a week or so behind everyone else, a minuscule amount in the long term, but a significant disadvantage when they had less than a month's training. Things were going relatively well. I had all the mana I needed and was almost finished forming my lattice. Soon, the first generation of apprentice mages would be unleashed on the village, though I'd still be responsible for teaching them some specific spells. Depending on how things went, they'd all likely cap out at basic spells. That was fine for brute force magical solutions, which was honestly all the village needed to survive, as long as their wardstone didn't break again. Though it wasn't like that had been all that useful any time in the recent past. I did have some concerns that an entire village of over 100 mages might just generate enough magic to look appetizing to various monsters. But by the time they reached that point, 20 or so villagers would be able to keep their barrier running every second of every day, without stressing themselves. The manosphere flashed into nothingness, and the game ended. Without needing me to prompt them, they immediately started tallying up who'd lost the most mana and who'd lost the least. Getting an accurate summary of the results was also part of their training, with the idea being both to notice what everyone else was doing with their mana, and to be able to multitask well enough to handle the sphere and keep 4 separate running totals in their heads. None of them got it exactly right, but between the 4 of them, they got the shape of things well enough to determine who had actually won. Once they were done arguing about it, they turned to me in unison to get my official ruling. "Don't look at me," I said. "You were supposed to be keeping track yourselves. Do you think you're right?"
Yes.
Ayaka said. The others echoed their agreement, though with less confidence. "Then I guess you're right," I told them. "Have a little faith in yourselves."
That must mean we're ready to receive our blessings,
Shell said. "Probably, yes," I agreed.
Wait, really? Why haven't we done it yet?
Van asked. "Mostly because I have other demands on my time," I said. "And because you don't get a second chance to do this. Yes, you could do well enough to ignite your core a week ago, but you'll do a better job of it today than you would have then, and next week you'll do even better. Isn't it worth an extra week or 2 of practice to have a properly ignited core?"
How much of a difference would it make?
Ayaka said. Always practical, that one. I was starting to think if there was anyone in the group I'd take on as a true apprentice beyond the ignition ritual and some instruction on novice spells, it was her. Last week, unaided, I would have said your ignition would increase your mana generation speed by 6-fold. This week, I think you would have an 8-fold increase instead. If you keep working this hard in another month, that'll be 11-fold.
At some point, it's going to stop being worth the diminishing returns, Van said.
This is the foundation for the rest of your relationship with mana. The closer to perfect your ignition is, the more that power will multiply as you advance. That wasn't really true for this particular group. I had my doubts that more than a handful of people in the village would advance past a Stage 1 core. Of those dozen or so that made it to Stage 2, I doubted anyone would reach Stage 3 without assistance. Even then, only 2 or 3 people at most would have the discipline and skill needed, assuming I provided the knowledge.
What about your core?
Shell asked. A somewhat personal question, I said. Shell knew my origins as I'd laid them out for the village council, but in societies where many people were mages and knowledge was much more readily available, giving away that kind of information could be dangerous. It allowed mages to more accurately gauge the strength of their enemies. Here, my only magic-wielding enemies were already dead, but there was always the possibility of a Cabal member interrogating someone for information on me when they did finally arrive. "Let's just say you'll need a lot more practice if you want to match me," I said. I didn't tell them that I'd be helping their ignition rituals along to smooth out any flaws in their techniques. There was no sense in letting them know that they could slack off and expect to receive similar results. Besides, I still needed another day or 2 to finish my lattice. The group started up another game while I continued my painstakingly slow work and enjoyed the view of the arbor. It was no night vale, but considering the village was located in a wasteland and none of the arborists had any real magical capabilities, they'd built something impressive. If the trees were a bit scraggly and the underbrush was thin enough to see the occasional wildlife scampering through, well, I imagined the place was going to look very different within a year. For now, the black-barred hawk perched on one of the trees got to enjoy an easy view of its potential meals. I'd noticed that one particular raptor had claimed most of the arbor as its territory, and I rarely saw any other birds.
"Admiring the hawk?"
my guard asked, nodding up towards where it was perched on the north side of the clearing where the arborists lived. "Ha! Yes, I am. I should be watching my students, though," I confessed.
No harm in it, the guard said. Standing out here makes me think I went into the wrong line of work. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem being part of the garrison, but there's a lot of beauty in the arbor.
If only he knew what he was missing. The arbor was something special, but only because the arborists tended to it and kept it thriving, despite the harsh conditions here. There were some truly awe-inspiring views in this world that only a select few were lucky enough to behold. I doubted the arbor would ever be one of them, but I might help it along a bit once things settled down here.
We're lucky to be here right now, too,
the guard went on, oblivious to my inner musings.
I was talking to Luthra, that's my cousin who works here in the arbor, and he told me that it just showed up a few days ago. He's been an arborist for 9 years now, and he's never seen that species of hawk before.
I froze in place for a moment before turning my gaze from the hawk to the guard. Is that so? I asked, doing my best to sound casual. Has anyone else seen a hawk like that before this week?
I wouldn't know. Why?
Maybe it was just a coincidence. Animals did exist, after all, and not all of them were man-eaters. The arbor was a perfect place for regular, non-threatening species to make their homes, at least compared to the wasteland of rolling hills full of nothing but scrub grass and the occasional muddy stream winding its way down from the mountains. Then again, I had been waiting for Noctra's cabal to show up. An animal familiar spying on the village was a reasonable opening move. It was too bad there was no way for me to tell without capturing the hawk to inspect it, and if it was a familiar, that would be tipping my hand. I was already preparing for an encounter, and letting them know I was onto them wouldn't do me any favors. No reason, I said, just wondering how lucky we really are. There were a few people who needed to know so they could prepare, but putting the garrison or the barrier wardens on high alert would just give the game away. Another 2 weeks would have been about perfect, just enough time to prepare some weapons and defenses for myself. I'd thought I'd have more time than this, and in hindsight, some useful equipment might have been a higher priority than reaching Stage 2. If the hawk was a familiar, and if the mage bonded with it was here, that meant an attack could come any time between an hour from now and another week. If I was wrong, and the bird was just a bird after all, then I had an unknown amount of time to finish my lattice and construct myself a few defensive trinkets. No matter how I looked at it, the more time I had, the better off I'd be. My first group of students were only just now reaching the point where I could work on other projects while they practiced, and my personal growth had stagnated because of the time I'd spent tutoring them. Unfortunately, any variance in the routine could alert the unknown mage that he'd been detected. I would need to continue as I had been. It looked like I was going to be in for a sleepless night finishing up my lattice, and I'd need to carefully consider what I worked on next. It would be foolish to construct any sort of weapon while letting my opponents spy on me. Nor was a weapon the best use of my time. A reactive defense to save me from an unexpected ambush was more important. As long as I had mana at my disposal, I was confident I could beat any other mage in a duel. The lattice came first, then a shield ward of some kind, then some sort of scrying amplifier to help me find the enemy mage. It was tempting to flip that order, to find and strike first, but in terms of time and mana spent, the shield ward would be the work of an afternoon once I had enough mana generation to keep it powered, while a scrying amplifier would take days at minimum to put together, and had no guarantee of success. All of this might still be a false alarm. "Shell," I said as the students wrapped up their game, "I need you to do something for me."
What's that?
She asked. "Find out if that type of hawk sitting up there in the trees is natural to this area, and if so, how long it's been here," I said in a low voice to prevent anyone else from overhearing.
May I ask why?
"I'm probably just being paranoid, but mages can bond with animals and use them to spy. I think we have more time before Noctra's friends come looking, but I want to be sure that hawk showing up is just a coincidence. Don't spread this around. If it is a familiar, we don't need to alert its mage that we're on to him.
Got it.
Shell said.
I'll have an answer for you in a few hours.
Chapter 62. When I was a young man, full of a burning hatred for the rich and powerful, I killed some nobleman's son. I remembered it, not because of how important the man was, but because it was the first time I'd ever seen a pocket watch. I never did quite manage to put it back together correctly, but in my defense, I had bludgeoned him to death using several telekinetically propelled rocks and damaged the pocket watch in the process. Putting my lattice together once I finished forming the last piece sometime just before pre-dawn light started brightening the sky was a similar process to playing with that watch. The pieces were tiny and required a great degree of delicacy and precision to handle. They also required a significant understanding of how things fit together, as so many of the pieces looked similar but did not function properly if switched around. I might not have been able to repair that watch, no matter how many different fabrication spells I'd utilized, but I was an expert at constructing lattices. I'd seen all kinds and spent considerable time researching them. I knew the benefits and drawbacks to basic lattices. I knew how to adapt and modify designs for individuals. And I'd given over endless hours to researching my own particular path back to power prior to my reincarnation. I could put this lattice together in my sleep, which was good because I couldn't use the mana in my core for anything else while I was integrating the lattice. 3-year-olds were not built to pull all-nighters, and without mana to keep my energy levels up, I was beyond exhausted. I finished putting the last piece of the lattice into place and felt a rush of mana cycle through it as it activated. Immediately, new mana started pouring into my core off the lattice. I spent the first minute of my lattice being active calculating my new rate of mana generation, then the next 5 minutes going over it and confirming it repeatedly. I'd expected to boost my mana generation from 20 times normal to 50, with some slight accommodations made for a minute loss in maximum core capacity. My lattice was extremely thin and fragile, thus why it was so time-consuming to make and put together, so the capacity loss was barely a single % of my total. My output, confirmed by quadruple checking, was closer to 70 times normal generation, even accounting for the slightly smaller core space. I wasn't inclined to complain about it, but it shouldn't have happened. I was immediately concerned that what seemed like a boon now would come back around as a problem down the road. My lattice's modular design was a compromise forced on me by my accelerated timeline, and I was concerned that in my sleep-deprived state, I'd done irreparable harm to my potential by incorrectly slotting all the pieces together. If I couldn't disassemble the lattice to make modifications to it later, I might find myself stalled out at stage 9 again, just like in my previous life. As many times as I went through it, everything looked perfect. I redid my calculations for the 100th time since being reborn and confirmed they were correct. By everything I knew, I should be generating 50 times my unignited rate, not 70. Either I'd made some serious mistake that I'd never caught in all the years I'd spent working on my reincarnation plan, or being born here in a mana desert had introduced an unanticipated variable. The level of ambient mana should not have made a difference. It certainly hadn't mattered when I was igniting my core. My mana core functioned precisely as planned at that step. The only difference I could see was that at that point, I'd been entirely dependent on my own mana, barring a sliver I'd taken from Seneca. Now, I was using mana accumulated by the village that had been at least partially filtered through drawstones. There was no reason that should matter, but I couldn't think of anything else that had changed. Perhaps it was something on a global scale that had thrown off my calculations. I did have a missing moon and a missing written language as of yet unaccounted for. I couldn't see how that would affect my mana lattice, not at this stage. It wasn't until stage 6 that a mage needed to link to a genius loci, and I was years away from that point. Prior to that, celestial anomalies would be irrelevant. I was strongly tempted to tear the lattice back down so I could go over it piece by piece, but given the situation I was in with an unknown number of hostile mages potentially trying to kill or enslave me, reducing my own power right now was a terrible idea. I would just have to accept that I'd miscalculated something, move forward as best I could, and research it later when time permitted. At least the error was in my favor for the moment. I officially had a Stage 2 core, strong enough to refill from empty to full in a bit over 2 hours. It wouldn't be all that helpful in a combat situation. That was where Stage 3 shone, since those kind of fights tended to end in seconds or minutes at most. But it would greatly accelerate my prep work, which included keeping the reserves in my mana crystal close to full, in addition to having the resources needed to produce enchanted items. Before any of that, I wanted a nap. I'd be relying heavily on body reinforcement invocations to function today, but at least an hour of sleep wouldn't go amiss. I'd be lucky to get that before people started showing up, but I'd do what I could. The mystery of my mana lattice would keep for another day. I ended up getting 2 hours of sleep, thanks to my sympathetic guard. He'd known I'd been up all night and had turned away my students when they'd arrived. Instead of insisting, they'd set up nearby and begun practicing without my oversight. Bless that man. I dragged myself back to consciousness through gritty eyes and a head stuffed with fuzzy cotton, took a few moments to sort myself out and get upright, then sent a burst of mana through my body to chase off my fatigue. Another quick check of my lattice confirmed that everything was working properly, if not to my specifications. There was no sign of any degradation or imbalance. My core was just sitting there, full, and starting to leak mana into the atmosphere. The desert, thirsty beast that it was, soaked up the ambient mana instantly. I couldn't even begin to guess how much mana it would take to heal the scar on this land, but it would probably be the work of generations to fix it if it was left to heal naturally. Someday, when I'd recovered the full breadth of my powers, I might come study the problem in detail and see if I could devise a solution. It turned out that reincarnating in a new young body had rejuvenated my decayed motivation to go out into the world and have an effect on it. I wanted to change things, to make them better, to see new places and meet new people. For most of the last 3 centuries of my life, I'd remained cloistered in the Night Vale and rarely accepted visitors. I couldn't imagine spending so many decades of my new life just sitting still, watching the world pass me by. I shook myself out of my thoughts, got dressed, and opened the door. I already knew what my students were up to, having felt the mana moving around as soon as I woke up. Not wanting to interrupt them, I settled into my seat to observe, while occasionally glancing around for any feathered spies that might be nearby.
Everything okay?
Shell asked when she noticed me a few minutes later. I couldn't blame her for her inattentiveness, considering how engrossed they all were in the training.
You seem different.
Did I? Damn, I was leaking. It wasn't a secret among my trainees that I could hide my mana core from their senses, but I hadn't properly accounted for just how much more mana I was producing now than I'd been a few hours ago. I adjusted my mana shroud to compensate, but it was likely too late. I was making modifications to my mana core last night, I said. It was a long process. I'm fine, just tired now. I ignored the worry I saw in their faces. For all that I was their teacher here, and I demonstrated my capabilities in that arena quite thoroughly, I was still a child. Sometimes that fact overwrote that I was blessed by the spirits, or whatever. Shell was probably the best about treating me like an adult, if only because she knew that I was mentally much, much older than her. I hadn't told the council exactly how many years I'd been practicing the art of magic, but they got the point. To the rest of the village, I was a miracle child blessed by all their ancestors and then some, sent to free them from Noctra's predations and guide them to an age of prosperity. Or something like that. I should have paid closer attention to Carad's speech. I hadn't realized he was going to go that far off script like that. Now then, as to the four of you, I think you've gotten the hang of this particular exercise, I said. So let's make it harder. The four exchanged glances while I once again lamented my lack of training tools. I couldn't justify the frivolous waste of mana on various transmutation spells to manufacture what I needed, but I could and had asked my guard from last night to fetch me a set of blindfolds. Tinzo, did you get them? I asked.
Sure did,
he said, opening a pouch on his belt and pulling them out. He handed them over to Ayaka, who distributed them to everyone else.
Even switched to have back-to-back shifts just so I could watch this.
And what are we doing with these?
Talik asked, a trace of nervousness in his voice. This exercise has 3 components, I explained. You'll take positions across from each other, put on the blindfolds, and then use your mana sense to keep track of each other. Whenever you feel that you are ready, you may throw a ball of mana at your opponent. Your task will be to not only track each other, but the mana being sent at you, while simultaneously forming your own ammunition and sending it at your target.
Why do we need to be blindfolded?
Shell asked. Because it's a lot funnier that way, I said, which earned me glares from everyone except the garrison guard. Okay, fine. It's because it's easier to sense mana when you can block out other distractions, but it can be more difficult to move when you can't see what you're doing. The blindfolds will help you see an attack coming while making it harder for you to dodge it. The earlier you sense it, the more time you'll have to adjust your own position.
This training is necessary in order to receive a blessing from the spirits?
Van asked. It was easy to see just from his expression that he didn't believe me. If by spirits you mean me, then yes, it's necessary, I told him. I don't know what any spirits might want, but I want you to do this. Anything and everything you can do to increase your ability to sense fine amounts of mana and control it is going to be useful when it comes time to complete the ignition ritual. Now, go ahead and get into position. 2 people over here, 2 people over there, and blindfolds on. Ready? Begin. I shared a smirk with Tinzo, and my students flailed around, stumbling over uneven patches of ground where I subtly altered things with elemental manipulation. Sometimes training was good for the teacher as well as the student. The smirk fell from my face when I glanced over and saw a familiar hawk watching us from high up in one of the trees. It reminded me that, tired as I was, I needed to use these next few hours to start constructing that shield ward. Hopefully my own work wouldn't distract my students, but if so, I'd just call it an extra challenge to keep them on their toes. I had a feeling they were going to need to be able to defend themselves sooner rather than later. The enemy might not even wait for me to ignite their cores. Or maybe that's exactly what he was waiting to see. Just how much did they know already, anyway? Chapter 63. Enchantment and inscription were 2 disciplines that accomplished similar purposes through radically different methods. Enchantment was great in that it was much easier to practice since it didn't require any raw materials, and that enchanted objects could be used by non-mages. The drawback was that eventually the mana would run out, unless consideration was given to recharge it with ambient mana. In that case, the enchantment needed to remain in an area of high saturation, lest it risk running dry and breaking. In short, it wasn't really suitable for life in Arcanist, at least not for any long-term effects I wanted to utilize. There were plenty of spells that used the principles of enchantment to create temporary effects, lasting anywhere from minutes to hours. The sleep spell was an excellent example of that, and would be one of the spells I introduced to future students who were part of the garrison, despite Carad's hesitation. But, for making long-term enchantments, I would need to structure them in such a way that I could continually pour more and more mana into them. It wasn't impossible, but it also wasn't practical. If I was busy doing something else, I didn't want to have to enchant the piece all over again because I didn't have the spare mana for it that week. There was a reason the wardstone had runes inscribed in it. Inscriptions didn't have that problem. They were more like a guide for mana, telling it how to act in order to produce the effect. Anybody, even a village full of non-mages with dormant cores, could give an inscribed object the requisite mana, and it would produce whatever spell it needed to, no matter how long it had been sitting there. There were downsides, of course. For one, inscription needed a physical medium, and if the runes were damaged, the inscription no longer functioned. For another, inscribed objects tended to be big, because a lot of runes were needed to describe the magic, and while the size of the rune itself wasn't relevant, they did all need to be uniform. Of course, it was harder to carve smaller runes. When I considered how I wanted to make my shield ward, I put a lot of thought into whether I should enchant something to get me through the next few weeks, or inscribe something that would last longer. I even considered doing a core invocation, which merged some principles of enchantment with inner body magics to create effects that were a continual drain directly on my mana core. But since I still wasn't sure what I'd miscalculated with my mana lattice, I decided to go in a different direction. That led me to my current project. I'd used stone shape to create a flat oval of stone with a hole on one end, and then transmuted it to alabaster, since I was going to be making tiny, precise cuts. Alabaster was one of the easiest types of stone to work with for this kind of project, so I'd grimaced and spent more mana than it would take to form an entire wall of glass to make it. Since I lacked all of the tools needed to carve runes, and because I'd never much understood mages who claimed the art of it all was relaxing and meditative, I cheated and used stone shape to add the runes that way. It was still a slow process, but I preferred it this way. Even the best stone carver could make mistakes, and I was pressed for time. Being able to smooth over imperfect runes to try again allowed me to rush the work so that I could finish it in a single day, instead of spending weeks on the piece. There was a knock on the door just as I finished my final inspection and threaded the shard of rune-carved stone with a strip of soft, supple leather. A quick glance out the window confirmed the time for me. Carad had come to collect me for his nightly round, and likely talk to me about the suspicious feathered spy lurking in the area. I paused for a second while I tried to remember if hawks had excellent hearing as well as eyesight. Everyone who knew anything about predatory birds knew their eyesight was unrivaled, so much so that some spells used to enhance vision were named after them. There was significantly less information commonly available on their hearing, but I vaguely remembered a conversation at a roadside tavern many years ago with an inebriated druid who'd rambled about several animals whose hearing was underestimated due to them being famous for other senses. It was probably best to assume at least a human level of natural hearing, and that wasn't even getting into what invocations the hawk might be able to use, if it truly was a mage's familiar. I hadn't sensed any mana coming from it, but it wasn't inconceivable that the other mages in Noctra's cabal could shroud their mana and extend that ability to a familiar. Karad knocked again. I dropped the loop of leather over my head and tucked the amulet under my shirt, then walked across the hut to answer the door. "Time to do the nightly rounds?" I asked.
"And discuss that other thing?"
he said with a nod. As soon as we were away from the arborists' homes, he started to speak, but I cut him off. "Not here. Wait until we get out of the trees." I got an annoyed glance and a grunt in reply, but he followed my instructions. A few minutes later, when we were out in the open, I cast a quick scrying spell to check for animals, then said, "Shell told you about my familiar theory."
"She did? It sounds ridiculous, if I'm being honest. But you're the expert on magic, not me. How likely do you think it is?"
"It's certainly possible," I said. "It could just be a coincidence. There's no way to know without actually capturing the bird so I can get a good look at it. If it is a familiar, I'll be able to see the mana in it forming a bond to its mage. But if I do that, and I'm right, we're letting the mage know we've discovered him."
"So we have to assume that any visible preparations we make are compromised,"
Karad said. "It gets worse, I'm afraid. There are some limits to what kinds of animals can be bonded as familiars, but I've seen plenty of examples of mice, rats, spiders, and the like being used. I have no proof the hawk is a familiar, but I also don't have any proof that it's not, or that it's the only one. Mages who specialize in familiar bonds can easily keep an entire stable of animals to use as extensions of their own magic."
"If that's the case, I don't see how we can expect any sort of defense to succeed,"
Karad said. "I agree. We're either completely fine if there are no familiars, or entirely exposed if there's a mage out there spying on us. Answering that question is going to be my next project. If I can confirm the existence of an enemy mage, I might be able to take them out and end the threat before it reaches the village."
"How long will it take, though? They could attack tonight."
"Or not for another week. Or not at all," I said. "I don't know. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I think someone will show up eventually, if only to find out why the guy who owed them a bunch of mana stopped making his payments. That ledger indicated that Noctra was nowhere near paying off his debt. But is there a mage staring at the village through the eyes of a hawk he bonded as a familiar right now? I just don't know. Yet."
"That's not a lot to go on, Graven,"
Karad said.
"I've given you a lot of leeway, despite all the crap I'm catching for letting a little kid run around doing whatever he wants. I need something better than this."
"I'm working on it," I told him. "Unlike you, I don't have 10 other people to take care of problems for me. For example, right now I'm walking around collecting mana when I could be building a scrying amplifier to look for the hypothetical mage lurking around out in the wastelands. If I had a subordinate, I could save myself all this time. Instead, I have 4 trainees who are also taking up more of my time. I can only do so much with the hours I have in my day, and until some of those trainees can pick up the slack, you're going to have to be patient." The conversation fell off as we entered the village, and didn't really resume until I'd finished emptying the drawstones. Those were seeing less and less use, and I had high hopes that the whole village would convert over to storage crystals if they decided to keep this structure. The more likely outcome in my mind was that they do away with it entirely, once enough of them had ignited cores and this sort of communal collection was no longer necessary.
"How long until you've got your scrying thing ready to go? And how much mana are you going to need to power it?"
Karad asked. He paused a second, then added,
"In terms of how many hours we're not going to be able to power the wardstone, please."
"Just to construct it, a day. That shouldn't use up enough mana to be noticeable. It'll be like doing a few extra panes of glass for Shell. To power it, and actually find someone? Well, it mostly comes down to luck. Will the mage be in the first place I look, or the 5th? Is there one at all? What if there is, but they move from a place I haven't yet looked to one I already checked, and I miss them completely?"
"You're not reassuring me here,"
Karad said. "I'm not trying to. I'm telling you what I'm going to do and what difficulties I'll face. You're a grown man in his 40s. You shouldn't need reassurances from me, not if you plan on running this village.
You know, sometimes you can be a jerk.
I've been called worse, I said. Sorry, but I don't have the time or energy to coddle anyone. I'm trying to work with all of you here, and I appreciate that you've been willing to look past my appearance and take me seriously. I also appreciate that I have yet to hear any rumors about me that even come close to approaching the truth. I was sure Melmir would spread it around out of spite, if nothing else.
Carrot snorted. He probably would if he believed it himself.
Be that as it may, I think I'm doing a lot of good for the village. I have confidence that we'll survive the fallout of Noctra's schemes.
Maybe they'll look around, confirm he's dead, and leave us alone,
Carrot said. I snorted, but didn't say anything. I didn't have to.
Our official position remains that we're unlikely to be bothered by hostile mages,
Carrot told me.
Unofficially, I'd appreciate it if you could speed up your work. If you need a bit of extra mana to make it happen, that's fine by me.
Unfortunately, the resource I'm short on is time, I said. That's not something you can help me with.
Once you do the blessing ritual on the first group, that'll help, right?
Yes and no. They'll need even more of my time to actually learn any magic. But if Ayaka can take over Wardstone maintenance, that'll help even things out. Most of the magic I spend my day doing is too advanced to expect any of them to replicate it in the next 6 months. Even the basic tier spells like Fire Blast aren't something they're going to be able to do anytime soon. If I had my way, they'd have another 2 months of training before we even ignited their cores.
That long?
Carrot asked. I won't actually spend that much time working with them before we do the ritual, but it would be better if I did. It's a problem of needing the short-term gains now. We're giving up long-term potential for it.
They know that?
They do, I confirmed. In their heads, at least. I don't think they really grasp the difference yet. Carrot let out a frustrated sigh and raked his hand through his hair.
Do what you think is best. Let me know if you need anything.
Mutely, I nodded. It was good that we were in agreement. Chapter 64. After I got back, I had tonight's door guard help me test my new shield ward by throwing things at me. Maintaining something like a mana shield at all times was far too expensive, but wards had the advantage of being extremely cheap to power. At least, they did if they weren't designed to create a miles-wide barrier. For a single person, a personal defense ward was far more manageable. The key to a good ward was that it relied heavily on divinations to detect the conditions under which it should activate another spell. Most of what made my amulet complicated was defining what those conditions were. Any physical object coming at me with significant speed and mass would cause the runes to activate a mana shield. The ward did its best to automatically regulate how much mana needed to go into it to keep me safe. So, it needed additional runes to judge factors like weight and pointiness. If a spell came my way, the ward would do its best to disrupt it. Failing that, the amulet would try to slow the attack down so that I could react to the magic. At its heart, that was the shield ward's purpose, to give me enough time to evaluate the threat and prevent an ambush from taking me out. I had to sacrifice flexibility to keep it portable, but it worked. I did have to imbue a significant chunk of mana into it to keep the wards active and to give it the resources necessary to repel an attack. Once every few days, I'd want to top it off, but if all the mana did get drained out, such as if I was attacked, the inscription wouldn't break like an enchantment would. For my next project, I created a piece of glass shaped to be about 3 feet by 1 foot in dimensions. That was the easy part. Scrying mirrors didn't work if they weren't mirrors. Unlike a regular mirror that used silver paint as a backing, A scrying mirror needed liquid mana infused into it in order to serve as a lens for the spell. Unfortunately for me, the easiest way to collect liquid mana was through various plant life that thrived in mana-rich environments. That didn't mean it was impossible to get my hands on, just that I'd have to do the conversions myself. I borrowed a wooden bowl from one of my new neighbors and was in the process of slowly dripping beads of liquefied mana off my fingertip into the bowl when someone knocked on my door. "Come in," I called out, not looking up from my work. Mana didn't like to exist in physical form, and it rapidly converted through states until it crystallized. Keeping it in the medium state of liquid was an exercise in concentration and stamina.
Gravy!
My sister said as she rushed across the room to tackle me with a hug. The drop of liquid mana that had been about to drop off my finger went flying into the air, where it flashed apart back into its natural state. Her eyes wide, Seneca watched it disappear while she ignored my glare.
What was that?
She asked. "Just a magic thing. Don't worry about it," I said as I looked past her to see Father standing in the doorframe.
"Sorry to visit so late," he said. "Seneca wanted to come see you. She was not happy that she was asleep when you came to visit us."
I don't see why you have to live out here anyway.
She complained. "Well, partially it's because I use my magic to help the arborists. We're fixing up all the greenhouses and building a new one, and making the trees grow healthier so there's more fruit for everyone. And, partially, it's because they're afraid I'll blow something up in the middle of the village and people will get hurt. This was a compromise as a place to live that's not too close to the middle of everything."
"They're still working on a new home for you on the east side where there are no fields,"
Father said. "Are they? No one has mentioned it to me since it was floated as an idea before I ended up here."
"There are a few guys working on it, but it's a slow process. We'll probably have another harvest in before it's done."
"I'm sure the arborists will appreciate it," I said as I extracted myself from Seneca's hug so that I could relocate the bowl to a safer spot on a shelf. They haven't said anything, but I get the sense this place was used for storage, and none of them are thrilled about giving up a corner in their own homes for all the things that used to be in here.
What have you been doing here?
Seneca asked. "Mostly teaching people how to use magic," I said. "Making glass for the greenhouses, preventing insects from getting into the trees." I wasn't about to tell anyone that I'd brought my core up to stage 2. Noctra's experiments told me that the concept of a mana lattice wasn't unknown to the local mages. He might not have known exactly what the best lattice for himself was, but he was smart enough to have tried to figure it out. It was safe to assume the other mages in his cabal might have the same knowledge. I could be facing several mages with stage 3 cores. If that was the case, I needed every advantage I could get, which right now meant stockpiling as much mana as I possibly could. My next piece of equipment might need to be a larger mana crystal at the rate I was going. My current mana crystal would give me everything I needed to handle one stage 3 mage. If I got lucky, I could take on 2. I would have to catch them completely off guard in order to kill 3 mages.
Insects? Sounds boring and gross,
Seneca said. "It can be both of those things," I agreed. "And not all insects are bad, but these ones were."
Maybe I should learn how to do this.
Seneca said, a thoughtful frown on her face.
Would it help Mom in the garden?
I glanced over at Father and asked, "She needs help in the garden? It looks fine to me."
No. I've been given the full tithe amount for the whole family, so your mother can get the garden back in order and your sister can practice."
That explained why Seneca still had mana in her core less than an hour after the tithing. She should have been running on empty and exhausted enough to already be asleep.
And I've been practicing a lot,
Seneca announced.
Father showed me how to do the stuff you taught him.
Really? Can I see? I asked. I wasn't expecting much. I'd already taken a measure of Seneca's talents, and while she was good for a child, that wasn't the same as just being good. I was sure that if she kept at it, one day she'd be a prime candidate to learn magic, but that day was still years down the road. Mana swirled in Seneca's core, slowly at first, but faster and faster as she concentrated on it. I shot Father a look, knowing he could also feel Seneca's mana move, and he nodded back. "Huh," I said. "How about that?" The mana jumped out of her core, flashing down her limbs and back again, just like she'd done back in the wastes, except much faster now. Then an orb of it manifested in her hand. She threw it up into the air where it perfectly maintained its shape without leaking a single bit out, before she caught it in her other hand and absorbed it back into her core. The entire time she was doing that, her mana kept spinning, faster and faster. She wasn't quite up to the point where I'd let her complete an ignition ritual on her own, but she could probably do it if she was given enough mana. Against any expectations I had, she was inexplicably ready to move her core to stage 1 right now, at least if I helped her. "That's very impressive," I said.
Like I said, I've been practicing a lot.
She told me smugly. "Father, how much time have you spent on practice with her?" I asked.
Not too much. They'd been working me pretty late up until last week. I went over what you taught me and made sure she was doing it right, and she's just been going at it on her own every night."
I bet I'm better than you now.
Seneca told me. "Maybe not quite yet," I said. "Give it a few more weeks to practice and I'm sure you'll catch up. I can teach you some other exercises if you'd like." It took me less than 20 minutes to figure out that Seneca was better than any of my current 4 candidates. Maybe it was the free time, or how much energy she had to goof around and mana was a shiny new toy. Or maybe it was just that our family line was talented. It was hard for me to say what Graven would have been capable of if I hadn't awakened my past life's memories. I gave brief consideration to performing the ignition ritual on her, but ultimately decided against offering it. Despite her apparent talents, she was still a child, and soon there would be spells circulating through the village. It wasn't impossible to imagine her getting her hands on instructions to cast dangerous magic. Of course, a dormant core by itself wouldn't be enough to stop her, but it would mitigate her ability to practice it to such a degree that she was unlikely to catch anything on fire in the next year or 2. All the same, I made a note to talk to our parents about her progress when she wasn't around. Perhaps finding out that his daughter was so talented would convince Father to reconsider wasting his own mana as a field hand. It also might just get Mother to accept her own ignition, even if all she ever learned were gardening spells. The pair stayed an hour or so, just long enough to catch up on everything. Mother had come down sick and decided to stay home and rest. Father's duties were more in line with everyone else's now. Seneca wasn't necessarily enjoying school, but Chirrut hadn't tried to pull any new tricks on our family using her as a weak point. Other than resolving to stop by sometime in the near future to check on Mother and see if she needed magical healing, it was a good visit. It gave me time to relax, to disengage from work for just a little while. I'd been so focused on creating new tools, training new mages, and piecing together my mana lattice that I'd barely taken time to breathe. Every night I slept less and less, and I'd begun pulling all-nighters. "Thank you for visiting," I said. "I didn't realize how much I missed you." Father gave me a hug on his way out, but didn't linger at my doorway. Seneca was already racing ahead, mana faintly coursing through her body to give her more strength and speed.
"You should come home more often,"
he offered as his parting words.
"It's not like we're that far away.
I will, I promised, though it was a lot more complicated than that. I found that I meant that, too. As soon as my preparations were complete, I was going to make more time to see my family. Carad's house arrest be damned. My temporary home empty once more, I turned back to my bowl of liquid mana. The sooner I finished this step, the sooner I'd have the scrying mirror operational. Then we'd see just how much danger we were really in. Chapter 65. Shell and Carad sat on either side of me and watched my new scrying mirror as it followed after the black-barred hawk. For the last hour, it had flown in a rough circle around the arbor, stopping frequently to rest and scan the ground for prey.
"Are you really sure this is the best use of your time?"
the garrison commander asked.
This is nothing."
"This is the only lead I've got," I said. "It's this, or just randomly look around the wastelands and hope to spot something. If there is a mage out there, and they're smart, they won't be in the open anyway. It would take far more mana than we've got to effectively find them through magic alone." The hawk lifted off suddenly, and all three of us leaned forward. Usually, it took short flights of a few seconds here and there, but this time it was rising up into the air and not showing any signs of coming back down. I sat back, a satisfied grin on my face, and said, "Now let's see where you go when you're not here." The fact that the hawk wasn't wheeling around through the sky, circling endlessly in search of food, gave me hope. It was on a mostly straight course west and north of the village, and would arrive at the mountains in minutes. While it was possible it had a nest there, and I'd find nothing of interest or importance at the end of its journey, I didn't think that was going to be the case. Sure enough, the hawk entered a cave halfway up the side of the mountain, and I willed my scrying sensor to follow it. Inside, a sort of rough home had been set up, with a bedroll for sleeping on, a rug, and a small workbench. The owner of those supplies was sitting near a campfire that clearly burned only through the power of magic, since it lacked any wood. He was a man, probably 50 or so years old by the looks of him, but possibly much older if he was using magic to prolong his life. For all the wrinkles on his face and his gnarled hands, he certainly moved like a man half his age. He lifted an arm for the hawk to settle on, completely ungloved, and it landed gracefully enough that the man didn't even flinch as its talons circled around his arm. "That's either a very, very well-trained bird, or there's magic involved," I said. "I think we can safely assume we've found a mage who's interested in the village. I suppose it could be a coincidence, and this person has nothing to do with the Cabal, but that's stretching things."
"Can your spell let us hear him?"
Shell asked as she leaned closer to study the man's appearance. "Not through the mirror, unfortunately. I'd need another day to modify it for that."
"It's real then. There really are hostile mages watching the village. What do they want?"
Carad asked. "My guess would be the mana that's going into the wardstone," I said. "They obviously know about it. The real question is whether they'll be reasonable and accept that Noctra's dead, or if they'll try to take over and resume his operation."
"I got the impression that he wasn't here voluntarily,"
Carad said. Iskara was his keeper, I agreed. She was the one handling all the drawstones. To me, that says not only was he not here by choice, but he wasn't even trusted by the Cabal to hand over the mana he harvested. That doesn't sound like an organization that's interested in taking no for an answer. What I really wonder about was if the governor before Noctra was also associated with them.
"I don't see how he could have been. The wardstone worked back then, and there was no tithe. What mana was there to give them?"
Carad asked. That was a good point. It was far more likely that the wolf pack was aware of our little village and wanted Emito to join their cabal, but he'd refused. They'd eventually learned about his death and sent one of their junior members who was in trouble with the cabal out to manage the place and turn it into a mana farm. I had no proof, of course, but everything in my theory made sense.
So what now? Do we wait for this mage to come to us or go attack him first?
Shell said. We don't do anything, I told her. I am going to continue to investigate before I make a move. It looks like this mage is here by himself, and he is most likely part of Noctra's cabal, but we don't know for sure. I can't imagine there being another person living in this camp with him, but there could be other camps.
Why would they come separately?
Carrot asked.
That doesn't make sense.
Only if they're part of the same group. Whoever this mage is, he's been observing us for over a week and hasn't made a move. What is his goal? Is he going to just gather information and then leave? Is he even part of the wolf pack?
You think he might not be?
Carrot asked, a look of confusion on his face. No, I'm sure he is, but there's a possibility that I'm wrong, and I'd rather not attack an innocent man who's just looking around. Taking someone's life just because he's acting suspicious, without any proof, isn't the way I want to go about handling this situation. There'd been a time when I would have already killed the man, back when I was paranoid that everyone was out to get me. Considering the awful things I'd done, it was an entirely justified paranoia, but it had led me down an even darker road that resulted in a lot more death and destruction, most of which could have been avoided.
I would say that I applaud your restraint if the situation were different,
Carrot said.
But can we afford to continue to let this mage set up whatever plans he's working on? We should at the very least capture and secure him while you investigate.
How do you plan to do that? I asked. Even if the mage's core was only at stage 1, I'd need to stand guard over him constantly to keep his mana drained below a usable level. There were other ways to do it, but they were mildly torturous and included things like driving spikes made of drawstone into the man's body. Even incapacitating spells like sleep didn't tend to work well on mages. Anyone who knew what they were doing would absorb the artificial enchantment core, even if they were unconscious. The spell might even fail to take hold at all if they were aware it was coming, and good enough to fight it off. It wasn't impossible to make it work, but it would require a huge investment of mana to overcome a mage's natural resistance. That was just for a mage with a stage 1 core. At stage 3, it would take the entirety of my mana crystal to put that mage down even for a few minutes, and I'd need to take him by surprise. Since my scrying mirror didn't let me sense mana, I had no way to tell what kind of fight I'd be walking into right now. I needed to plan for the worst, and hope I'd be pleasantly surprised.
We could use the drawstones.
No,
Shell told him.
even I can resist those easily now. Anyone with a bit of practice can figure it out. I've actually been wondering how many people have been doing it all along with the nightly teeth. Aoka has been telling me that the collectors keep records and have suspected some people figured out how years ago, and just keep it quiet.
What a mess.
It's temporary, I said absently as I leaned closer to the mirror. The mage in question had finished feeding his hawk scraps of meat, and it had flapped over to a perch set up for it. Now he was writing something down in a journal, but I was wary about getting the scrying sensor closer to him so I could read it. I'd taken measures to keep it shrouded and undetected, but the closer I got, the more likely it was that he'd notice it anyway.
How long is temporary?
Carrot asked. I don't know, I said. I hadn't seen evidence of wards, but if there were any, they'd be set up at the mouth of the cave. Sending my scrying spell deeper in would risk alerting the mage, no matter how well I'd hidden my magic. I just couldn't quite make out what he was writing from my current angle. If he would turn just a little bit. The bird must have made some noise because the mage shifted, turning at the waist to look at it. I saw his mouth move, but I didn't bother to try to read his lips, not with the page finally visible to me. I might only have moments to skim its contents. Names. It was dozens of the villagers, most crossed out. Ayaka was on there, with an underline. So was my sister, though she had a question mark next to her name. Father and Mother were listed right next to her. Mother also had a question mark, but Father was underlined. "He is trying to figure out who can use magic," I said. "That's what the spying is for." Noctra had done the same thing, now that I thought about it. He'd singled Father out based on our testing results as someone with unusual talent, kidnapped him, and had been in the process of sending him to Darrow, presumably to his associates there. I wasn't sure what the Cabal was going to use them for exactly, but Noctra had made it obvious he didn't care about Father's wishes, only that by delivering what he saw as a magic-capable person, he'd clear some of his own debt. The mage turned again and blocked my view of the journal he was writing in. He flipped to the back, noted something else down, then tore out a strip of paper. With a practiced motion, and likely a bit of mana to seal the paper, he tied it to the hawk's leg. It immediately flew off, and I pulled the scrying sensor back to keep an eye on it. "He's in contact with somebody," I said. "It would almost have to be someone close by if he's using his familiar to pass notes. Darrow is too far away for a hawk to fly there and back in one day, and it's been hanging around the village every day." I ignored Carrot and Shell as they debated what the mage we'd found was up to and what it meant for the village, while I chased the familiar through the sky with my scrying sensor. About 15 minutes later, it dove into some rocky crags southwest of town. There, with their camp hidden by walls of stone, were another 6 men. 4 of them were dressed in something similar enough that I took it as a uniform. Baggy black canvas pants tucked into calf-high boots with sleeveless green tunic belted at the waist. Each was armed with a one-handed axe on their belts, and I spotted unstrung bows with quivers of arrows near their tents. Of the other 2, one of them was wearing an outfit that had the same general color scheme, but with a lot more ornamentation on the belt, thick leather bracers, and a band of what looked like rune-etched copper wrapped around one bicep. I mentally pegged him as a commander to the other 4. The last one, the one the hawk had delivered the message to, was obviously a mage. It wasn't the elaborately braided pale blonde hair or the half-dozen rings on his fingers that gave it away. It wasn't even the expensive cloak dyed a dark purple or the pendant with an amethyst 2 inches wide on it. No. The real tell was the staff that floated upright next to him when he read the message. It was 6 feet in height, and I counted no less than 4 mana crystals studding its surface in a band around the top. At least 2 mages working together, and what looks like 5 hunters, I said. This is going to be trouble. Chapter 66.
"I think we can safely presume hostile intent at this point," Carrot said. "Just look at all those weapons."
They would need them just to cross the wastelands. They could be for monsters, not to use on us.
Shell argued. "They're manhunters," I said. "My guess is Noctra's Cabal thinks he's fled, and this hunting party was sent to run him down and remind him of his obligations. But then they got here and found out he's actually just dead. They certainly hadn't wasted any time in arriving. If anything, they'd have had to have left almost before I killed Noctra to get here so quickly. It made me wonder if it was Iskara's death that had triggered this expedition. I hadn't noticed a dead man's seal on her prior to killing her, but it wasn't outside the range of possibility. They were easy enough to break, and it was possible I'd just missed the flash of mana when it detected that its host had expired, especially since she'd died down on the ground below us. I could easily picture a candle flaring to life in some room Miles and miles from here, a shadowy figure hidden in thick robes would note it, report Iskara's death, and the Cabal would immediately dispatch their hunters after the most likely culprit, Noctra himself trying to slip his leash. Only their tracker would arrive at the village and quickly learn that Noctra was dead. He'd delay taking action to report back to Darrow, receive new orders to investigate the sudden revival of the barrier and new sources of magic showing up. It was all entirely plausible in my mind. The only question left was what orders they'd been given. Would they attack and try to capture us? Were they waiting for me to ignite more cores so they could harvest those people as resources to be captured and drained? Was it a recruitment pitch? If so, did we actually have the option to say no? Serve willingly or be a slave was not that unusual a stand for people with power to take, stupid as it was. That was an excellent way to get assassinated by a subordinate looking to obtain their freedom. There are some positives here. We've got 5 people who presumably aren't mages and should be relatively easy to capture and hold on to if needed. Of the 2 who definitely are mages, they're working together but don't have a means of instantaneous communication. If we go after one of them, we'll retain the element of surprise to use against the other one. If I had to pick a target, it was going to be the mage with the familiar. He was the one gathering information. Without him, the others wouldn't know what was going on. Taking out one mage while effectively blinding the other was about as good an opener as I could manage with my limited resources. Even getting to that cave was going to be expensive, let alone fighting. With my mana crystal completely full, I could manage a teleport there and back, but that would be it. Every spell I cast in that fight would be time I spent waiting to generate more mana before I returned back to the village. Flying would be cheaper, but it carried the risk of being seen on the approach, unless I mixed in invisibility, which would easily push the mana cost up past teleportation, even if I only used it for 10 or 20 seconds. Teleportation was better. In, attack, out. If I did it right, I'd only be there for 10 minutes. All I needed to do was catch the mage off guard, overpower him long enough to ask some questions, and then, depending on the answers, possibly kill him before I teleported back. It would take something like 10 or 11 days to recover all the mana that few minutes cost me on my own, but it was workable if I relied on the village to supplement my reserves. In my mirror, the mage had finished reading the message his associate had sent him and was speaking to the hunting party. Even without sound, it was easy to tell he was describing people. Lip reading wasn't something I'd set out to learn, nor was it a skill I'd used in a long, long time. It had been well over 1,000 years since I was so unskilled that I couldn't weave sound into my scrying, and never had I been as mana-starved as I was now, not even as a child in my previous life. Despite my lack of proficiency, I caught enough words to get the general gist of it, and him holding his hand up at certain heights as he described new targets made it easy to confirm. That, combined with the fact that I recognized the underlined names in the other mage's journal, told me everything I needed to know. "They've got targets picked out," I said, "probably planning an abduction."
Me and the other students,
Shell said.
Who else?
"My family," I told her. I didn't get a long look at the paper, but the obvious connection was anyone doing magic or associated with it in some way. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another list of important people, like the rest of the council. They might also go after the barrier wardens individually to prevent any sort of alarms.
"We'll be ready for them," Karad said. "I'll go speak with Solidaire right now and get messages out to everybody. Those crags are miles away. By the time they get here, we'll be in place to stop them."
This left me with a bit of a dilemma. I could go after the familiar using mage and expend all of my mana in a sneak attack, that would leave the enemy blinded and likely unable to get a message back to Darrow, though killing the mage might also activate a hidden deadman seal. If I did that, I'd need to rely on the garrison and barrier wardens to defend us from that other group, and if their mage was in any way competent, that would result in people dying. The worst part of this was that I still didn't know their true goals. I was predicting my entire strategy on assumptions I was making, admittedly ones that were looking more and more likely to be correct by the minute. I needed more time, and it didn't look like I was going to get it. If it came down to people in the village getting hurt, or people invading it with a capture or kill list, I knew what I'd choose. "Do either of you know if we've got any spare mana in storage?" I asked. "Anything at all that wasn't fed into the wardstone this evening?" Curse my thoroughness. I'd already cleaned up every bit of mana I could find. The emitters used for testing were spotless now, as was every single bit of the manor. I'd gone out of my way to hunt it all down, even to the point of consuming all of Noctra's stockpiled, if subpar, resources.
"Well, there's a drawstone here,"
Shell said.
"I'm not sure how much mana it's got in it. Nobody's used it in weeks."
Even if it was at capacity, that wasn't going to be nearly enough. I'd need a different strategy if I wanted to address the incoming threat and the mage acting as a scout. And I'd need to come up with it right away, since it looked like we'd gotten lucky enough to get warning of an imminent attack just before it happened. The hunters were gathering up their gear, but only the stuff they'd need for a fight. It looked like they were planning a raid that ended with a retreat from the village once their goals were met. Its mission complete, the hawk went back on the wing. I took a moment to study the angle and confirm that it was coming back to the village, probably to scout for the approaching hunters. That settled the attack order for me. I needed to take out the mage bonded to that familiar first.
"Could you pull the mana back out of the barrier?" Carrot asked. "It's not going to do us a lot of good against other humans anyway."
Theoretically, I could drain it, but that would almost certainly damage the wardstone itself. It would do for a last resort tactic, but I had another idea. With a thought, I shifted the scrying mirror back to the mage hiding in the cave up in the mountains north of the village. "There's enough mana in this mirror for it to hold this view for another 10 minutes, I said. "If something goes wrong and I don't come back, well, adjust your plans accordingly."
"Wait, what are you doing?"
"Taking a piece off the board," I said. "Now, stop distracting me. This isn't as easy as I make it look." Teleportation was a master-tier spell. Even in my prime, there had been few mages capable of casting it. It required mastery of both the conjuration and divination disciplines, and, unless the caster had reached at least stage 5, it was so mana-hungry that it was impossible to cast directly from internal mana reserves. That forced the mage to rely on channeling mana from an external source, while trying to weave together a spell at the absolute highest ranking for difficulty. It took me about 5 minutes to weave the whole thing together, and by the time I finished, the mana crystal was down to around 40%. I'd either slightly overestimated how much I had available, or I'd underestimated the transference loss. It was a good thing I wasn't planning on teleporting back when I was finished, or that plan would be completely shot. It would take hours to amass enough mana to pull off a second teleportation now. The spell took hold, and I was hurled through the astral realm to land just outside the cave, where I immediately noticed 2 things. First, I hadn't eaten in a while, and that meat smelled really good. Second, and more importantly, the enemy mage only had a stage 1 core. It held 3 times as much mana as mine, but that was a function of his age, not any advancements he'd made. I'd shrouded my own mana usage as much as possible, but there was still a slight chance that he'd noticed me. If he was anything like Noctra, I didn't need to be concerned. I was expecting a higher level of skill, since presumably these mages were in good standing with their cabal and hadn't spent a significant portion of their life running a backwater mana farm. That probably translated into more time spent training and more access to the kinds of resources mages consumed to grow stronger. It wouldn't make a difference to this mage in the end. The only thing he could affect was just how much mana it took to take him out, and whether I was forced to kill him. Life Sense gave me his position and told me he was facing away from me. Weight reduction reduced my already soft footsteps to practically nothing, and Shadow Cloak let me slip into the darkness hanging around the outside walls of the cave. The mage had a trio of candles lit on his writing desk where his journal lay open. He was using ink that I detected as faintly magical, probably imbued with standard enchantments to aid in longevity and keep it from fading. I could sense a mana crystal hidden under his clothes over his chest, perhaps strung on a necklace, and he had a wand in an arm sheath on his left forearm, ready to be drawn and have deadly magic channeled through it at a moment's notice. None of that mattered, since I wasn't intending to give him that notice. I ghosted forward through the dark, cloaked in magic specifically designed to make me functionally impossible to see, and prepared to attack. Chapter 67. I knew the force bolt was a mistake the instant I let it fly. It wasn't that the enemy mage had spotted me, or that his reflexes were so great that he was going to twist out of the way. No, it was the light welling up from under his shirt. The shield ward snapped into existence and shattered my force bolt an instant before it would have taken the mage in the back of the head. Without getting a look at the inscriptions, I couldn't know for sure what the shield ward was designed to defend against, but I judged from the light patterns coming through the shirt that it looked like the runes had been etched across the surface of an extra-wide leather belt. I was betting they were about 14 times bigger than mine, so if I assumed both sides of the belt were being used, a terrible idea since the runes would get worn down on the inside length, but which would make the shield ward twice as strong while it lasted, there wouldn't be enough surface area for the inscription to have more than 2 or 3 possible triggers. The most likely probability was that it deflected only magic, and that it would have at most enough mana for 5 or 6 spells. I doubted I'd overpower the shield ward before the mage got a chance to fight back, and while my own shield ward was fully charged and sophisticated enough that there probably wasn't anything he could throw at me to actually break through it, there were far more efficient ways to take him out. The mage was already spinning toward me as I cast my next spell. He had just enough time for his face to screw up incredulously and start to say,
"What the?"
I cast Gravity Twist onto the ceiling above the mage. Chunks of rock immediately broke apart under their own weight and crashed down on him, propelled entirely by nothing but their own magically bloated weight. Even if his shield ward dispelled the extra weight, they were still heavy and numerous. The mage was half buried under them before he had a chance to react. Environmental effects were a big weakness in shield wards. It was easy to find ways around their triggers that still relied on magic when a ward could shield its barrier from direct attacks. Far too many mages had met their ends thinking they were invincible because they had a piece of jewelry that would prevent a fire blast from igniting in their faces, or an arrow from perforating their lungs. That was one of the main reasons my own shield ward spent so much space defining different trigger conditions, so that it was likely to activate in almost all scenarios. Of course, there was only so much it could do. If I'd been in that mage's position, my shield ward would have deflected the first 10 or 12 stones, mostly dependent on weight, and then failed. It would have given me a second to react and not much else, but that was the whole point after all. I wasn't happy with the situation, mostly because I suspected I'd killed the mage. It didn't help that using Gravity Twist had cost me more than 3 times as much mana as a simple Force Bolt, but I hadn't had a lot of time to weigh my options between discovering his shield ward and giving him time to attack me. I should have predicted something like this and prepared accordingly, but I'd underestimated him. It was funny in a macabre sort of way. I'd devoted so much effort to considering scenarios and how to effectively combat them, then missed a simple, basic, obvious one. Worse, it was one I myself had prepared as a defense, and hadn't thought that someone else might have as well. I would say that it wasn't reasonable to expect such a defense, that thus far every spellcaster I'd met had been about as skilled as a second-year apprentice and only half as well equipped. Reality didn't care about excuses. The simple fact was that I'd slipped up and accidentally killed a mage I was trying to capture alive. If I'd had time to think, I would have prepared something that could have overwhelmed the shield ward and allowed me to hit the mage with a mana drain. I should have restrained him and asked a few questions. But no, I'd gone into the fight jittery, acted reflexively when I'd encountered an unexpected obstacle, and failed to accomplish half of my objectives. The mage was dead, and I fully planned on looting his body, but I didn't get the chance to ask him a single question. I hadn't even stolen his mana. That had all dissipated with his expiration. Greater telekinesis shifted the blocks that had bludgeoned the mage to death aside, revealing a bloody mess. His face was unrecognizable, and his skull had been split open. Unfortunately for me, the wand had been snapped by an unlucky strike directly to its length. I wasn't terribly upset by the loss, if for no other reason than it was worthless to me and there were no other mages to pass it on to in the village. I'd craft something better for my would-be apprentices later. The mage's mana crystal had also been damaged by the collapsing stone to the point where it wasn't worth salvaging, so I left it on the body. The man's belt was still intact. I used telekinesis to pull it off him for examination later, then give the body a once-over to see if I'd missed anything. 2 pieces caught my eye. One was a wristband made of leather, something that I probably wouldn't have given a second thought to, except I remembered the mage's familiar landing on the same arm the wristband was on. Tugging it off revealed a string of runes carved on the inside that, at first glance, looked to be a simple spell that sheathed the forearm in protective force magic. That and the belt would both be useful, since anyone able to manipulate their mana well enough could channel some into the items to generate the spell effects. I had half a dozen people back at the village who could manage that, including my sister. Someone would find a use for these items. The last thing I noticed on the body was a signet ring on one hand. It wasn't enchanted in any way, and since precious metals lacked value to a master transmuter, I wasn't inclined to steal it to sell. But when I noticed the insignia, I had to get a closer look. It was a stylized wolf head with one eye closed and a line drawn through it. I'd already known it was likely these mages were part of the same cabal Noctra had ties with. This served as a simple reinforcement of that, but it was nice to have a bit more proof that I hadn't murdered a nosy but ultimately harmless recluse. I hadn't been inclined to believe that even before I'd found the ring, not with the hawk serving to send messages to that group of hunters, but every little bit of proof that I was correct in my thinking helped. It was far too easy to kill because it was convenient, and I knew firsthand that the more I saw murder as the first resort to my problems, the worse they'd get in the long run. I wasn't about to slide back into that dark pit again, but it did highlight one simple fact. It was a lot harder to find alternate solutions when I was so weak. Power normally gave me a breadth of options I was now lacking. I turned the ring over a few times to look at it from all angles before slipping it into my pocket. Mostly, I was trying to remember if Iskara had one like it on her finger. If so, I hadn't noticed it before her body was tossed over the cliff to the scavengers. Noctra definitely hadn't had such a ring, but from everything I'd learned, he was in bad standing with the Cabal. I wasn't even entirely sure if he'd been part of it originally, or just a rogue mage who owed them a lot of mana for some reason, though I suspected the former. With the mage's body as thoroughly looted as it was going to get, I took a few minutes to rifle through everything else. I didn't want to waste mana coming back out here later, and I knew I had at least half an hour before the other mage with his hunting party reached the village. Other than the journal detailing the results of his spying on the village, there was nothing really worth the effort of taking. I certainly didn't need a rug or a dead man's bedroll. I'd regained some mana, but not enough to teleport back home. That was all part of the plan. Now that I didn't need to worry about a mage who specialized in spying seeing me, I simply walked back outside the cave, made sure I had everything secured, and cast a flight spell. True flight was much different than the trick I'd done combining elemental manipulation with weight reduction to drift along on a sustained gust of air. That had let me move 2 or 3 times faster than walking, and it was fine for how much mana it used when circumstances allowed it. An actual flight spell hurled me through the air so fast that one of the components of it was an actual shield of force, shaped something like a curved dome in front of my body to prevent damage from the wind as it streamed by. Flight made without it was uncomfortable at best, and could result in actual injuries. I burst into the air, mana draining out of me far, far faster than I could replace it, and quickly devouring the reserves in my mana crystal. I clutched my prizes close to my body as I flew face first to reduce the size of the shield I needed. The waste stretched out below me, looking like nothing so much as a sandbox someone had scattered a handful of rocks in. As I approached the village, the trees of the arbor were a brown smear in the distance. It was only in the last mile or so that I began my descent directly into the arbor. As I dropped low, I noticed a hawk in the sky circling the village. Bereft of its connection to its master, it would soon revert back to a normal bird. There existed the possibility that another mage could form a bond with it to try to salvage any new information it had acquired, but such bonds were permanent, and breaking them was damaging to the mage and the familiar both. I could have killed it easily then, but it was nothing more than a relatively harmless hawk now. Other than being a scourge on the local rodent population, it couldn't affect the fate of the village, and I suspected it was only here at this point because this was where its last job had taken it before I'd killed its master. Other than using sharpened senses to confirm it didn't have a return message from the blonde-haired mage tied to its leg, I left it alone. One thing about flight spells that took a bit of getting used to was the descent. Going up wasn't a problem, and maintaining altitude was easy, as long as the caster wasn't afraid of falling, and wasn't stupid enough to run out of mana. But coming back down was a different story. There were 2 ways to do it, the easy way and the fast way. Given how badly I needed to manage my mana these days, I chose the fast way. It felt like my stomach was doing backflips for about 10 seconds as I plummeted in what was close to a free fall, only for the flight magic to catch hold and slow me down in short order. That was somehow an even more nauseating sensation, but it resulted in both of my feet on the ground in the clearing outside my home. I took a moment to breathe and reflect that it hadn't been as bad as the last few times I'd been flying, no doubt a perk of my new young body. Then I ran back to my house to get my scrying mirror retargeted. I'd taken care of one problem, but another, arguably much bigger threat still loomed. Chapter 68. Carrot and Shell were both waiting for me, the former looking upset and the latter looking ill.
"What was that?"
Carrot demanded as soon as I walked through the door, one of his fingers jabbed in the general direction of the scrying mirror.
"I thought you said you weren't going to kill him."
I wasn't planning on it. I didn't expect him to have a shield ward, and I didn't have a lot of time to come up with an alternate solution before he started throwing spells back at me. Yes, I could have used a different spell that would probably have subdued him without killing him. If I'd been able to think of one in the second I had, I'd have used it. I wasn't, and I'm not going to apologize for valuing my own life over an enemy, one that is spying on us and reporting that information back to an armed hostile force that's probably even now heading towards us unprovoked.
There's so much blood,
Shell said with a shudder. She glanced at me once and then closed her eyes.
And you just started taking things off a dead body?
Her squeamishness was a bit of a surprise, but some people were just like that. Additionally, the village was itself relatively peaceful. There were occasional fights that had ended with punches being thrown, and farmers spending a night in the only jail cell in the entire village to cool off, or getting publicly caned in the square. But even those were rare. The village just didn't have enough people to have a lot of what I considered to be crime. It was too easy to get caught doing something here. I wouldn't be at all surprised to learn that Noctra's death was the only murder in living memory, and that most villagers were squeamish about death. Not even the farmers were immune, especially since so many of them were field workers growing crops. The village's supply of livestock was rather pathetic, with most of what they kept being chickens. There wasn't a lot of slaughtering going on here, and besides, killing a chicken and killing a man were not the same at all. Believe it or not, most places aren't as nice and friendly as we are here, I said. The spoils of war are a very real thing, and I'm not just talking about pretty jewelry and metal cookware. I haven't flipped through this whole book yet, but I think it's safe to assume this is going to be a slave raid. This team is here to capture whoever they can, with valuable targets having already been located in advance, kill whoever's left, and loot whatever's valuable.
With 6 people?
Karad scoffed. At least one of those people is a mage, I said. Don't think for a second that I couldn't kill every single person in this village in less than 10 minutes if I wanted to. If that mage is in any way worthy of that staff he has floating next to him, he'll be able to do the same. I'm going to be spending most of my remaining mana trying to stop him from burning down homes and fields. In truth, I was slightly regretting killing the other mage first. I didn't want either reporting back to the Cabal, and he seemed far more likely to get away. Plus, he was the easier target. But it had taken a huge toll on my mana reserves. I would need a week of doing nothing else but rebuilding them to recover to full capacity, which was a mental calculation I was heartily sick of doing. My old Stage 9 core generated mana close to 50 times faster than my current Stage 2 core did, or roughly 3,000 times faster than my core when it had still been dormant. I had very rarely had to worry about conserving mana then, and had plenty of tricks to speed up my recovery by using ambient mana if it became necessary. Compared to back then, I was constantly frustrated at how slow and weak my new body was. But my back and knees didn't hurt anymore, so that was something. Have you started making preparations to defend the village? I asked.
I sent one of my people to go round up the garrison for him,
Shell said.
We were waiting for you to get back so we can check on the other group before Karad leaves to give orders.
That wasn't the worst plan I'd ever heard, assuming whatever runner they'd sent did their job. It did have one big hole, though. What about the barrier wardens?
Solidaire's got the patrol schedule. I'll need to get with him to even figure out where everyone is,
Karad said.
Just hoping there's enough time.
At least he was aware of the flaw in his plan. I activated the scrying mirror and studied it for a second, then said, It appears we're in luck. They've stopped for some reason. All 6 men were grouped closely together. The 5 hunters were in a loose circle facing outwards with the mage in the center. I could see a bit of tension in their stances, but none of them looked overly worried. They were ready for trouble and confident that they'd handle it when it came.
What are they doing?
Shell asked as she looked over my shoulder.
Probably encountered a monster,
Carrad said.
Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll take care of our problem for us.
I wouldn't bet on it, I said. Not with that mage there. One of the men pointed at something, and the mage turned to face that direction. I could see his mouth moving as if he was shouting his incantation as he made some vague gestures with his staff in the direction the hunter had indicated. A few seconds later, a pillar of stone thicker than a man at its base and tapered to a delicate point at the end erupted out of the dirt. Hanging from it, bloody and thrashing, was a monster that looked somewhat like a turtle, if they were vaguely bipedal and 9 feet tall. The stone pillar had punctured its underside and come out at an angle through one of the leg holes in its shell. At the mage's command, 3 of the hunters started filling it with arrows while the rest continued to scan the environment. That scene repeated itself 2 more times before the group allowed themselves to relax. The hunters went about recovering what arrows they could, while the mage took a moment to collect himself. I couldn't feel his mana expenditure through the scrying mirror, but I knew how much it would cost me to cast a stone spear spell like that. It was about twice the maximum amount my mana core could even hold right now. A normal adult, without a stage 3 core, would be able to cast that precisely once before they needed to recover mana in some way.
Spirits protect us,
Carrad said.
How are we supposed to fight against someone who can do that?
You're not. That's my job, I told him. Your job is to protect the targets the hunting party will be looking for. I didn't mention that I'd be doing their job as well, at least for my own family. It wasn't that I didn't trust the garrison to try its hardest, I just didn't think they'd win. I needed to find and stop the enemy mage before doing anything else, but I also needed to keep an eye on my family so I could defend them. In fact, it might just be better to round up all the priority targets and put them somewhere safe. Where would that safe place be, though? It couldn't be somewhere obvious from their spying. That eliminated the arbor as an option. Noctra's former home was too big to effectively defend, and was another obvious place to check. But we could evacuate the entire village there. If we concentrated every member of the garrison and barrier wardens in one place, it might work. It was too bad the barrier itself couldn't be altered to help us right now. Once it powered down in a few hours, I could make alterations to the wardstone, but not while it was active. One of the biggest drawbacks to inscriptions was that they ran until they were out of mana. Enchantments could be deactivated at will, but an inscription, once fed mana, would do whatever it was designed to do for as long as it could. Trying to change that while it was running could have disastrous results. What do you think about pulling the entire village back to the manor? I asked.
If you can take care of the mage, it's a good idea. We can lock and barricade the doors,
Carrad said.
But if you can't, well, it puts everyone together in a nice convenient box to be killed.
If I can't stop the mage, it's not going to matter much, I mused out loud. It boils down to where we want to stand our ground. We got a lucky break catching onto this whole scheme just before it came down on us, but it doesn't leave us with a lot of time to set up defenses or lay traps. Our choice is whether to fight them in the village or rush out to meet them in the wastelands.
If we don't have cover, those hunters are going to pick us apart with their bows when we approach,
Carrad said. The best option wasn't realistic. If I'd had the mana, I'd have gone out myself and ambushed them out in the wastes. I just didn't have enough left to get more than a mile outside of the village before I ran into them, not if I wanted to still be able to fight after. Plus, leaving the village potentially meant dealing with monsters. The odds were slim, but as we'd seen, there were a few of them still roaming around. We've got a few bows, right? A couple of the barrier wardens are hunters? Carrad and Shell exchanged uncertain looks, and he replied,
Maybe 1 or 2. Not enough to match them either way.
This village sure wasn't going out of its way to make it easy to save them. Every plan I thought of failed immediately because there wasn't enough time, manpower, or mana. Sad as it was to say, the most likely role the villagers could play in the upcoming battle was that of a distraction. If that was all they were good for, we might as well lean into it. I fed a bit more of my precious mana into the mirror and pulled it away from the hunting party just as they got moving again to scan the path between them and the village. For the most part, it was open wastes with a few rocky hills here and there. Usually the ground was baked in cracked earth, but sometimes it was sand. There were always ways around the sandy patches, and I didn't think having a bit more footwork to do would make a lot of difference in slowing them down anyway. I scryed all the way to the edge of the fields without finding what I was looking for. Well, if it didn't exist, I'd just have to make it. There was a small hill near the south edge of the fields that I could modify to suit my purposes. "All right, this is where we'll make our stand," I said.
"That's wide open. They'll pick us off easily,"
Carrot objected.
"And even if they don't, there's nothing stopping them from going around and ignoring us."
"I'll make you some cover, and keeping their attention is why we have bows of our own. I need you to get at least a dozen men, as many bows as you can, and meet me at this hill. We've got at best half an hour before they get here," I said. When Carrot didn't move, I dismissed the image in the mirror and said, "Well, go!" Chapter 69. I'd picked this particular hill for 2 reasons. First, I was making an educated guess about what path the hunting party would take on its arrival, assuming they moved in a relatively straight line. Second, it was the only possible defensive point anywhere near the projected route our enemies would take. As we moved, I explained my plan to Carrot. "Essentially, I'm going to hollow out the crown of the hill. Your men will be able to kneel down in there and have total cover. The idea is that if the enemy wants to progress through that way, they'll have to go through your bow range. If they go around, it'll take them more time and allow you to chase after them."
Which we don't want to do, since we'll be in the open too, and they're going to have a lot more bows than us,
Carrot said. "Right. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of cover out there, so I don't see a better option. Besides, how many ranged weapons do we have?"
"Just bows? 1 or 2. Most of the barrier wardens also carry slings. I'll spread them around the outskirts of the village so they can use the homes as cover after we get everyone to the manor."
I nodded. "I'll take care of the mage. The hunters are up to you guys. Try not to shoot me."
"How are you going to do that?"
Carrot asked. That was a good question. The primary hurdle was going to be getting the man in range without being spotted. My initial thought was to hide somewhere and wait for them to pass by, but that relied on correctly guessing their route and their incompetency. Presumably, these men were expert hunters and trackers. Absent any magical camouflage, there was every possibility that they'd notice me hiding well before they reached me. Banking on a plan that relied entirely on an enemy to make a mistake was a terrible idea. I would need to be more active in creating openings, ideally ones where the hunters were preoccupied with garrison and barrier warden forces, leaving me free to take out the mage without interference. At the same time, I couldn't burn all my mana creating that scenario, not if I wanted to have any left for the fight itself. I wasn't happy about the circumstances I'd been faced with. The only other feasible option I could see was to fight in the village itself, but we'd have to spread our people thin to cover all the different approaches, too thin to effectively fight back. At least this way, if the hunters wanted to circle around the hill, they'd have to go wide and they'd leave themselves open to being harassed from the back. "It'll depend on how well you guys distract them," I said. "I'd like to sneak up on him, but I'm not going to manage it with all 6 of them wary and looking around for trouble." Carrot peeled off to go round up his men and get them started on evacuating the villagers to Noctra's manor house. At least, I assumed that was where he was sending everybody. It didn't really matter, so long as they weren't in the way of the invading group. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if the huts closest to the fighting got damaged in some way. It took 4 casts of stone shape to hollow out the top of the hill like I wanted. By the time I was done, a pair of barrier wardens were climbing the north slope to join me. Soon enough, there were 12 people up there. Contrary to Carad's expectations, they had 4 bows and 6 slings between them. Carad himself showed up with the last group and quickly set about giving his people their orders. That wasn't anything complicated. He just told them to keep their heads down and challenge the group approaching the village. They expected, at best case, to get into a long-ranged fight and hoped to keep the enemies at bay with their superior numbers. The most likely result was that they'd force the enemies to go the long way around, and that the village defenders might give chase depending on how that played out. They had additional garrison and barrier warden members stationed in 3 groups in the village itself, but I didn't think anyone was under the illusion that a group of 10 amateur villagers was going to overpower 5 well-equipped mercenaries and a mage.
Our blessed child here is going to conjure up some magic to help us, though what exactly that magic does will depend on how this confrontation plays out,
Carad said with a gesture towards me.
I can't give you any orders regarding him now, other than to watch out not to hit him when you're shooting. He'll be out there somewhere doing his best to neutralize the other mage.
Ridiculous, someone said. He's barely older than a baby.
Carad either didn't hear that or chose to ignore it. My talents might not be well known on an individual basis to the villagers, but they all knew who had fixed the barrier and produced the storage crystals that allowed the village's mana to be stretched much farther. Explanations and orders finished, Carad turned to me and asked,
"How long do we have?"
"I'm not sure. I need to conserve my mana now, but you'll see them as they approach. There's not a lot of cover out here," I said. "I'll be low to the ground in that field over there, so try to do all your shooting before they get that far." The whole group watched me climb back down the hill and disappear into the 2-foot-high stalks of bean sprouts, where I barely even had to hunch down to keep my head from poking up too high. I went in about 10 feet, then shifted around until I found a place to lay on my stomach and peer through the stalks to get a good view of the open wasteland. It wouldn't be long now, just a few minutes. They arrived in much the same formation we'd seen them use in my scrying mirror, with the hunters in a ring around the mage. I felt his mana long before I saw any of them, and I gave silent thanks that they were mostly taking the path I'd predicted. They were a little bit further off to the side of the hill than I'd expected, but still well within range of a bow shot. If anything, this trajectory would be even more likely to force them to enter the fields near my hiding place. I wanted to groan when Carad challenged the approaching group with shouted words instead of unleashed arrows. They certainly didn't waste any time on their entirely predictable response. 3 of the men pulled their bows off their shoulders and sent some arrows his way. With a surprised yelp that was clearly audible from my position, he ducked back down. The hunters eyed the hill warily. I doubted they were any sort of surprised when the village's own archers popped into view and let fly a few shafts tipped with hunters' broadheads. Other than noting that the battle had begun, I did my best to ignore the exchange. My focus was on the enemy mage. My first impression of him was that he was by far the most competent mage I'd met since my reincarnation. His core was shrouded well enough that I could tell he had mana, but not how much. The mana crystals set into the top of his staff were equally hidden. I could pierce the shroud and get an accurate read on his reserves, but not without him noticing. There was another mana crystal on a ring on his left hand, though once I took a moment to study it, I realized it was actually a low-grade storage crystal, being used to power an enchantment in the ring itself. Without getting closer to the mage, I couldn't tell what the enchantment was designed to do, but it looked familiar. I also spotted a belt that looked suspiciously similar to the one I'd taken off the mage with the familiar. Unfortunately for me, there were no stone ceilings to collapse on this guy's head out in the open wastes. I didn't have so much mana left over that I wanted to waste it tearing through a shield ward, but I could if I needed to. It would have to be fast enough to put the mage down before he was able to pump more mana into it, which wasn't necessarily a problem, but it certainly wouldn't be efficient. It would be far better to circumvent the ward altogether. That was easier said than done. I was making assumptions about how it worked. My tried-and-true ward-testing spells would cost far too much mana to use, and frankly, be massive overkill. I sincerely doubted this mage's wards extended to his astral body, and if they did, I was dead either way. No mage who'd reached that point in their career was going to be beaten by a fresh Stage 2 with limited access to mana, no matter how much they knew. If I operated under the assumption that I could win this fight, the shield ward probably defended against direct conjurations and possibly physical attacks. It might also ward off enchantments, but I already knew it didn't stop divinations, and I doubted it would contest transmutations either. My scouting was interrupted by a stirring in the mage's mana. He was backing up his hunters and, unsurprisingly, casting some sort of earth-based conjuration. Breaking the villagers' cover apart so his hunters could pick them off was an excellent mana-conserving strategy. Magic might be flashier and more impressive when it came to dispensing death, but an arrow through the eye would kill just as quickly. The spell was actually a good sign. It started at his feet and raced forward through the ground, directly on course to strike the hill. Just the fact that he'd chosen himself as his origin point told me that he probably lacked the skill to manipulate his spell structures in real time to change that. Some spells, like Fire Blast, had their origin points built in as the target. But the mage was using a spell that would fracture the ground and force the villagers to either flee or be crushed as they fell in, and that started as a thin crack at the mage's feet. The spell made it about halfway to its target before my own counterspell hit it. Threads of mana unfolded and engulfed the spell, each one doing its best to worm into the rune structure and distort it until it broke. Within moments, the mage's spell fractured and fell apart, leaving nothing but a long, narrow crack in the ground. Counterspelling was an interesting technique. It wasn't a spell so much as a way to directly manipulate mana. I favored a style I thought of as tentacle dueling, wherein I sent my own mana out in a tightly packed ball of individual appendages that collided with the target's spell, then tried to overwhelm it as the tendrils unfolded. It was more useful against stationary long-term effects like wards and traps, but if the enemy mage was going to throw magic that moved that slowly, I'd easily counter it. The counterspell wasn't free, of course, but it was flexible in terms of how much mana I could put into it, and I definitely used significantly less to break that Earth Shatter spell than my opponent had poured into forming it. If the spell was close enough to me, I could even recover that mana. In this case, unfortunately, both the Earth Shatter and my counterspell dissipated into the environment well before I could regain control of it. I glanced over at the mage, who was standing there with a look of shock on his face. Anger quickly replaced that, and he started weaving a new spell. Whatever I might have to say about his magical capabilities, I couldn't accuse him of being stupid. That new spell was divination, probably designed to find fellow mages, and he cast it fast enough that I couldn't get a new counterspell in his way before it went off. The mana washed out in every direction from the mage, invisible filaments searching for anything that met the spell's criteria. Before I could react, the first one settled on me. Chapter 70. There was no way I was going to stop that thread of divination-driven mana from touching me. If I'd had more time and set up some wards around the area, I could have deflected it without the mage becoming aware of that. But that was a tricky proposition. It wasn't something I was going to accomplish in the half a second I had before the divination swept over me. What I could do was give it misleading information. The spell was a basic divination that functioned to detect mana in the area. It wasn't all that reliable in my time, but here, with no background mana to sift through, it would do an excellent job of telling the caster exactly where anybody with a core was. Even hiding my mana with a shroud wouldn't stop the divination from finding me. It would also find every bit of mana I sent out to brush up against the many other filaments weaving through the area. I sent out 24 mana threads of my own, each one deftly weaving around the divination and touching it at various points in the field. To the mage, it would seem as if there were 100 mages hiding in the field. The drawback to that kind of spell was that it didn't give good feedback. It simply told the caster whether there was mana there, not how strong or what kind. To that mage, there were either dozens of people or dozens of mana crystals in the field. I didn't think for a second that he'd believe either were true, but my hope was that I definitely stopped him from narrowing my hiding spot down any further than just somewhere in the field. My opponent had an obvious solution to that. Mana stirred around him, this time much quicker than his Earthshatter spell. The mage held up his staff, all 4 mana crystals gleaming, and a line of fire shot out into the air over the field, where it broke apart into hundreds of falling sparks that ignited the crops. Shouts of protest came from the hill, and a hailstorm of stones rained down on the outsiders attacking our village, but the hunters put their bows to good use and quickly forced all the garrison and barrier warden members back behind cover. Their brief salvo provided me with an opening, though, one I wasn't planning on passing up. While the hunters had their eyes on the hill, I sent out my own spell. Windburst was strong enough to knock a child to the ground and even stagger a grown man if he wasn't prepared for it. And in this environment, it was strong enough to pick up dust and sand to blind people. And that was exactly what it did. With just a lick of elemental manipulation to keep the sand in the air, it lasted more than long enough for me to cast my next spell. The mage's shield ward had activated, proving that hostile conjurations were one of the triggers. With the number of mana crystals his staff held, I wasn't keen to fight a battle of attrition against him, so it was time to try something new. Rather than hurl fire or ice his way, I shaped a spell that I wasn't entirely sure would slip past his defenses. Mind Spike was a spell grounded entirely in divination discipline. I was gambling that his shield ward wouldn't cover it, but if I was right, I might disable him early on in the fight. The spell coalesced in my vision, a single wire of mana connecting it to the mage before a black shard of pain sped away to strike the man at the end of that path. There was a flare of mana at the final moment, not from the shield ward, but something the mage did himself. He cried out in pain, surprising the hunters that accompanied him, but I couldn't tell how effective my attack had been while the sandstorm was still going around them. I figured I had a few seconds, and I spent that time using elemental manipulation to pull air away from the fires starting to spread through the field. It wouldn't matter if we won today, only to have people starve later. The village was nowhere near the point where it had the margins to afford an entire field going up in flames. A sharp slash of wind cut through my sandstorm, scattering it to reveal a handful of men with faces and arms abraded by the sand, and one mage clutching at his head, while angrily glaring in my general direction.
"Enough!"
he bellowed.
"Come out and face me, you coward!"
I certainly wouldn't be doing that. This guy was proving to be surprisingly resilient compared to the other mages I'd killed, and while I would have loved nothing more than to crush him with a single spell, those magics were beyond me for the moment. I wouldn't have been able to use something like Aura Crash even if my mana crystal had been full. It would have been overkill for this fight anyway, and most of its impact would have been wasted, since its primary purpose was to prevent them from generating new mana. It would have messed with the mage's ability to draw mana through those crystals, though, limiting him to whatever spells were inscribed on his staff. While the mage was puffing himself up and striding towards the field, his minions were advancing on our fortified hill. They were working in unison, carefully timing their shots to keep an arrow going every second or so. At that rate, it seemed like they'd run out soon, but they looked more than willing to engage in melee combat. I needed to end this fight before the hunters reached the villagers, or at least distract the mage long enough to help them. Otherwise, it was practically guaranteed that there would be fatalities in our ranks. It wasn't that I had a problem with a few people dying off, but they were ostensibly my allies, and I had gotten myself deep into a mindset of resource conservation.
Whoever you are, you can choose to face me willingly, or I will flush you out,
the mage declared as he strode forward to face the field. Mana flared through his staff again, and 3 more lines of flames burst forth, one after another. The whole field was ablaze now, and there was no way I was going to save it without devoting a significant amount of mana to the process. Worse, the mage was steadily burning away my cover. I was almost surprised that he was willing to waste so much of his own mana, but from his perspective it wasn't wasted if he forced his opponent out of hiding. With a heavy sigh, I stood up and pushed my way through the stalks to stand at the edge of the field. The mage's jaw worked silently for a moment when I appeared, and he composed himself and said with a slight bow and a flourish of his staff,
"I am Ebelnot, magician of conjuration and transmutation."
I blinked in surprise at that. It had been many, many years since any rivals had spoken to me like that. Ebelnot's actions were those of a duelist at the beginning of a match. After a certain point, mages didn't fight duels. If they wanted to kill another mage, they did so as efficiently and skillfully as possible. In fact, it hadn't even been legal in most countries for mages who reached the master rank to duel. There always ended up being too much collateral damage. My surprise was less that Ebelnot would challenge me to a duel, and more that the customs I was so familiar with were present here as well. It forced me to once again ask the question of just where I was. So many things were different from what I expected, but every now and then something like this cropped up and reminded me that I was still on Manic after all. With a sigh, I pulled myself into a proper duelist stance and gave my own bow. I am Kieran, mage. Back in my youth, it was considered somewhat offensive to give so little information. Judging by the look on Ebelnot's face, that hadn't changed. He gave me a sneer and said,
"Lying about your skills won't save you. I'll test them for myself."
Without another word, he cast his first spell at me. This close, I could almost hear him muttering the incantation, and with a slight application of sharpened senses, his words became clear.
"Utrak demios falrit,"
he said, finishing the spell that would char my flesh from my bones. Except it didn't. My own mana snaked in and ripped it apart as the structure was forming. Ebelnot blinked at me, surprised that his spell had fizzled. I started walking forward. With every step I took, I was able to utilize my counterspell technique faster, and at this distance he wouldn't get off any spell that took more than 2 seconds to cast. For him, I was betting that was most of them. Ebelnot must have realized the same thing, because his next spell was a single word.
"Fring!"
he snapped as he flung a hand out and a blade of ice flashed into existence. Ice Blade was a novice spell, notable for training because it combined elements of conjuration and enchantment. It was a good practice spell for new apprentices trying to learn how to join disparate disciplines into a single style. That did not mean it couldn't kill me if I let it. As simple as it was, it could still slice through my skin. Properly aimed, it could tear my throat open with ease and leave me flat on my back, gasping out my last breaths. Ebelnot did not properly aim his ice blade. Even if I made no effort to defend myself, it would slice into my arm as it passed by instead of hitting anything vital. I wasn't sure if he was expecting to spook me with the attack and trying to compensate for the direction he guessed I would dodge, or if his aim really was that bad, but a single step to the side was enough to let the spell pass harmlessly by. In less than 2 seconds, it burned through the artificial mana core, keeping it solid, and the spell vanished. Really, I didn't even need to do that much. This was exactly the kind of spell a shield ward was designed to stop. That was why I hadn't bothered to throw basic conjurations back at him. I was almost positive his own shield ward would stop conjurations and ranged physical attacks. I'd already proven he wasn't immune to mind spikes, but he'd shown a surprising amount of resourcefulness in deflecting most, if not all, of the attack using his own mana. If that was the case, I wondered how he'd do against a physical attack. I cast a quick transmutation to draw a thin blade of stone from the ground and presented it to him while turning my body to the side. Ebelnot sneered at me and said,
"What could you possibly do with that, pretend mage?"
Despite how small it was still stone, and thus quite heavy for my child's body. That was easy enough to fix. Villagers all over were able to increase their strength and stamina just by flushing mana through their body in unstructured invocations. I was aiming to be a bit more efficient than that. "This spell is called Empower," I told Ebelnot.
"That's a stupid name for what is obviously a very mediocre transmutation spell."
The invocation came to life in my body, sending strength and speed through my limbs. The stone blade felt light as air, and I dashed forward, covering the 40 feet between us in a few seconds, while Ebelnot flailed in surprise and tried to cast some sort of spell. He didn't manage it before I was inside his shield ward. Chapter 71. I was not an expert swordsman, nor was my body conditioned for combat. I was wielding a rock I'd shaped into the form of a sharp stick. It was an awkward, unbalanced weapon that I was only able to swing around because of the mana coursing through my muscles. Against anybody with some martial training, it would have been an attack doomed to fail. I stabbed Ebelnot in the leg while he gawked at my approach. He cried out in surprise and tried to club me with his staff, but he didn't have the coordination to strike across his body while simultaneously shifting his weight to flinch back from my strike, even though a mana shield flashed into existence just as the blade struck him. It was easy to dodge his attack, and now I was inside his shield ward. I could sense the mana flickering in the air behind me, looking for triggers to activate its full defensive potential. That ward was behind my back, and I could already tell that it hadn't been designed with a melee brawl in mind. I swung my fake sword at Ebelnot again, mostly just to keep him off balance, and slapped my free hand onto his leg. A basic mana shield was good for stopping kinetic strikes and not much else. It was an excellent defense against my haphazardly formed sword. It would even work against conjurations that created solid matter to throw at him. Stabbing or clubbing him was right out. But Mana Shield did almost nothing against anything that wasn't some sort of physical attack. Shocking Touch sparked between my fingers and raced through his muscles. Ebelnot's whole body arched as lightning raced through him, and he cried out in pain. He staggered back and tried to put some space between us, but at this point I was literally close enough to touch him. Any spell that took even a second to cast was fair game to be countered. I saw him start to weave together a transmutation to reshape the ground, likely to form some sort of wall to split us apart, but I broke it before he could finish the spell. Ebelnot responded by lashing out with his staff, far too quickly for me to parry. My own shield ward flared to life and repelled the blow, causing him to stumble a few steps back. I chased after him and put another shocking touch into his other leg. Things were getting messy now. our shield wards overlapping, his mana shield flickering as he tried to modify it on the fly to stop my spells, and us circling around each other in some odd game of tag, each trying to touch the other without being hit in return. Melee brawling had never been a specialty of mine. Prior to my original ignition, I'd preferred to avoid fighting at all, if possible, or to strike from an ambush and end a battle in a single decisive blow otherwise. An enemy who didn't know he was in a fight did not do a good job of defending himself. Once I'd started using magic, I'd kept the same strategies, fighting only when I had to, and always from an advantageous position if I could. This fight was too much of an uphill battle for me to do that. I had Ebelnot outclassed in skill, but he had me beat in raw mana reserves, and his defenses had been in place well before I'd laid eyes on him. He'd come to the village expecting a fight, one he had no plans on losing. I'd been forced to get in close in order to effectively use any of the spells that had a chance of working, and while he might not have expected that, getting into a fist fight with a grown adult when I didn't even come up to his waist wasn't a great strategy. It seemed he'd figured out that he wasn't going to get off a spell that took him longer than a single word to cast. He raised his staff, shouted, "Abratus! Abratus! Abratus!" and sent 3 bursts of flame at me. Each one exploded against my shield ward, but rather than dissipating, they lingered on, draining more and more mana from it. I had a combination of spells that I was confident would get me through that mana shield, but they came with 2 downsides. First, they would be fatal. There would be no chance to capture Ebelnot and question him. Second, they'd tap me out for mana, so I'd only get 1 chance, and I'd have almost nothing left to help the villagers or defend myself if the hunters turned on me. The lethal attack I could live with. Considering the amount of damage Ebelnot had already done, I doubted anyone would hold it against me if I had to kill the mage. The other part I wasn't happy about. The easy solution might end up getting me killed in the long run if the hunters turned on me. My shield ward wouldn't hold up to concentrated fire from 5 guys with bows, and I wasn't keen on the idea of leaving my fate in the hands of Carrot and his underlings. Brute force was out, and spells like Mind Spike and Shocking Touch weren't getting the job done. By the time I battered down Ebelnot's mana shield, I'd be running on empty. I needed to do something else. Fortunately, I already knew what was going to bypass this shield. I rushed forward, already weaving the spell in my mind. Ebelnot had grown wary of my touch and was quick to shove his staff between us. I dodged around the tip, trusting my own shield ward to keep me safe. Unlike the other mage's belt, my ward's trigger range started at my skin and radiated outward in every direction. It cost a bit more mana, but I made up for it with conservations in other parts of the spell. I leapt upward and slapped a hand onto Ebelnot's chest. He was quick to grab hold of me, but not quick enough to prevent me from discharging the transmutation spell I'd cast into his body. The ring in his finger came to life, and now that I was up close, I recognized the spell it contained as a mana drain. It was horrendously inefficient, but that wasn't the point. Ebelnot wouldn't gain any mana from the attack, but draining me completely dry would leave me defenseless. It would have, if I hadn't just transmuted his heart from living organ tissue to a lump of granite. Ebelnot grunted, gave me a puzzled look, and staggered a single step forward. His staff fell out of his grasp and drifted off to the side, where it floated in the air. The mage grabbed at his chest for just a moment, then his eyes rolled upwards and he collapsed to the ground. I missed the finer details of his death while I was busy fighting off his ring's mana drain attack. By the time I'd pried myself loose from his grasp, the only thing keeping him from lying face down in the dirt was my own grip on his wrist. I let go and took a step back, letting him finish his descent to the ground. He'd be dead in seconds, and he was already unconscious. There was no point in wasting the mana, and since I had a few seconds still, I threw out a mana drain of my own to help replenish my own reserves. I didn't get much out of him, no surprise there. Most of his mana was held in his staff's mana crystals, the same as my own structure. But it was a slight gain, and the mana otherwise would have been wasted upon his death. It would have been nice to stop right there, but unfortunately, Ebelnaut's death did not mean my troubles were over. I still had a field burning behind me, one which I needed to save as much as I could if I wanted the village to have food in the coming months. There were also still 5 other hostile men attacking us. Even if I had forgotten that fact, one of them reminded me a moment later when an arrow deflected off my shield ward. I didn't know exactly how many more hits I could block before the ward ran out of mana, and I wasn't eager to find out. Sadly for them, with Ebelnaut defeated, there was no one to distract me and no one to protect them. I sent out a round of mind spikes as the quickest way to incapacitate them, and almost as one, 4 of them collapsed. The last one, the man I had pegged as their leader, had some sort of defensive talisman that allowed him to resist the spell, but without the rest of his crew to back him up, he was quickly overpowered by the village defenders. "Leave the others alive for questioning," I yelled over at the men before turning my attention to the field itself. There were 30 or 40 fires already spreading, and it would have been worse if I hadn't already worked to mitigate the damage. Elemental manipulation wasn't terribly expensive as far as channeled spells went, but it did take me almost 2 minutes to finish snuffing out the fires. Someone else would have to go through and assess how much was salvageable. By the time I'd turned my attention back from the field, Ebelnaut had finished dying of a heart literally turned to stone, and the village defenders had killed 3 of the 5 hunters. I was guessing the last 2 had surrendered, and it was only Carrot or some other person with a cool head who'd managed to get everyone else calmed down enough to accept it. There were 4 bodies on the ground that I recognized. 2 were garrison, 2 were barrier wardens. I couldn't tell from over here if they were dead, but on the off chance that it was possible to save someone, I hurried over. My mana was nearly empty, but I could probably triage a stab wound or 3 and maybe save someone's life. I gave Ebelnaut's corpse one last glance as I rushed past. His staff, its connection broken with its owner, was laying in the dirt. Later, when I had time, I'd collect the various magical trinkets and study them to see if anything was worth refurbishing. I somehow doubted the mana crystals would be high quality enough to make it worth claiming the staff as my own, not to mention it would look ridiculous to walk around with a staff that was 3 feet taller than I was. Maybe if he'd had a nice cane. By the time I'd reached the hill, both of the enemy hunters who'd surrendered had their hands bound behind their backs using a pair of belts donated by 2 garrison men. Each was holding the top of his pants with one hand, a sight that should have looked ridiculous, but the grim looks and the amount of blood everyone had on them killed any amusement I might have had. Only one of the 4 from our side who were down needed help, and he probably would have made it without my assistance. He'd taken an arrow in his hip, and when he'd fallen, he'd landed in a bad way that had jammed it through the bone. Extracting it was a work of magic by itself, and while healing the wound wasn't beyond my abilities, it was beyond my means. The man had to settle for a spell to numb the pain and stop the bleeding for now, along with my promise to help him get back on his feet once I had some more mana to work with.
"I think we're done here," Carrot said to me soon after I finished working.
I glanced at the 2 prisoners, already being led back to the village to be placed in the jail. Somehow, I think we've got a lot more work ahead of us.
"Yes, but not right now. We're safe, aren't we?"
he asked. "For today, probably. What are you going to do with the bodies?"
"Burn them. They were enemies of the village, and I could see it causing issues putting them in the cemetery."
Carrot was adapting well to the political lifestyle. "Strip their gear before you burn them," I said. "There are a few magical trinkets in there, and every bit of information helps. Let me know if you find anything interesting on the corpses themselves. Tattoos, ritual scarring, anything like that."
"Yeah, sure."
Chapter 72. Other than examining the prisoners to confirm that their mana cores were dormant and empty, I spent the night recovering and going over the various pieces of enchanted or inscribed gear the party had been carrying. The axes and bows the hunters had were nothing special. Karad would be happy to add them to the village's armory, but I had no interest in them. Ebelnaut's outfit took me longer to go through. Only one of the rings was magic, the mana drain spell he'd tried to hit me with, right as I was transmuting his heart into a lump of rock. But I did find another signet ring with a one-eyed wolf's head on it. Idly, I wondered what the story was with the missing eye. It was probably related to the Cabal's history in some way. The mana drain ring itself was a mixed bag. For some reason, Ebelnaut had fashioned it with a mana crystal attuned to him, not a storage crystal like I'd first thought. It powered the enchantment that allowed anyone wearing the ring to activate its mana-draining properties. The stolen mana would be siphoned directly into the mana crystal, so there was no real reason to attune it to Ebelnaut other than paranoia about it being stolen. Even with him gone, the ring would continue to function until it ran out of mana, which it would unless someone started using it, since no one would be able to recharge an attuned mana crystal. The amethyst pendant was Ebelnaut's primary mana crystal, surprisingly empty and subpar to my own. It reminded me of every other mana crystal I'd seen on a member of the wolf pack. They obviously had some sort of shared method of growing their crystals, and it did not yield great results. It was serviceable, but this thing was 8 times bigger than my own mana crystal, and yet its reservoir was half the size. I tossed it to the side to be stored away with the mana crystal bracelet I'd taken off Iskara. Cracking the attunements on them would be good practice for my hypothetical future apprentice someday. I gave the belt he'd been wearing a cursory examination, but I could tell it was the same as the one that other mage with the familiar had used. Apparently they were standard issue for Wolfpack mages. Too bad Noctra hadn't owned one, it would have saved his life. Iskara's status as an adept must not have warranted one either. There were only 2 other objects of interest. Ebelnaut's staff was the most complicated piece by far, and I set that aside to examine the copper band the leader of the hunters had been wearing around his left bicep. It was an interesting piece, actually 4 different inscriptions all on one loop of metal. Each was an invocation, which in my mind was a bit of an odd choice, since those were internal spells, and the whole point was that they saved in efficiency by being generated inside the mana core itself. I supposed for a person who couldn't be bothered to learn those basic level invocations, it made sense. There were invocations for sharpened senses, basic body empowerment, muffled sound, and masked scent. They'd be of limited use to a hunter with a dormant core, but I supposed it was possible the man had also been an adept and regularly bought stored mana from mages, or was supplied by the Cabal he'd apparently worked for. Much like the mana crystals, it was something for my future apprentices to play with. It wasn't badly designed or anything, but its purpose was redundant. Nobody did inscriptions for basic tier invocations. They were supposed to be for difficult spells that the average person lacked the skill to perform, or for something like a ward that needed to run constantly, even when the mage wasn't going to be around. Finally, the staff. I couldn't see myself using it, but I had high hopes that this particular piece of gear would be worth breaking the attunements on the mana crystals. Ebelnaut had declared himself to be a magician of conjuration and transmutation, meaning he was able to cast intermediate-tier spells in those 2 disciplines, and presumably basic spells in all the others. If he'd mastered one more discipline to the intermediate tier, he would have been able to call himself a full mage. If it turned out that the inscriptions were any good, this staff might become integral to the village's defenses soon. It would probably become the property of the first apprentice I took on who was interested in fighting off monsters, or, in some cases, men. If no one came along with that mindset, I'd replace the mana crystals with storage crystals and they could pull it out of their armory when the need arose. The staff itself looked like 4 branches that had been softened to allow them to be braided together, then returned to their former strength. More likely, they'd been deliberately coaxed to grow that way. There were 8 spells inscribed on its length, 2 on each branch. Of the 4 mana crystals, those were equally divided among the inscriptions instead of being chained together. That was a poor design, in my opinion, since it meant the user could have 3 completely full mana crystals, but be locked out of using 2 of the inscriptions if the 4th crystal that was linked to them was empty. That problem was mitigated somewhat by the use of mana crystals, since Ebelnot had been able to draw mana from one crystal and put it in the other, albeit at a transference loss. But the more I studied the staff, the less impressed I was. Everything I'd taken from the mages of this area was the work of apprentices or possibly inept magicians. I was aware that my own standards were exacting, even for an archmage, but I'd taught enough apprentices to have a good idea of what they were capable of producing on their own, and these trinkets did not measure up. The staff had Fire Blast, Flame Lance, Rain of Fire, Force Bolt, and Earth Shatter for conjurations in it. The 3 transmutations were Stone Wall, Earth to Water, and Earth Spear. It wasn't an impressive or diverse collection, but it did cover most of the major points needed to survive wandering in the wastes. All Ebelnot had needed to carry with him was food. With his staff, he could dispatch enemies from a distance, as well as create shelter and water. Other than the float enchantment worked into the top of the staff that was almost out of mana, there wasn't anything else to it. Ebelnot hadn't even included any sort of focusing enchantments to increase his range or accuracy. I tossed the staff onto the pile with the other pieces and let out a frustrated groan. "Why is it that everything these people have is junk?" I asked out loud, though there was no one else there to hear me. At least it made them easy to fight. If they'd been well equipped, that whole battle would have been a lot more difficult. The after-battle report was a bleak thing, though. I finished jotting down the information in this bastardized written excuse for a language that everyone thought was Enotian, left the papers with the loot in a second room in the manor, and dragged myself back home to my own bed. As much as I would have liked to go straight to bed, I forced myself to spend the next 2 hours scrying all over the wastelands looking for threats. I had no doubt that I missed hundreds of hiding places, despite seeing a few dozen monsters or beasts in my scouting. I didn't find any other people, though, and that was the whole point of my search. Only after I'd done my best to confirm there were no stragglers out there within 20 miles did I finally collapse onto my bed to let my poor, abused mana core start to recover. It was a restless night, one where I kept waking up every few hours. I took advantage of that to keep refilling my mana crystal over and over, with the results being that when I got up for good the next morning, I felt awful, but had added enough spare mana to cast a good 4 spells, or 8 or 9 cheap ones. It was far from enough to make me feel any sort of safe, but it was a good start. Classes were cancelled that morning, for obvious reasons. Though none of my students had taken part in the fighting, I was too busy to instruct them. When I got up for good, I felt their mana outside anyway, but it looked like they were doing some exercises we'd already reviewed. As long as they weren't expecting me to referee, that was fine by me. Today, my house arrest guard was Ganor, the man I'd mentally dominated to get him to deliver the message and key-turn scrybeacon to Chirrut. I stopped next to him when I walked outside, then looked up and said, "Carrad leave any messages for me?" No." "Anything about our new prisoners?" "Nope," Ganor said. Much as I didn't want to do it, I supposed my first stop would be the garrison jailhouse. All one cell of it. I had questions that I needed answers to, even if it wasn't likely that the 2 men there had them. I would much rather go back to bed, but it was too important to find out if there were more people coming. "All right, let's go," I said.
Go?
Ganor echoed.
You can't go anywhere. You're supposed to remain here.
I suppose there had been a reason Ganor hadn't been my escort before today, and that all the injuries had limited who they had to spare today. This was the first time any of them had tried to enforce my house arrest on me. "I need to go to the garrison," I told Ganor. "Come on, walk with me."
You're staying right here,
Ganor said.
Technically, you shouldn't be allowed outside.
There were probably better ways to handle it. Shell wasn't even 30 feet away, and all I needed to do to get her involved was raise my voice. Even if she didn't have direct authority over garrison members, she could likely have found a way to resolve things peacefully. But I was tired and in a bad mood. I'd literally fought and risked my life for the village not 12 hours earlier. I was done with this game of pretend to make them feel better. My already foul mood was plummeting at the thought of dealing with this idiot, and all of a sudden what little patience I had left was gone. Of all the ways I could have resolved this issue, casting sleep on Ganor stretched the limits of my restraint. I wanted to do something much more painful, but I settled for a small smile at the satisfying thump his unconscious body made as it hit the ground. The movement caught the attention of my students, who stopped their training to look over at me.
"Everything all right there?"
Talek called over to me. "Just fine," I told him. "I've got to go over to the garrison building and take care of some business. I'll be back soon."
Before you go, we were wondering if you were claiming that staff,
Ayaka said. I kept myself from snorting. I wouldn't be caught dead with that piece of junk. "Nope, all yours. Is that what you're playing for today?"
Winner gets first dibs on any loot you're not keeping,
Shell said.
I think we can all agree that we want the staff.
Heh. Well, best of luck to the four of you then. I'll be back in an hour or two. Let me know who ends up winning it. With a single look back at Ganor, face down and snoring in the dirt, I walked through the arbor toward the village square. Chapter 73. There were 4 people guarding the cell, but Karad was not among them. That was understandable, in light of everything that had happened yesterday. Other than the one scorched field, the village had escaped the conflict undamaged. As far as people went, the garrison would be short-handed, and the barrier wardens would likely be divvying up a few extra shifts over the next few weeks. Karad himself had taken on a bunch of extra responsibilities in his bid to take Noctra's position. Even with me picking up the slack on all magic-related duties, that still left the actual running of the village, in addition to his normal duties as the leader of the garrison itself. I was no bureaucramancer, but I understood that it was quite time-consuming to keep the wheels of civilization well greased. Apparently, even in a village as small as this one, that theory applied. One of the cardinal rules of interrogation was to question prisoners separately. It was more time-consuming, but also much easier to sniff out possible lies that way. Unfortunately for me, the village only had the one cell. It wasn't so much an insurmountable problem as it was a petty annoyance. I was significantly less frugal with my mana now that I'd completed my mana lattice. "What are you doing here?" Trusai asked. "Questioning the prisoners," I said. The guards exchanged glances.
Is he allowed to do that?"
one of them asked.
"He's not even supposed to be here,"
another one said. "Look, if you want to go get Karad and drag him over here, go ahead. I can wait a bit. But the longer we delay, the longer it takes me to get around to doing the healing on your friends."
"Why not just do that first?"
I shrugged. "More important to find out if there's anyone else out there."
"Don't waste your time,"
one of the prisoners announced.
"We're not going to tell you anything."
"Stupid kid. Ridiculous that anyone is listening to you,"
the other prisoner added. "Now, you say that, but I mind-spiked both of them. Cries of pain as they grabbed at their heads filled the inside of the building, but they quickly faded away. I'm not above a little torture to get the information I need out of you, not if it saves the lives of my people. The garrison members looked torn between placing themselves between me and the prisoners and standing off to one side. They were having a huddled debate in whispers that would soon boil down to sending someone to go fetch Carrot, but it hadn't quite reached that point yet. "Which one of you wants to go first?" I asked. I was standing about 3 feet from the cell, far enough back that they wouldn't be able to reach me through the bars, even if they pressed their bodies right up into them. It wouldn't matter if they tried. My shield ward was more than strong enough to deflect any clumsy attempts at a grab. But it was better to not give them any false hope that might end up wasting some of my mana.
"Do your worst,"
the first prisoner said. I mentally divided them into blonde hair and big nose for obvious reasons. Blonde was the chatty one, and Nose was the sullen one hunched up and glaring at me. Perhaps he was less resilient than his friend when it came to recovering from mental attacks. That was as good a reason as any to start with him. "Very well," I said as I cast a sleep spell on him. Blonde's eyes rolled up into his head and he dropped like a sack of potatoes.
"What did you do?"
Nose yelled, leaping at me. He rebounded off the bars, well short of grabbing hold. Nothing permanent and nothing painful. Yet. There was fear in his eyes, fear that hadn't been there a moment ago. I didn't know what those two had been expecting to happen to them prior to my arrival, but I was starting to suspect they'd had dealings with mages before. Perhaps the wolf pack had a fearsome reputation back home. My small stature had worked against me, but magic didn't care about the age of the practitioner, only the mana. If I could trade on a ruthless reputation other mages had cultivated, I was more than happy to do so. I raised my left hand and pointed a finger straight up. At its tip, I conjured an illusion of a jagged shard of black crystal, a physical representation of a mind spike. "I'm going to ask you questions now. Every time you don't answer, I'll shove one of these into your brain. If I think you're lying to me, same thing. This won't kill you, no matter how many I hit you with. You'll just wish you were dead." That wasn't strictly true. Mind Spike wasn't fatal, and 1 or 2 shots wouldn't cause permanent damage, but a dozen or so over the span of half an hour was a different story. If it came down to that, I'd have to mercy kill Nose, but I'd wait until I'd woken Blonde up and asked him my questions again first. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. "First question. Are there any other groups out there getting ready to attack us?" I asked. Nose's eyes flicked down to where Blonde was passed out on the floor next to him. He licked his lips and said,
"No."
"You're sure about that?"
"Just us,"
he said. "I see." I cast Mind Spike and waited for him to stop writhing around. Once I had his attention, I said, "Sometimes I'm going to ask you questions I already know the answer to, just to keep you honest. What you should have said there was, 'Yes, there's another mage, and Ebelnot has been communicating with him via messages carried back and forth by a hawk.' I won't hold it against you if you don't understand all the intricacies of the magic, but I watched you receive a message with my magic, so I know you knew about it." Nose glared at me through hands clutching at his face.
"You're a devil child,"
he said. Behind me, the 3 garrison members looked queasy. None made a move to stop me. The 4th had, presumably, left to fetch Carrot. I suspected I had less than half an hour left before I had to stop questioning the 2 prisoners. Let's try again. Any other groups out there in the wastelands besides yours and that other mage who was spying on us with the bird? This time Nose didn't hesitate.
"No."
I nodded. It was possible he was lying, but my own scrying hadn't turned anything up. "Tell me about who hired your group to come out this way. You're from Darrow, right?"
"Yes,"
Nose said.
You killed the mage who hired us. Both mages, I guess.
What did you know about them?
The one with the bird didn't like to talk. His partner gave all the orders. My team is part of the Monster Hunters Guild in Darrow. They contacted us using guild channels and hired us for protection during travel.
More and more, I wondered how Noctra had planned to actually have Father carted all the way to Darrow with nothing but Nermit to ward off an attack. Was Nermit some sort of idiot savant with the blade and no one had told me? Or maybe he was only supposed to go so far before meeting someone else who'd take possession of Father. Are there any camps or way stations between here and Darrow? I asked.
Yes,
Nose said, surprised at the question.
We made stops at Falling Wall and Blighter's Hole on our way here.
And how far away are those?
Falling Wall's about a day's walk from Darrow. Blighter's Hole is another 2 days, then 2 days to this village.
So, it had been a risk transporting Father out like that, but not as much as it seemed at first glance. Tell me about them, I said. Nose described a satellite village near Darrow that sounded much like my own, except it had walls around it, and most of the food grown there was used to feed the citizens of Darrow itself. I could only speculate that the land was much more arable there, or that they had significantly more mana to devote to growing produce. The second stop on their journey was little more than a guarded trading post hunters used when they wanted a drink, somewhere to offload pelts and the like, and a safe place to sleep for the night. Its population fluctuated anywhere between 5 people and 50. Neither sounded like places I had any interest in visiting. I grilled Nose for another 20 minutes, asking him anything I could think of regarding the mage cabal operating out of Darrow, the 2 mages who'd traveled out here with the monster hunters who'd taken a stab at being human hunters and found themselves lacking, Darrow itself, and everything Nose knew about magic. It wasn't that Nose was eager to talk, but after he earned himself a 3rd mind spike when he tried to clam up about his friends, he didn't give me any more trouble. Once I was satisfied, I put him to sleep and prepared to wake up Blonde.
Why were you asking him so many questions about that other place's magic?
One of the garrison guards asked. Trying to get a feel for how advanced their mages are. This guy didn't describe anything too sophisticated, which doesn't mean much. He could be oblivious, or the cabal based in this city might not operate in the public eye. I got the impression that they had power and influence, but not direct control of Darrow.
Why does it matter, though?
The guard pressed.
It only matters that they leave us alone. You already confirmed there was no one else coming.
No, I confirmed there was no one else here now, as far as he knows. He could be wrong about both of those points. I doubt this cabal will be willing to just give up after losing so many of their mages to me. The door burst open and Carrad strode in.
What in the hell is going on in here?
He demanded. Interrogation, I said. I was just about to wake Blonde over here up.
No one gave you permission to do this,
Carrad told me.
And if they did, they didn't have the authority.
I acted on my own authority, I said. It was granted to me when I turned a man's heart into a lump of stone while it was still inside his chest.
You can't just go around doing whatever you want.
Yes, I can. I've done my best to be polite and patient and helpful, but let me be perfectly clear. This village needs me. I do not need it. I am living here as a matter of convenience, and I am investing my time and mana into it in return. I would be more than happy to relocate somewhere else if you can't accept that.
Maybe you should,
Carrad said. I leaned back a bit and studied his face. Well then, maybe I will. Or maybe I'd wipe that sneer off Carrad's face with a well-placed shock lance. I'd seethe about this conversation later, but for now I needed to question the second prisoner to look for inconsistencies in their stories. I'm going to question the blonde guy now. You can stay and ask questions if you want.
What kind of questions?
if there's anyone else out there getting ready to attack us, or back in Darrow where they came from, how strong the mages there are, that kind of stuff. Carrot glowered at me, but gave me a sharp nod and stood there, arms crossed, while he watched. I turned back to the prisoners, both of whom were caught in enchanted slumber, and reached out for the artificial manicore I'd placed in Blonde to power the spell. Draining it gave me back a little under half what I'd used to make and implant it, but it was more than I would have had otherwise. Blonde groaned as his eyes opened, and I once again held up my illusion of a mind spike. "I'm going to ask you some questions," I told him. "Let me tell you the rules about how to answer them." Chapter 74. I sat in my home-turned-prison and watched another secret meeting between the 4 adults who ran the town in my scrying mirror. Shell made no effort to hide why she was leaving the arbor any time they had one, and after my argument with Carrot earlier, I'd expected an emergency session to be called. "He was torturing them?" Melmir asked, his face trying to convey far more disgust than he actually felt. If there was anything I'd learned about the head of the collectors over the last month, it was that he was the kind of kid who'd pulled the legs off of spiders just to watch them struggle. It was a good thing for the world he'd never amount to anything more than a petty tyrant making a handful of people miserable in a backwater village no one had ever heard of.
"I didn't catch the first one, but from what my men described, yes. He had some kind of spell that didn't do anything but cause pain that he used repeatedly to force them to answer questions," Carrot said. "And you just stood there and let him," Solitaire pointed out. "Some might say that makes you every bit as culpable. What did you want me to do, club him over the head and drag him out of there? That child is too dangerous. If I'd attacked him, I'd have had to kill him."
That would get you exiled or executed,
Shell said.
Dangerous as he might be, but he's also undeniably useful. We're trying to punish him for the whole Noctra thing, but the fact of the matter is, he was right. He was right about the manor. He was right about the debtors. He was right about the barrier. Gravin is always right, and for now, he's still willing to help us.
"I threatened him with exile today," Carrot admitted. "He didn't seem to care. Gravin truly thinks he'd survive just fine out in the wastelands. Maybe he would."
"You know what your problem is, Carrot?" Melmir asked.
"I'm sure you're about to tell me,"
the garrison leader muttered. Melmir talked right over him. "It's that you can't decide if he's a child or an adult. You keep trying to treat him like a kid, but then if something happens, and you need a mage to sort it out, well, then he's an adult. But only for a few hours until you don't need him anymore. Then it's back to pretending he's a normal boy. You can't have it both ways." Well, that was a surprising bit of insight from an unlikely source. My respect for Melmir rose just a notch. I still didn't like the guy, and wouldn't trust him with any real measure of power, but he'd apparently been paying enough attention from the sidelines that he'd called Carrot's issue perfectly.
"So, which is he then?"
Carrot asked. "He behaves like an adult. He thinks like an adult. If that outlandish story of his is true, he's older than the entire village combined. So, treat him like an adult. He's supposed to be under house arrest, but he comes and goes as he pleases. Stop letting him. That soft spot in your heart you've got for him because he helped out your nephew? Grow some calluses over it and start treating him like the criminal he is." That was not the direction I wanted the conversation to go, but I couldn't really have expected any better considering the source. It looked like my time in Arcanist might soon be up, and if so, I needed to take care of a few things before I left.
"And what do we do the first time we try to tell him he can't do something and he refuses to cooperate?"
Solitaire asked.
"It seems like every day he shows us some new magic that we have no defense against. He could be watching this meeting right now, just sitting there laughing at the thought that we have any control over him. Or worse, maybe he sees us as threats, and we're about to go the same way Noctra did.
He was half right. I wasn't going to kill any of them, but at the same time, I wasn't going to let them run my life. I had my own goals to achieve, and while I had invested some time and mana into the village, it wasn't anything I wasn't willing to walk away from. Having a relatively secure place to sleep and ready source of food and water was convenient, but nothing I couldn't manage myself. I'd really thought I'd have more time to consolidate my power before I left. The Wolfpack's quick reaction to my assassination of their assets in the village had completely screwed up my timeline. I wasn't ready, but I could make do. And it sounded like it might be time. Things had escalated far too quickly, perhaps in part because I'd misjudged just how threatened they all were by me. If I tried to dig in and hold a place here, it would end in bloodshed, and my family would likely end up paying part of the price. The way I see it, we've got two options. We either let Graven run wild, doing whatever he wants, and hope the spirits protect us, or we treat him like anyone else. He's not above the rules, despite what he seems to think, Melmir said. He doesn't just get to decide he's going to ignore being placed under house arrest, not that that was an appropriate punishment for committing murder. He should have brought us proof so we could act on it, instead of taking it into his own hands.
And if he doesn't agree?
Shell asked, cutting Melmir's rambling.
The same for anyone else, obviously. Exile or execution.
You want to kill a child? What is he for? How do you think the village will react to that?
I don't see where we have a choice, Melmir said. Either we get control of him, or he's won.
We could try working with him instead,
Shell said dryly.
He's actually pretty reasonable about requests.
That's the same as letting him do whatever he wants,
Solidaire said.
So what? It's about your egos. You need to know that you can crush him with the weight of your laws, and just as important, he needs to know it. It's no wonder none of you can get along with him.
Shell,
Carrot said.
He tortured 2 men today. No one told him to do it. No one authorized it. He didn't even bother to inform us that he was going to do it. You can't do stuff like that on a whim. And it's not the first time he's gone off to do whatever he wanted. He's not supposed to leave that house. That was the whole reason we put him out of the way. I've been letting it slide, and that was a mistake. He looks like a child, but he's not. You didn't see him fighting that other mage. He didn't even flinch when bursts of fire were exploding in his face. He's not new to violence, and he's not afraid to murder someone. Knowing he killed Lord Noctra was one thing. Even watching him ambush that mage in the cave was disturbing for all it looked like an accident, but he killed that last mage without hesitation. He's a man, trapped in a child's body, who is far too comfortable with removing problems using lethal force. I am afraid of what's going to happen to this village when he decides we've become a problem to be handled.
The meeting went around in circles for another hour. Shell tried to defend me, but it was painfully obvious that she was more interested in what I could do as an asset for the village, and herself, since she was still working on igniting her core, than she was in my personal well-being. That didn't offend me, but it did mean that I would only have her support for as long as I was useful. Melmir and Solidaire were against letting me stay, though Solidaire was surprisingly bloodthirsty about it. His proposal was that they kill me in my sleep once I'd shown Shell how to ignite more cores. Carrot and Melmir advocated for exile, the former as a softer solution to the problem, and the latter because he was too afraid of retribution if they tried to kill me and failed. To be fair, he was right. I was willing to work with the village council, but the second they moved against me or my family, I'd slay them without hesitation. The thought that I might object just as lethally to being exiled as I would to attempted assassination apparently hadn't entered Melmir's mind. In all fairness, I was planning on just leaving after I finished my preparations and made my final threats, so in a way, he was right. After ensuring the village council had no plans to move before the morning, I let the thin thread of mana I'd been running into my mirror's inscriptions snap. I had a lot of work to do tonight, and not a lot of time to do it. By this time tomorrow, I would be gone. Ensuring my family's safety after I left was my top priority. To that end, I had some modifications to make before morning. The mirror needed 2 beacons added to it, and I planned to strengthen the durability enchantments on it. It would be the core of my family's defense, after all. I couldn't have it being shattered by someone like Carrot or Solidaire. Since completing these tasks before anyone thought to try to stop me would make everything easier, it was going to be a long night. I arrived at my family's hut about 2 hours before dawn. It had been trivial to slip out of my own prison without alerting the now 3 garrison guards sitting outside of it, simply by walking through the back wall. Carrying my mirror with me through the arbor had been more of a challenge, mostly because it was as tall as I was and twice as wide. Nobody was awake when I arrived, which suited my purposes just fine. I pushed the curtain aside, cast a light spell that had just enough mana to give dim illumination to the interior of my parents' hut, and took a seat at the table. The mirror itself was left leaning up against a wall. My family lived in a hovel, no better or worse than the dozens of other hovels that surrounded them. Things could be so much better with access to better resources and knowledge, even here in the middle of a desert with no mana. But the leaders of Arcanist had made it quite clear that they valued control over progress, so the current state was how things would stay. Father sat up in bed and blinked up at the light I'd hung in the air.
Graven? What are you doing here?
He asked in a bleary voice.
How early is it?
Earlier than you'd like to get up, or later than I'd like to stay up, depending on how you want to look at it, I told him. I need to teach you how to use this mirror I made, and I don't have a lot of time to do it. Some things have happened, and I'll need to leave the village for a while, so this will be the only way we'll have to communicate.
What?
Father asked, all traces of sleepiness gone from him. That woke Mother, which was fine. Seneca's snores continued uninterrupted from her tiny pallet off behind my parents. I'd wanted to talk to them first anyway. My sister didn't need to know all the details, like that a quarter of the council wanted to murder me in my sleep, and another half was willing to settle for just exiling me. Come here. Let me show you how to make this mirror work, I said. I'll explain everything while you practice. Chapter 75. I'd been digging through Noctra's books for about 3 hours before Carrot finally caught up with me. He barged into the room, a deep scowl on his face and anger in every jerky movement he made.
By the spirits, what do you think you're doing?
He snarled at me as he came to a stop opposite the desk I was sitting at. Looking through these books for information, I said. I'd planned on doing it earlier, but there was always something in the way. By the time I'd finished teaching myself this blasphemous written language, which does not in any way match our spoken one, I was busy dealing with our uninvited guests.
You are under house arrest. You can't just sneak out. This was the deal you agreed to,
Carrot said. I'm altering our agreement, I told him without bothering to look up as I flipped another page. The effect was somewhat spoiled by the fact that I'd placed several books on the chair to boost me up to a height where I could use the desk. Or rather, since you plan to run me out of town or kill me, whichever is easiest, I am inclined to say the agreement no longer applies. Carrot gave a rueful laugh.
Solidaire was right. You were spying on us.
It seemed prudent, I said. Don't you worry, though. I'll be leaving today. You won't even have to fight me. Once I'm done skimming through these and I decide which ones I'll be taking with me, I'll just gather a bit of food and be on my way.
You know, you wouldn't have to go if you just stopped doing things like this,
Carrot said. There was still a lot of anger in his tone, but he was doing an admirable job of controlling himself. The twitching in his hand had stopped at least. That had to count for something. No, I am not going to let you control what I do. You don't get to tell me where I can go or when. I'll do as I always have, whatever I want to, whenever I feel like doing it. I was willing to go along with that farce of a deal and assist the village in growing because it was convenient for me to do so. But it seems you all thought you had some method of enforcing it on me. That was a mistake on your part.
What about the barrier, and the people you were going to give the spirit's blessings to?
Not really my problem now that I'm in exile, is it? Kara didn't have an answer to that. I flipped another page and kept reading.
You're still not allowed to be here,
he said finally, just to fill the silence. Then do something about it, if you can. I glanced up and saw him standing there with his fists clenched at his side and fire burning in his eyes. With some visible effort, he controlled himself and said stiffly,
"See that you're beyond the barrier's range by sundown,"
and spun on his heel to march back out of the room. "Karad," I said just as he reached the door. He froze in place without looking back. "I'm leaving my scrying mirror with my family. It will remain in their care. I will be speaking to them regularly to ensure they do not suffer in any way over your issues with me. Rest assured that I can return at a moment's notice if I feel a need to. I am very protective of them. It would be in your best interest to ensure nobody tries to take out any frustrations they might have on them." I'd placed a scrying beacon and a teleportation beacon enchantment on the mirror itself, in addition to modifying it to allow Father to communicate with me directly through it, and showed him how to keep both charged. I could check in on them for a fraction of the mana I would otherwise need, and, if necessary, teleport back to the village. Short of remaining here myself to watch over them, it was the best I could do on such short notice with limited resources.
"I understand,"
he said. The door closed behind him, leaving me alone to sort through more books. Karad hadn't even contested the idea of me taking any with me. Judging by how much dust had been layered in the room when I'd arrived, no one here valued the knowledge of a world beyond their village. Typical. Shell was the next to find me. I didn't know who exactly had told her, but she walked into the room just as I was finishing up sorting through the various tools Noctra and Iskara had used in their experiments. Much as it pained me to leave it all behind, especially in the hands of people who didn't have the first clue what any of it did, my current mana constraints demanded I pick and choose what I take. And the only value I was likely to get from any of the instruments here was a small amount of coin from selling them when I reached Darrow.
"I'm surprised you're leaving,"
she said.
"I really figured you'd kill Melmir, maybe Solidaire too."
"There's nothing here worth fighting over," I said. "You all needed me far more than I needed you."
"Well, that's the truth. I don't suppose you have any plans on igniting any cores on your way out?"
"Is that the only reason you're here, Shell?"
"What do you want me to say, Gravin? It was a transactional relationship, and we all knew we were getting the better end of the deal. Why do you think no one at the Arbor objected to your coming and going, even though we all knew you weren't supposed to leave? I don't care if you want to stay or go, but I'd hoped you'd at least finish what you started with your students."
"I'll make you a deal," I said. "That corner of the new greenhouse that was supposed to go to me, you'll plant what I tell you there. I don't know how often I'll stop by to harvest it, but I will, and you'll keep growing whatever I want. You promise that, and bring me 3 full storage crystals before I leave in a few hours, and I'll help you ignite your core."
3 full crystals,
Shell said. She paused to think about that, then nodded.
"I think I can manage that."
No doubt Ayaka would be receiving a visit soon, as I couldn't imagine an easier way for Shell to get what I wanted. In a sense, she'd be stealing the mana from the village, but I found it difficult to make myself care. Their mana had been stolen from them for so long anyway. What was one more day? Besides, without me to power that wardstone for them every night, They didn't have much they could do with it anyway. Technically, Father could do it. In teaching him how to activate the scrying mirror, I'd inadvertently given him enough knowledge to get the wardstone working. I'd made sure he knew that, but left it up to him to decide whether or not he wanted to offer that service. "I trust you'll be able to find me once I leave the manor," I said.
I'm sure I'll manage somehow.
Shell agreed. "If not, the offer will remain open. I'll be back to visit my family from time to time."
They can't even exile you properly.
Shell said with a laugh.
Bunch of idiots anyway. They couldn't just leave well enough alone.
"Luckily for them, it's not worth the headaches that would come with killing them," I said. "You'd better hurry or I'll leave before you get what you need." Shell left, and a few minutes later I followed her out of the manor. Despite wasting all afternoon there, my total haul was 2 books and a map. It wasn't that I wasn't interested in a few other books, but I didn't want them bad enough to carry them 100 miles or more while I walked through the wastelands. I stuffed my loot into a satchel I'd absconded with, and left to go find some food for my journey.
You can't go!
Seneca wailed as she squeezed me in her arms. I shot an exasperated look at my mother, but there was no support there. I'd gotten a similar hug from her moments earlier, even though she'd already known my plans. "I'm not leaving forever," I said. "Just for a little while. I'll be back to visit."
Why Darrow?
Mother asked. "That's where the cabal that's harassing the village is located. Presumably, that means they've got some knowledge about what's going on. They're just a stop on the road, though. The world isn't supposed to be like all of this," I said with a vague gesture. "I've never seen such a large scar. Normally, mana would fill the air, more than anyone could ever use. Here, it's more precious than water. One day, I'll show you what I mean." I hoped to, at least. The more I learned, the more I was starting to suspect something catastrophic had happened between my death and rebirth. I had a moon missing from the sky, some sort of global language curse, and a mana desert covering well over 10,000 square miles. Finding some explanations to these mysteries was the real reason I was going to Darrow, though I might just break the Wolfpack's power while I was there. My plan was to wrap up my goodbyes here, talk to my father in the fields on my way out, and begin my journey. That plan was currently being interrupted by Seneca crying and refusing to stop hugging me. Just as I'd managed to extract myself by promising to bring her to wherever I ended up so she could see the world outside the village, Shell appeared in the doorway.
Gravin? Good. I was starting to worry.
She said.
"I've got the storage crystals you needed."
"Excellent," I said. "Let's go ahead and take care of this right now, then." I took the mana out of all 3 crystals, almost twice what I needed to make the ritual work. 1 crystal was my payment, the others were for Shell herself. Under my instruction, she got her mana spinning. It only took a few minutes, especially with me aiding her, before she reached the critical state needed to ignite her core. As soon as it was over, she looked at me with wonder in her eyes.
"That's it? That's all it takes?"
she asked.
"It's so simple. How did we? For so many years."
"Blame that on the tithe. Nobody ever had enough mana to fill their core," I told her. "Now, I've got one last stop to make, and then I'm off to begin my exile."
"Ah, yes. I'll walk with you, if you don't mind,"
Shell said. "You mean escort me out of the village?"
"Something like that,"
she agreed. Carid, Melmir, and Solidaire were waiting for us out on the street. I walked past them without a word, and they silently fell into step behind me. I quickly located Father in the west field and made my way to him while my entourage of counselors trailed behind me. I pretended not to see the barrier wardens with suspiciously familiar bows lurking behind buildings or pillars of stone. My shield ward was fully charged, and if they tried anything, I'd fry the lot of them. For a nice change of pace, no one made a move against me. I walked up to Father, who looked past me toward the counselors and shook his head.
"You're not going through with it,"
he said. "I am." Father pulled me into a hug, one that squished my satchel, now full of food, into my side.
"Good luck, son. Be safe, and be careful. I know, I don't have to tell you that."
"I'll check in soon," I said. "A few days at most. I love you, Father."
"I love you too. I'm sorry things didn't turn out the way you wanted."
"I was always going to leave eventually. This is just a bit sooner than we expected," I said. "It's fine. I accomplished everything I needed to before I set off on my own."
"You're too young to be so grown up,"
Father told me. "Sorry."
"Don't be. You're still my son. You're just also Kieran, too."
"I am, and that's how you know I'll be fine. Goodbye. You'll hear from me soon."
"Safe journey, Graven,"
Father said. I adjusted my satchel and walked toward the setting sun, while my father, 4 village councilors, a handful of barrier wardens, and a dozen or so farmers watched me leave. End of Book 1. This is the end of Kieran, the Eternal Mage, Book 1, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more fantasy books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Kieran, the Eternal Mage, written by D.E. Sherman, performed by John Joseph Rogers and Riley Cabrera. Text copyright 2024 D.E. Sherman. Production copyright 2024 Royal Guard Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Kieran, the Eternal Mage, Book 2, Wolves of the Wastes. Written by D.E. Sherman. Performed by John Joseph Rogers and Riley Cabrera. The story so far. Kieran of the Night Vale sought to escape the shackles of his own aging body. And to that end, he pioneered soul magic that would allow him to reclaim memories of his past life once he'd reincarnated. The spells work, but when he wakes again, he finds himself trapped in the body of a child living in a desert with no mana. His plans derailed, he sets about the tedious and time-consuming task of regaining a modicum of power using his own slowly generating internal mana. Thanks to some complications arising in the process of igniting his new mana core, Kieran's new family quickly becomes suspicious of him. With so little mana available, the village is careful to harvest every last shred from all its members. And by awakening himself as a mage, Kieran has made the mistake of standing out too much. The village's governor and mage protector, Noctra, also notices that something is amiss. Mistakenly believing it to be Kieran's father that is the source of this new mana instead of Kieran himself, Noctra kidnaps the man with plans to use him as a way to pay off his debt to a cabal of mages based in the nearby city of Darrow. Noctra came from there originally and had been exiled to the small village of Kieran's rebirth years ago, where he now runs a scam to steal mana from the villagers in exchange for protecting them from a non-existent threat. Noctra's actions set him on a collision course with Kieran, one which proves to be the Elder Mage's downfall. Kieran kills both Noctra and his handler, an adept named Iskara, who also works for the mysterious Cabal. With the village freed from the evil mage's predations, all should be well, but Kieran sees a new threat looming over them. The Cabal isn't just going to give up its source of free mana. Noctra had owed, and they would surely send someone to collect. That's exactly what happens, and not long after, a duo of mages and their warrior mercenaries attack the village. Kieran fights them off with some help from the locals, but quickly finds himself on the outs with their newly formed council. Appalled at his willingness to kill and maim, and uncomfortably aware that they lack the ability to control Kieran, the council meets to decide his fate. It's a vote of exile, one they knew they can't enforce. But fortunately for them, Kieran has already decided to visit Darrow to investigate this Cabal. He's got too many questions about how the world has changed between his death and rebirth, and the tiny village holds no answers. After saying his farewells to his family, Kieran leaves on a journey to discover the truth of things.
Chapter 1. There were 14 stone pillars growing out of the ground, all arranged in a circle and inscribed with thousands of interconnected runes. Each one was 5 feet tall and 6 inches thick. It had taken me the better part of 3 days to set them up in the mountain cave I'd claimed as my temporary home. I'd spent another day after that carving grooves into the ground between the poles until my full ritual circle was complete. That had been the easy part. With all the prep work completed, I'd sought out the raw material I'd needed, which was a difficult task considering material of any kind was scarce in this wasteland I'd found myself trapped in. If I'd had access to my vaults back in the Night Vale, I'd be using a limb from a maglosa tree that I'd seeded mana crystals into as it grew, then harvested and soaked in an alchemical bath of pure liquid mana, combined with various herbs infused with the specific properties I was after. I was not in the Night Vale, however. I was in a cave overlooking an endless expanse of dead, cracked earth with no signs of life. My resources were significantly more limited than I would have liked, but I was doing the best I could with what I had. The ritual circle I'd prepared was crude by my standards, but I had to start somewhere. It would suffice as the crucible I forged my first generation of equipment in. I surveyed the results of my work with a sigh. I was procrastinating, and had been for the last 2 hours. I knew the circle was perfect. I knew the rune pillars were flawless. The only thing I was lacking was the raw materials to put through my new creation. The unfortunate truth of life in the wastes was that I wasn't going to find what I needed just wandering around looking for it. I was going to need to trade for it, and that meant approaching a place I'd been thoroughly avoiding. My initial visit had been more than enough. Blighter's Hole was a trading post for monster hunters operating on the east side of what was known as the Basin. The population fluctuated day to day as various groups filtered in and out with their latest trophies. Usually that meant hides, and maybe some teeth, claws, or bones. But occasionally they'd scavenge something valuable out of the wastes itself, and that included wood. That was what I was after. So, as much as I disliked the idea of visiting Blighter's Hole again, I left my cave and made my way down the mountainside. I used a simple weight reduction spell to allow me to jump down and drift toward ground level. It was a cheap and easy way for me to get to the ground,
but going back up would be more of a challenge when I returned. Blighter's Hole was about 5 miles away from where I landed, but I needed to walk closer to 7 to reach it. Much like my hideout, it was located up in the mountains. In this case, it was a flat and mostly level stretch of land, about 1,000 feet wide and nestled between 2 peaks. It was only accessible by a single trail that wound its way up the side of the mountain, which made it easily defensible against monsters and bandits alike. There were monsters lurking in the wastes, creatures with senses designed to find and track mana, who subsisted partially or wholly on it. For many of them, the most readily available source of mana was other living creatures. Since I could shield my own mana core from being detected, that meant I had a peaceful, if boring, walk ahead of me. Unless I literally stumbled into some monster's den, I was unlikely to encounter any problems. While I could be reasonably assured that I'd pass unnoticed by monsters who hunted for mana, there were plenty of other animals living in the wastes. Some of them even had magic of their own, though the weak ones didn't last long before becoming a meal. I should have been on the lookout for some of the more mundane dangers of the wastes. It wasn't until my shield ward flared to life to deflect an attack that I realized there was a scorpion crawling on my foot. It was a black thing, 8 inches long, not including the stinger, far too big for my tastes. Said stinger was flailing about, having been repelled by the mana in my ward, and the scorpion danced back in agitation as it prepared to strike again. A force bolt surged out of my finger to strike the scorpion on the head, splitting open its black shell and causing it to collapse to the ground. I nudged it with my foot to be certain it was really dead, then scooped it up to examine it more closely. I hadn't been living all that long in the wastes. It was somewhere around my 4th birthday, and the village of my birth, about 50 miles to the east, had been relatively pest-free. But I did have 2,000 years of knowledge from my previous life to draw on, and I knew what the valuable parts of the average scorpion were. First and foremost was the venom. After that was the chitin, though that was rarely worth much. Well, I was heading to a trading post. Either it was worth something or it wasn't, but it cost me nothing to take the body with me. Shrugging, I stuffed it into my satchel, right next to the jackal teeth I'd liberated from the mouth of a lone wanderer that had somehow found its way to my camp, and the horns of some sort of aggressive mountain goat that had taken offense to me walking a mountain trail a week ago. Goat meat wasn't terrible, but I'd tasted better. It was filling, and that was about the best thing I could say for it. Maybe the right spices to season it would have made a difference. Either way, I'd grown heartily sick of it after only 3 days, and thrown the rest out. It wasn't worth the mana I'd expended keeping it fresh. I noticed another scorpion perched on a rock off to my right and adjusted my course to give it a wide berth. It wasn't that I was in any actual danger, but there was no need to deplete my shield ward on something completely avoidable. Maybe if it turned out they were worth anything, I'd come back and hunt it down, but I doubted it. With a glance up at the hot desert sun to judge how long I'd been walking, I trudged on.
Well, well, if it's not the little brat,
a fat, greasy man said. He wore some sort of leather vest that couldn't have stretched across his bulk to save his life, and had a dark, thick mat of chest hair curling out between the material. How anyone got to be that large living here was a mystery to me, but the proof was right before my eyes. I hid my grimace and said, "I need some supplies."
"Sure you do,"
the fat man said with a laugh.
"Little kid like you Must be hard out there hunting monsters all on your own, but I'm not running a charity.
Blighter's Hole only had 3 permanent spots. One was the tavern, though I shuddered to think how they made their booze all the way out here. I was far from an expert brewer, but even I knew it wasn't possible to make alcohol with just water and dirt. Since there wasn't much of anything else around Blighter's Hole, I assumed the secret ingredient probably wasn't something I wanted to know. The second spot was what gave the camp its name. Somehow, a 20-foot wide hole had been bored through the stone. If anyone knew what was at the bottom, I hadn't heard the answer during my first and only visit to this place. I'd taken a minute to look over the edge, but there was nothing but darkness at the bottom. To my understanding, all manner of things had been tossed in over the years, everything from garbage to dead bodies, and the hole had never filled. I had no doubt copious amounts of recycled moonshine had made its way from the bladders of thousands of hunters into the hole as well. The third fixture of Blighter's Hole was the trading post, run by the man in front of me. His name was Wayland, though I'd heard one of the hunters refer to him as Waylard during my last visit. Considering how the man's gut spilled over his belt, it was an apt nickname. Only the fact that I could sense mana, and knew there was nothing magical about that belt, kept me from thinking it had to be enchanted to still be holding against that prodigious belly. Wayland had set himself up well. There was nothing stopping the hunters from trading directly with each other, but that meant having someone to trade with. Since there were virtually no permanent residents, a hunter could end up sitting for weeks waiting for someone to show up with something they wanted to trade for. Wayland had sidestepped that issue by giving up his profession as a monster hunter and founding the trading post, which was guarded by 2 overly bulgy and overzealous bouncers. Both were closer to 7 feet than 6 in height, and looked to be sculpted out of pure muscle. Neither had said a word in my presence, but I got the distinct impression that they wouldn't blink at an order to manhandle a 4-year-old. "I'm not looking for a handout," I said. "I need wood, and I've got stuff to trade if you have what I need."
Kid, I'm not interested in whatever rocks you picked up off the ground. Get lost,
Wayland said. I rolled my eyes and reached into my satchel to pull out the dead scorpion. "Found this on my way here," I said. "Venom sac on it should be completely full." Wayland's gaze sharpened with interest, and he took the scorpion from me by gingerly pinching it at the tail.
"Black lowland striker,"
he muttered.
"You're lucky it didn't get you. Okay, maybe we can make a deal. What kind of wood are you talking about? I can't see you needing a bow stave."
"A bow stave would work, I suppose, but no, that's not specifically what I'm looking for. I was thinking more of a walking stick."
"Sized for you?"
Wayland asked with a full belly laugh. "Yes, for me," I said. I was starting to get annoyed now. The man smelled foul, and I was afraid I'd need to use magic to get his stink off the merchandise after he handed it over. His breath, currently washing over me, was even worse. "Something made of hardwood, straight and true, no knots or warping."
Well now, I might have something for you, but you'd better have something else in that bag of yours if you want it."
"I've got a few other pieces," I assured the fat man. Wayland disappeared into his storeroom, nimble for a man so big, and came back a moment later with a staff 5 feet long. It had a dark red color and had been sanded and polished to a shine.
"It's a bit tall for you, but you'll grow into it,"
he said.
"If you can afford it."
I couldn't even begin to imagine where Wayland had found something like that here. Every tree I'd ever seen was a twisted and scraggly thing. Whoever had harvested it had known how rare it was, and it had been exquisitely prepared. It was perfect. I had to have it. "Let's see if I've got something else in here to tempt you," I told Wayland as I reached back into my satchel. Chapter 2. Since my reincarnation in the village of Arcanist, I'd been forced to make do with almost no mana and no equipment. My workshops were a world away in the Night Vale, a place I couldn't even point in the right direction to now. I'd made some rudimentary devices by making liberal use of stone-shaped spells to form the runes directly into the rock, but they'd been crude by my standards. The Crucible was my first step in rectifying that. It had been designed both to hold my mana and to help me channel it into more complex objects. I just needed something worthy of the effort to place in the center of the ritual circle I'd carved into the floor. Wayland was a thrifty bastard and a savage haggler. Perhaps sensing my desire, he'd cleaned me out of everything I'd brought with me while loudly bemoaning his soft-heartedness at giving a little kid such a good deal. I'd done my best not to roll my eyes and made a swift exit with my prize, before greed pushed the fat man to try to get even more out of me. Now, I was ready to create the first staff of my new life. I'd thought long and hard about what I needed from this staff, and I decided to go with something unconventional. Usually, a mage's staff would house enchantments or have inscriptions carved on its surface that allowed for easy access to various spells they used regularly. Combat staves were particularly popular and generally held magic used for both offense and defense. A utility staff might focus more heavily on transmutations or divinations. My staff wouldn't have anything like that. I didn't need it. Not when I had dozens of spells available to me that I could cast with a moment's notice to accomplish the same thing. Instead, I would form something that would assist me with my two most pressing issues: mana generation and storage. I transmuted a chunk of stone into silver, a metal that was surprisingly worthless here. Bartering was the way of the world out in the wastes, and I'd yet to encounter any sort of currency system since my rebirth. The communities were too small to need it, and lacked anyone with the skills to do anything with precious metals anyway. The majority of the silver went to forming the cradle, a C-shaped housing for my mana crystal, with the rest being teased into long, thin threads that I wove around the staff itself to seal the two materials together. The combined pieces took on a shape something like a shepherd's crook, though my version was angled a bit more sharply. I placed my mana crystal in the center of the sea and backed out of the ritual circle to take my place between the pillars. Over the last few days, I'd stored up more mana in those pillars than I could have produced in 3 months back when I'd first awakened. Each one was a pseudo-crystal in its own right, and the inscriptions I'd placed on them would shape that mana to my will. I only needed to activate it. As a general rule, mana was invisible to mundane senses. Learning to see and feel mana was the first step in becoming a mage, followed closely by figuring out how to manipulate it. Those two skills were the foundation of magic as I knew it. Though there were plenty of other traditions that approached it differently, I'd yet to stumble across one that wouldn't have been stronger and more efficient if its practitioners had been better educated, and until I did, I would remain convinced that my way was best. It would have looked strange to anyone blind to mana to see me standing there in a cave, waving my hands around like I was conducting an orchestra as I manipulated the crucible. To my eyes, runes flared to life as I commanded the magic to activate. More mana than I'd ever worked with at any single time since my rebirth flooded the ritual circle, washing over my nascent staff and infusing it with magic. First came the crook of the staff, the place where the magic would reside. This staff would be my companion for years to come, and I needed it to be one I could trust not to break. Enchantments of durability were laid into its length, as well as spells to repel all manner of dirt and grime. Vain I might be, but a proper mage didn't wield a staff smudged with fingerprints and caked with dirt fresh off the road. The next step was where the crucible really shone. If all I'd wanted was to enchant a stick of wood, I would have had no need of such a complex and costly setup. The crucible petrified the core of the staff, turning it from seasoned hardwood into something far greater. Then the runes I'd so painstakingly carved upon the pillars impressed themselves on that petrified core, out of sight, but fully functional. There would be no reading my staff's purpose with a casual glance. I didn't use all the runes, of course. There were thousands of them on the pillars, and no matter how small and fine I'd carved them, there were considerations of physical size that would prevent more than a bare fraction of the runes from being imprinted on the staff. But that was the whole point of the crucible. Next time I'd use different runes to create something else, and the time after that I'd use still more runes. They were all represented here in practically infinite variety. I had but to pick and choose which ones I wanted copied, supply the requisite mana, and watch the magic happen. Of course, I still needed to guide the process, and it was a considerable strain even at my level of skill. No amateur magician would find this crucible and be able to wield its power effectively. My goal here was to make a staff that could generate its own mana, a seeming impossibility due to the simple fact that dead things did not generate mana. Once upon a time, this staff had been part of a living tree, but those days were long past. So, over the next half hour, I transmuted the core into something else, something unique. Living stone wasn't really alive, not in any technical sense. It had gotten that name because it mimicked one very important property of living creatures. It produced mana. It was a well-known fact that the dirt and rocks of the world did not produce mana themselves. Instead, they served as conduits for the world core itself, which radiated mana in every direction until it filled the ground and the air, though in my case I was living on a scar on the surface of the planet that blocked mana from coming up. Someone, thousands of years ago, had discovered a certain type of stone that had similar properties as the world core itself, one that touched the astral realm and generated its own mana. It was ridiculously rare to find in nature, and ruinously expensive to transmute, not to mention a master-tier spell of great difficulty. But I'd saved up the mana to make 1 single pound of it, stretched out needle-thin in the core of my new staff. It would take me over 4 days of doing nothing but generating replacement mana to match what I'd just spent. Since I would still need to use magic during that time, I suspected it would actually require better than a week to rebuild my reserves. I spent another hour putting the finishing touches on the core, imprinting it with a variety of runes that would greatly extend the range of my spells, allowing me to cast those that required physical contact through the staff. I also included runes to guide the staff back to my hand if I should become separated from it, as well as a robust set of all-purpose runes to enhance my spellcasting. Spells channeled through the staff would be streamlined, faster, cheaper, and more powerful. It would act as a focusing implement for conducting future rituals, and as a guardian while I slept. Most importantly, it would reduce the transference loss of mana between me and the mana crystal I'd embedded in it. When my work was done, I held out a hand and willed the staff to return to me. It rose up in the center of the ritual circle and snapped through the air to my hand in an instant, so hard that my palm stung from the impact. I made a mental note to tune the enchantment feeding the runes later. For now, I was exhausted and drained. I placed the staff in the deep shadows near the entrance to my cave hideout and slid mana into its wards. If anything tried to enter while I slept, the staff would repel them and alert me. I'd handle the problem from there, probably blasting the intruder with one of any number of nasty conjurations channeled through my staff. I settled down on the hard stone that I'd reshaped to fit my body, and spent a brief moment reflecting on how nice it was to be young again. In my first life, I'd grown sick of sleeping on hard stone by the time I was 20. In my twilight years, I'd literally slept on a cloud of air and still woke up with aches and pains in my back and joints. My new body, by contrast, never hurt at all. Or if it did, I bounced back from it by the next day. I'd barely even touched healing magic since my reincarnation, which was honestly a relief. Healing spells were expensive, and I'd been spending something like 20 times as much mana as I could currently generate just keeping myself alive in my old body. Sadly, that was about the only thing that had gone right for the first year and a half of my reincarnation. It seemed like all I'd done was rush around putting out fires and discover new problems that had global implications. That was why I was out here by myself in the wastelands now, to have some time away from other people's fires, so I could prepare myself to dig deeper into some of the mysteries I'd encountered. I was starting to suspect I'd underestimated how long it had taken for my soul to be returned to Manak after my death. Somehow, the planet had lost one of its moons while I was gone, and I'd stumbled across some sort of language-based curse that had completely wiped out the written form of Enotion. I had no idea what language people were writing in now, but it didn't match what everyone I'd met so far spoke. I could only hope that Darrow would contain some answers for me, but I wanted to be well prepared before I set foot in that city. I'd already had a run-in with a cabal known as the Wolf Pack that had resulted in me killing 2 of their mages, and I wasn't sure exactly how much information their spy had reported back to the cabal before I'd caught him. They might have a good description of me, and besides, a child mage stood out regardless. I even had one of their signet rings, something I'd kept to use as a focus for an area-wide scrying spell to search for any other copies of the same signet coming within miles of me. Twice I'd found and successfully ambushed groups of mage-led hunters moving towards my home village in the last month or so. An ambush was one thing, but if I was going to be attracting anyone's notice, I needed to ensure I could defend myself. My new staff was the first step in making sure I could. Tomorrow I'd make something new, something less complicated, but no less vital. I just needed to decide what form it would take. I closed my eyes and tried to pretend I still had a bed to sleep on. Maybe that ought to be my next acquisition, rather than something to use in a fight. Even sleeping on sand itself would feel better than what I currently had. Now that I thought about it, I wondered why it had taken me so long to think of that. With a grumpy sigh, I sat up and began casting the transmutation magic needed to turn stone into a large pile of fine sand. That was going to be everywhere when I woke up, to the point where I'd need magic to clean myself off, but it was infinitely more comfortable than bare stone. Chapter 3. Monster hunting was boring. At least it was for me. There was a lot of tedious and time-consuming work finding the monster, a brief moment of action killing it, and then more tedium removing whatever parts of it were useful. Worse, I didn't actually know what was worth the effort to harvest. Pelts were usually a good choice, but I didn't have the equipment or the training to do it right. This was probably why I leaned heavily on transmutation instead. Stone and metal were excellent mediums for that discipline of magic to work with, but what I needed now was something different. It had elements of enchantment, divination, and invocation to it, and ideally I'd have supplemented all of that with a few choice potions. The lack of ambient mana precluded any serious attempts at performing alchemy, however, so I'd have to substitute alchemical aid for discipline and skill. This time I stood in the center of the ritual circle. An enchantment that was laid directly into my body wasn't a difficult concept, but usually they were done offensively. Spells like sleep and silence, also sometimes known as hexes, were prime examples of enchantments tied to a living person. Other spells, such as featherweight, were beneficial. The one thing they all had in common was that once the artificial mana core that powered them ran out, the spell broke. What I was going to attempt was the sort of enchantment that was tied directly to my mana core. It would feed itself and become permanent, which also meant it would become a perpetual drain on my mana regeneration. I wasn't overly thrilled with that, but the utility was too great to ignore. Once upon a time, I wouldn't have needed to worry about that, and when I finally got out of this mana desert, undoing this enchantment was going to be one of the first things I did. I activated the crucible and started manipulating the pillars to give shape to the space I needed to capture. Threads of pure mana laced themselves in a square about 5 feet to a side, each one a string of connected runes in reality. I cast a quick glance back at my staff, waiting for me outside the ritual circle, then adjusted the rune threads into more of a rectangle shape about 6 feet by 4. More threads burst into existence to make the shape 3-dimensional. Next came the hard part. I needed to convince that box that it was part of me, to bind it to my physical form despite not being connected. That was where the invocation element of the spell came into play. The magic reached out to that space and stitched it to my body like a phantom limb, non-existent, but sensed nonetheless. Finally, I wrapped the whole thing in the divination component. I needed to not just be able to see into the box, but to know what was in it. To feel it like I could my own hands, instinctually and without thought. For the better part of an hour, and using almost twice as much mana as it had taken to transmute the core of my staff, I built my box in the air and bound it to my physical body. When I finally finished the spell, I sagged with exhaustion. It was a good thing I hadn't attempted this one the night before, not as tired as I'd been. But it was done now, which meant it was time to test it. I stumbled my way out of the ritual circle and looked around blearily until I located a loose rock on the ground. I scooped it up, gave it a soft toss up into the air, and let it smack back into my palm before activating the magic. Immediately, my new phantom coffer snapped the rock up and deposited it inside. The enchantment's reserve mana dipped a small fraction, barely even enough to be noticeable. It reached down through roots woven into my mana core and pulled out replacement mana to top itself off. I could feel that rock floating in my phantom space. I could see exactly what it looked like, as if it were still in my hand, feel its weight and shape. For the next few hours, I'd leave it untouched, just to confirm there were no issues with long-term storage. In the meantime, though, I needed food. The supplies I'd taken with me when I'd left home had dwindled to almost nothing, and the few animals I'd managed to hunt down and eat hadn't done much to supplement my larder. It didn't help that I was at best a mediocre cook. It had never been a passion of mine, and I hadn't cared to devote the effort to becoming anything better than just proficient. Once I'd reached the point where I was sustaining my body with nothing but magic, I'd stopped eating at all. That was then, and this was now, and now I was hungry. Worse, I was low on mana. It probably would have been better to wait another day or two to recover my reserves before creating a phantom space, but I was eager to wrap up my work and move on. My meager belongings would fit inside the space with no issue, and as soon as I was sure it was stable, I'd be sealing off the crucible to keep it from being tampered with, then resuming my journey to Darrow. I left the cave, my 2 tall staff in hand, and went searching for my next meal. That evening, I felt a tickling sensation in my mind. Smiling softly, I reached into my now full phantom space and pulled out a round mirror about 6 inches wide, framed in rune-marked copper. It had been one of the very first pieces of equipment I'd made after leaving home, and despite its relatively simple nature, I considered it one of my most important. I cast the scrying spell that would connect it to its counterpart back in Arcanist, and a face appeared in the mirror.
"Gravin," my father said, "how are you?" When the village council had decided to exile me, I'd left my family behind. In order to ensure their health and well-being, I'd also left behind a mirror I'd enchanted to assist with scrying, and taught my father how to activate it. I'd also shown him how to keep the enchantment fully supplied with mana, and let him know that if at any point in time the mirror stopped working, I'd be making an immediate trip back home to find out why that was. I'd made sure to let a few other people know that fact as well. For some of them, it had been a threat. Prior to my leaving, my family had spent a night in the local jail over some misunderstandings. My parents had not been well liked, even before the events of the last few months. Me killing the mage who'd been grifting the village for an entire generation had caused more than a few people to point fingers at them. Without me there to protect them, this mirror was the best I could do. The threat of retribution would have to serve as their shield for the time being, but I was hopeful to one day find a new place for them to settle down, somewhere outside this cursed mana desert. Convincing them to leave the village was an argument I wasn't yet ready to have. "Good," I said. "I've just finished my final preparations. I'll be leaving in the morning." "You're still insistent on this, then?" Father asked with a sigh. "I was hoping you would give up on it."
"Too many questions, not enough answers. Maybe Darrow will have them. If nothing else, it'll give me the opportunity to get a closer look at the cabal that's been profiting off the village." I'd almost said your village there. I'd only been gone a few weeks, yet any connection I'd felt to the place was quickly fading. In truth, it had merely been a place I'd lived in for a very brief span at the tail end of a long, long life. For my family, it was the only home they'd ever known. For me, the Night Vale was my true home, one I was eager to see again. That goal was still years off, and I had more immediate problems to solve.
"That's exactly what I'm afraid of," Father said. "What happens when they find out about you? You're delivering yourself right into the monster's lair."
It wouldn't be the first time I fought one of their mages, I said dryly. You'll recall I won those fights.
You can win 100. You only have to lose once.
True enough, but I don't plan on losing.
Well, you don't lack for confidence,
Father said. Never, I agreed. I felt it was well earned. I doubted I'd run into a situation that I couldn't handle, and if I did, I was sure I'd recognize it early enough to extract myself from trouble. In fact, I had a contingency specifically for that.
It would break our hearts if I went to use this mirror one day, and you weren't there,
Father said.
I know you're not really a child, but you're still our child. We love you, and we're always going to worry.
I know, but you shouldn't. I paused for a moment, then changed the subject. How are things on your end? Is the council giving you trouble? Any of the overseers?
No, nothing like that. I think they'd all like to just forget we exist. They're busy tripping over themselves with that woman from the arborists anyway. She's come by 3 times now to ask me questions about magic, like I have any of the answers.
The last thing I'd done before I left was ignite the core of one of the villagers named Shell, who'd been studying under me. I hadn't had time to give her any practice spells, but the former governor of the village had some of his own notes that would give her a place to start. Admittedly, it would be a subpar education, but that's what they got for voting to exile me. It really took away a lot of my drive to help when they'd made it official that they didn't want me there. If things had played out differently, I probably would have spent another year or 2 in the village. I wouldn't have built my crucible in a random cave I'd found, and I wouldn't be scrounging for food. Well, I was done with that last part at least. I had a few days of walking that I planned on speeding up with some magic, and then I'd be back in what passed for civilization around here. Did she pass any messages on to me? I asked. Shell and I had an agreement about some special herbs I wanted grown in one of the arbor's greenhouses. It was far too early for anything to be ready to harvest yet, but if she needed help or had questions about how to care for them, I wanted to address those now.
No,
Father shook his head.
She did assure me that everything was going fine.
Perfect, I said. I'll probably be back in a few weeks to collect my alchemy supplies from her. The conversation drifted from there, ranging from what my mother and my sister had been doing over the past few weeks to what kinds of equipment I'd made. I showed Father my new staff, mostly to help reassure him that I wouldn't be going into Darrow defenseless, and he got my take on a novice tier invocation he'd started to develop based on his own observations from using unstructured mana to enhance his physical capabilities. I pointed him in the right direction to further the spell, but didn't outline the solution for him. It was a nice chat, but as much as I would have liked to talk to him further, it was burning through my limited mana reserves to hold the connection open. I made my farewells with him soon after, then settled down to sleep for the night. Tomorrow, I'd begin my journey. Chapter 4. I did most of my walking at night when it was far cooler out in the wastelands. There was the added danger of nocturnal predators, but it was outweighed by the mana I saved not protecting myself from the midday heat. For the next few days, I'd start out in the evenings, walk through the night, and then sometime in the morning I'd find a temporary spot to hole up while I slept. Usually that meant some sort of rocky hill with a sharp incline that I could burrow into, and set a few wards to alert me if anything got too close. Darrow came into view 5 days after I left my crucible. I'd stone-shaped a wall over the back of the cave to keep it hidden, and erased any trace that I'd used it as a campsite. But with my teleport beacon hidden behind the false wall, I could return there whenever I felt the need. setting up a new teleport beacon in Darrow so that I didn't have to waste the better part of a week walking back was one of my highest priorities right now. The city wasn't really what I'd been expecting to find, but I'd scryed it weeks ago and had a good idea of what it looked like well before I reached it. It had a low wall made out of the same mud-fired bricks my village had used to build its huts, though in Darrow's case the bricks were considerably bigger and heavier. Some magic had gone into putting them together, perhaps some sort of alchemical paste to form the mortar. Most of the damage I saw was in individual bricks breaking apart, not in them separating from each other. The wall did very little to protect the city, but I supposed it was better than nothing. It was wrapped around what had probably been a huge city a few hundred years back, but which was now mostly ruins that had been patched up to cover most of the holes. It was an odd amalgamation of old and new, a mottled tapestry of sand and mud-brown colored buildings flanking dirty streets that were more hard-packed earth than anything else, with only the occasional flagstone poking through, like a lone broken tooth in an otherwise empty mouth. Not wanting to give away my presence, I'd kept my scrying limited to public spaces, so that if anyone did detect the sensor, they wouldn't think it was aimed at them specifically. From that, I knew that the outer circle was a shanty town, where the poor and desperate lived on the edge of starvation and preyed upon one another as they scrambled to stay alive. Deeper in were the merchants' rows and trade quarters, and I suspected that in the core of the city, mages had done a credible job of converting the ruins into a place worth living in. Whoever was residing there, be it some form of aristocracy or the mages themselves, they had their own, much higher, wall. I hadn't wanted to risk scrying on the other side of that wall, not until I had a better idea of who lived there and what kind of defenses I could expect to find, but I strongly suspected everything of value would be behind those gates. Libraries were the privilege of the rich, especially those who understood the value of knowledge. I'd never really understood why Noctra had let the villagers access his own personal library back home, though I suspected it was at least in part to keep an eye on likely candidates for new mages. I approached the gates shortly after the sun came up, weary from a night of walking and wanting nothing so much as a hot meal, a bath, and a reasonably secure room to sleep in. I doubted I'd get more than 2 and 3 on that list. There were no guards and no doors. The wall existed merely to keep wild animals and weak monsters out of the city, and the only evidence there'd ever been an actual barricade was the rusted hinges mounted on the walls. I passed under the archway right alongside a trickle of traffic coming in from one of the feeder villages that surrounded Darrow. An old man squinted down at me as I walked by his cart. He had one hand on the back of the donkey pulling it, and the other on what looked like a piece of scrap metal that resembled a malformed pipe.
"Don't even think about it, you little gutter shit,"
he growled at me. I blinked and glanced over before realizing that he thought I was planning on stealing food off his cart. I didn't even know what he was hauling, beyond that it looked like some sort of fruit I'd never seen. It had a wrinkled, splotchy, dark purple skin the color of a fresh bruise, and the man had at least 100 of them in there. I could practically hear his hand clenching on the piece of metal, ready to swing it at me if he thought I was going to try to grab a piece of his cargo. One part of me was offended, but it wasn't like the hostility was toward me personally. There were plenty of thieves, including more than a few children, who would do exactly what the farmer was watching me for. And to be fair, I looked a lot like those children. My clothes were older than I was, and they'd been repaired regularly. Worse, I hadn't properly cleaned them in months. Magic could only do so much at this level, and they were looking more threadbare and ragged than ever. Hopefully, I could trade some of the stuff I'd harvested out in the wastes for the local currency, so that I could afford some better clothes. If not, I could always make something out of magic, but wasting mana on that was near the bottom of my priority list. I'd have to see what I could get for the monster parts, but I expected the time, labor, and danger of the job would reward me better than simply using the mana to transmute what I needed. I took 2 deliberate steps away from the cart, heard the farmer grunt, and ignored him after that. I couldn't blame him for keeping a close eye on his produce, but I didn't need the suspicion directed at me. I wasn't after whatever he was selling anyway, though I was hungry enough that I would have at least given it a try if I'd been offered one. That was a lesson I'd learned early on in my first life. Hunger had a way of making even the most unappetizing food look appealing. I was not there yet, but if I didn't get a good meal today, I wouldn't be far off. Already I was using more mana than I wanted to keep my body functioning without food, and I was well aware of the long-term effects of this kind of magic. Energy was one thing. Nourishment was another. My magic was only taking care of half of my needs.
Hey!
The farmer bellowed.
Get back here!
I turned in surprise to see a child about my age running toward the closest alley, one of those wrinkled purple fruits in his hand. The farmer dove at him, his makeshift cudgel raised to bring it down on the thief's head, only to stumble backward as the kid smoothly pivoted, reached into his pocket, and drew out a handful of sand to hurl in the farmer's face.
Ah!
The farmer cried.
Cleef! Get him!
A teenager who'd been walking behind the cart rushed after the thief while the farmer tried to get the sand out of his eyes. As soon as the teen was no longer close enough to do anything about it, 4 other children emerged from their hiding places and descended on the cart. They didn't have it all their own way as other travelers leaped to the farmer's defense. It only made sense, since next time it could be their carts that were being robbed. "Come on," one of the kids said as he rushed at me. He tried to grab my wrist, then looked down in surprise when my shield ward pushed his hand away. "What the—" Another kid ran into him and spun sideways. She took 2 staggered steps before regaining her balance, then ran off with an armful of fruits. The boy who'd tried to grab me shook his head and said, "Sorry you got caught up in this, but they'll blame you if you stay. You'd better run." Then he was off, leaving me in the awkward position of running or trying to stay and explain myself. It wasn't a hard choice, but I was more than a little annoyed at having to deal with this when I was barely 300 feet past the wall.
There's one!
Someone shouted. I glanced behind me and saw 2 adults advancing in my direction, one of them armed with a wooden club, and the other carrying a hoe. The thieving children had hit at least 3 different carts at once, and there were over a dozen people actively chasing after them. Unlike me, they'd barely slowed down to grab a few pieces of food before picking up their speed, which meant I was the only person in sight who wasn't at least a teenager. It had been my experience, in both of my lives, that adults rarely listened to children, unless I gave them a reason to listen. I was trying to remain unnoticed, but there was no way I was getting out of this situation without a bit of magic. I could let them grab hold of me and protest my innocence, but I suspected the fact that I personally didn't have any of their food wasn't going to convince any of them that I hadn't been involved. I'd already taken enough beatings, deserved or otherwise, my first time as a kid. I didn't need to relive those memories. With all of the confusion and chaos the smash and grab had caused, I was probably safe to use a bit of magic, as long as it was nothing too flashy. So I cast a quick windburst spell to scour the streets and fling dirt and dust at the adults. Both of them were knocked back and blinded. By the time they got their bearings, I was already fleeing into the nearest alley, the same one the boy who'd tried to grab me had taken. The back end was blocked off with a makeshift partition, something rickety that looked more like garbage bound together than a proper wall. It had plenty of gaps someone my size could slip through, but which would slow down any adults that were in pursuit. I dipped through a hole near ground level and jogged off deeper into the city. Behind me, the commotion faded away to nothing, and after a bit I slowed back down to a walk. The manicore I was following had stopped moving up ahead, which I assumed meant that the thieves were gathering back together to tally up the spoils of their work and divide the food. I stopped at an intersection and looked around, trying to determine exactly which street would take me closer to whatever building the thieves were holed up in. Unless I completely missed my guess, it was the single-story, square building missing half its roof. The gathering of about 20 manicores in there, most of them almost completely empty, was probably a good sign too. I turned down the street and approached the building. The front entrance had collapsed, but I knew from experience that there was always another way in. Sure enough, a single lap around the building revealed a pile of rocks around the back side, built up just high enough to reach a hole in the wall. I hoisted myself up, peered into the gloom to make sure it was safe, and dropped down inside. Chapter 5. I landed in what appeared to be some sort of child-sized nest of ragged cloth straps. It made my own clothes seem clean by comparison, and I quickly disentangled myself from what I assumed was some homeless kid's bed. Thankfully, Darrow didn't seem to believe in one-room buildings like my birth village did, so there was no one around to see my entry. I'd known that before I came in, of course. I could feel the mana in the kids gathered in the building, though admittedly the overall lack of it made it more difficult. Without any wards or advanced techniques to shield their mana from detection, they were easy to spot. It was always possible that there was someone in the other room who had that kind of skill, but I doubted anyone capable of pulling off a feat like properly shielding their core would be hanging around here. Just as I'd expected, the thieves had piled up their spoils in a stone pit in the center of the adjacent room, and most of them were huddled around it. One of the older ones, maybe 9 or 10 years old, was sorting through it and handing out a piece to each of the children. Once they got their food, each child scampered off somewhere to sit on a chunk of stone from the collapsed roof, or to crouch down in an empty spot and eat it. I felt an unfamiliar pang of sympathy. It was easy to picture myself among their numbers, half-starved and willing to do anything to fix that problem. It had happened more than once in my first life. My mother had provided me with shelter and not much else. Most of her whoring money went to her yama weed addiction, and it was a rare occasion that she brought food back with her when she did go out. At least the city I'd grown up in wasn't in the middle of a desert. Food was plentiful for those who knew how to find it, and didn't mind a little risky work. Here, everyone was thin and malnourished, even the working adults. Finding anyone with some fat on their frame was an oddity. These kids were worse off than I'd been in a lot of ways. One of the kids turned from the center pile and gave a squeak of surprise when she saw me. There was a flurry of motion, mostly kids scrambling to get away from me, and the one I'd pegged as the leader leaped forward with a rusty old knife brandished in my general direction.
"Who are you?" the kid demanded. "You're not part of our crew. Where are you from?" "That's him," another kid said. I recognized this one. He was the boy who'd tried to grab me.
The kid who was walking down the street when we started, remember? I said to wait for him to get further away. He's not from here." "Don't mean nothing," the kid with the knife said. "Just 'cause he was coming back into the city when we ran into him, don't mean he's not working for Blue Rat or the Diggers. We should kill him now before he can tell anyone we're here." I rolled my eyes and ripped the knife out of his clutches with a minor telekinesis spell. The entire gaggle of kids watched it arc through the air and land on the ground at my feet, where I casually kicked it behind me. That drew a collective gasp of panic, but no one moved. There was only one real exit from the room they were gathered in, and I was standing in it. Anyone who wanted to leave would either need magic, or they'd have to get past me. "I'm not working for anyone," I said. "I've been in Darrow for all of 10 minutes, and I'm mostly just annoyed about getting dragged into all of this. I'm not going to report you to any authorities. I don't even know who would care if I told them about this building, but I'm sure that by the time anyone showed up, you'd all be long gone." "Let's say we believe you," the older one said, his eyes resting on the knife on the ground behind me for a moment, before he shifted them to meet my gaze. "Why are you here then? You want an apology or something?" I snorted. "Would you mean it if you gave me one?" "Nah," the kid said, his teeth flashing in a grin. "Just something stupid grown-ups make you do sometimes. Maybe gets you out of being clobbered if you offer it up without being told." I had a sudden flash of memory, a priest catching me trying to steal from the church's larder in the middle of the night, and demanding I offer up sincere repentance, then beating me when his magic told him I wasn't being honest. I'd burned that church to the ground 2 weeks later, and I'd made sure that priest was inside when I barred the doors. My first kill. My first dozen kills, actually. At the time, I hadn't cared about the others who'd died. Looking back on it now, it was easy to see that as the first step I'd taken on the path to become the kind of monster that nations would mobilize armies to put down. "You're not getting any of this food, if that's what you're after," the kid said. "We stole it fair and square, and we need it." "Nevin, come on. He only got caught up in it because of us. Least we can do is give him a pravda or something," the kid who tried to touch me said. "No way," Nevin said. "We risked our necks to get this food. What did he do to help?" "I don't want your damn food," I said, cutting off the argument before it could get started. Truthfully, I could do with a meal, but I wasn't going to take it from these kids. Not when it meant taking food out of their mouths. The pile wasn't that big, and less than half of them had anything to eat. Even if everyone got a single piece, that probably wasn't going to leave anyone feeling full. "Then why are you here?" one of the other kids asked. Nevin shot him a nasty glare, and he flinched back. "I want to offer you a job," I said. "I'm new here. I don't know what's what. Where is it safe to go? Where isn't it? Who's in charge of what areas? Who can I trust to work with me? Who will knife me in the back the first chance they get? Where are the stores? Where are the inns? Where do the mages live? Who's taking goods in trade, and where can I get the best rates?" "We're not tour guides," Nevin protested. I raised my hand and pointed up at the ceiling. The knife behind me jumped up into the air and came to rest, point first, just above the tip of my finger, where it slowly rotated in place. "Are you sitting so good you can afford to turn down easy work answering some questions?" I asked. "I'd bet you know more than half the answers already." "Let's say we agree," Nevin said. "Hypothetically, of course. But let's say we do. What's in it for us?" "More food, a better place to live, some security, at least. I'm sure I can give you something you need." Nevin scoffed.
Stupid kid like you, wasting your mana on stunts like that? Maybe you ain't working for Blue Rat, but you're sure not from the streets. What do you know about what we need?
More than you'd think, I said softly, more to myself than to Nevin. I raised my voice and added, "This place is a dump. It's falling apart. You had to pull up rocks to reach a hole in the back to get in, and I saw those handholds you carved in the wall to climb back out. Kind of a pain, isn't it? What if I could get you something better?"
How are you gonna do that? You gonna go kill Blue Rat, take over his territory? Gonna set yourself up as the East Side King of the Gutters?
Nevin asked.
Hell, while you're at it, why not go after Gimkin so we can have North Market too?
Okay, you're annoying and unreasonable, I said. Is there anybody intelligent in this room I can talk to? Nevin took a few steps forward, no doubt intent on menacing me in some way. He was more than a foot taller than me and probably thought he could intimidate me. Or maybe he just planned on taking a swing at me. Either way, Nevin was an impediment to my plans to put this group of half-starved children to work. With the amount of mana he had left in his core, even if Nevin was my equal in knowledge and skills, he wouldn't be able to threaten me. Given that I suspected his abilities in the mystic arts were non-existent, I could have just stood there and let him uselessly pummel my shield ward with his fists until he got tired and gave up. I wasn't going to do that, of course, but it was mostly because I didn't believe in just casually wasting mana. A cheap doze spell would be more efficient and save me some time. Besides, I was sick of listening to him talk. He'd wake back up in a few minutes at worst. Nevin swayed in place as he fought the magic, but within a second he crumpled to the floor. The spell set off a new round of panic, including a trio of the oldest children trying to scale the back wall to reach the gap in the roof. If the crew had been a bit smarter, they'd have worked to make some handholds so that they could have escaped to the roof. But unfortunately for them, they hadn't been prepared for an intrusion in their home.
What did you do?
The kid from the cart asked. Put him to sleep. He'll be fine in a bit. Now, let's talk about what I need and what you need in return. More food? Better place to hole up? I can't imagine any of you care about new clothes. The kid looked around and upon seeing no one else willing to step forward, said,
No need to make it complicated. How about this? Every question you ask, we'll get you an answer, and you give us a tenner. If we already know the answer, we get a tenner. If we have to go find the answer, we get a tenner.
What's a tenner? I asked.
It's money, the kid said. You really aren't from here, huh? A tenner is worth 1/10 of a shard.
That seemed simple enough, and if cash was all they were really after, I could make that happen. I just needed to see what the money looked like, and I'd transmute a few chips of stone into duplicates of it. I'd been hoping to find an actual economy here. Blighter's Hole had done everything in trade, and it was a lot harder to transmute that kind of stuff than it was to work stone or earth into precious metals. You got one I can see? I asked. The kid looked around at the rest of the crew, but they all shook their heads.
Looks like we aren't that rich, he said. And if you got no money, I don't think we can help you.
I got a half shard,
one of the kids said. Immediately, every eye in the room was on him.
The hell you do,
someone else said.
It's true,
the first kid insisted. He rooted around inside his shirt for a second, then pulled out a stone the size of a thumb and held it up triumphantly.
That's just a dim,
the second kid said.
Those are everywhere. It's worthless.
Wait, are you telling me you use this stuff for money here? I asked.
Yeah?
Course they did. Now that I thought about it, it made sense. The village had been full of drawstone. It had to have come from somewhere, and where there was drawstone, there was sure to be leechstone too. But what kind of crazy bastard would think it was a good idea to use a rock that devoured mana as money? Chapter 6. A drawstone stole mana out of the environment around it. Not that there was any here to take. It also took it from people or animals who came into contact with it, and did it quickly. If that were the end of it, drawstones would rapidly fill up and become inert. Every drawstone would just be a rock full of mana waiting for somebody to come by and drain it. Since that obviously wasn't what happened, some mages started digging. Drawstones had some potentially useful applications on their own, so it wasn't like the excavation was just to satisfy their own curiosity. Obtaining funding to excavate a magic-eating stone wasn't difficult, and it was quickly discovered that at the core of every drawstone vein was a similar substance that they dubbed leechstone. Leechstone took mana at a much slower rate and condensed it down, burning through it to produce more drawstone. The whole process was somewhat similar to a tree spreading roots to seek the nutrients it needed to live. Leechstones needed mana, so they produced drawstones to collect it for them. With the new mana they took in, they produced more drawstones. Over and over the cycle continued for centuries undisturbed, until some truly massive drawstone veins grew in the ground. There were a few other differences between the two stones. First, leechstone took far more mana to fill a piece of the equivalent size as a drawstone. Second, it did so at a much slower rate. A drawstone would suck a person dry in seconds, but a leechstone could take hours or even days since it was busy converting the mana into new drawstone and increasing its own mass. The final difference was that it produced a soft light as a waste byproduct of the process, which meant that a leechstone would glow brighter as it got closer to full. "So how does this all work?" I asked, examining the leechstone one of the kids had volunteered. It was almost completely dark, with only the faintest flickering of mana in its depths. "The half-shard itself isn't completely worthless," the boy told me. He'd introduced himself as Beon. "You can trade the empties in for a meal chit or something if you collect a few hundred, but no, you can't buy anything with it." "So it's only once it starts glowing that it has any value," I said. "Really, that means the half-shard itself isn't the money, it's the mana that it's holding." "Exactly," Beon agreed. "But it takes a lot of mana to fill one up." "I've had it for about 2 weeks now," the boy whose half-shard I was holding said. Unlike drawstones, leechstones could only steal mana through direct contact. That meant something else was taking mana from everyone else in the room, else they'd have a lot more of it. Or maybe they'd just burned through their reserves a bit ago when they raided the farmers' carts coming into the city. It hadn't seemed like they were going all that fast to me, but their baseline speed was probably awful considering what condition they were in. A minute of sloppy, unstructured invocations just to move like a normal, well-fed kid could be all they had the mana to pull off. "All right, so you want money. That's fair. Money's a useful thing. You can buy food and clothes and whatever else you usually have to steal at no risk. I think I can make that work," I said. "Where can I get some dull stones?" "Why would you even want dulls?" I shrugged. "Got to start somewhere, right?" Beon grimaced and muttered, "You're crazy." From his perspective, that was true. I tried to cut Beon some slack, knowing what this all looked like to him. Over the last year and some odd months, I'd started to get used to the idea of being constantly underestimated. For all the problems my youthful appearance gave me, it did come with some advantages as well. Being underestimated here wasn't necessarily helpful, however. I'd thought I'd made a big enough impression when I disarmed Nevin with telekinesis, but maybe there were enough mages living in this city that a minor act of magic wasn't anything special. Or maybe a bunch of children living on the street were just too jaded to be impressed by anything. I could certainly remember what that felt like. I'll make you a deal. You want money, I want answers. You answer my first question for free, and I'll come back to you with any future questions, cash in hand. Though I'm not going to promise a tenner for every answer, I'm not sure exactly what that's worth yet. And I suspect that most of my questions are going to be common knowledge, easily answerable on my own. I'm not going to bankrupt myself for a little convenience. Beyond squinted at me, then glanced around. With Nevin still asleep, and no one else willing to voice an opinion, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll answer one question for you, just because I feel bad about getting you involved back there on the street. After that, you either need to come back with money or join the crew if you want any more help." "Deal," I said. I had no intention of joining a street gang, but if mana was money, I was rich. I just needed to get some leech stones to fill. Doing so directly would be far more efficient than letting a drawstone do the job anyway. The first thing I want to know is where I can get a bunch of stones. Any size is fine. "They're stored at the repository on Mock Street," Beyond told me. "I can give you directions. You can trade a full shard for a bunch of dulls to be filled, or you can find dulls laying around on the ground in alleyways and gutters if you look hard enough." "Probably worth a look to see if I can break in easily," I said. This actually might be a good test of the kinds of defenses I could expect here. A storage vault full of empty leech stones would be valuable, if only because they formed the cornerstone of the local economy, but wouldn't be so valuable that they'd be heavily defended. I could sample what kind of wards were commonly used and get a feel for Darrow's level of talent. Of course, one location wouldn't be sufficient to claim I fully understood everything about the city, but it was a good place to start that would be relatively low risk. I'd probably wait a day or two just to bank a bit more mana. With my mana crystal now part of my staff, and that safely stowed in my phantom space, it was a bit harder to get a clear picture of what my reserves looked like, but I knew they weren't as full as they could be. "You're insane," Beyond told me. "We don't need that kind of trouble coming down on our heads. Of all the people to try to steal from, mages are the worst. If they catch you, you'll disappear. No one will ever know where you went or what happened." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. How dramatic. I suppose it's a good thing I have no plans on getting caught.
"Mages always catch you,"
a little girl said from my left. She sniffled a bit, and the kid next to her gave her an awkward pat on the back. "Her parents were part of Blue Rat's crew until he tried to pull a job and ran into a mage," Beyond explained. "She was too young to work for him, and with her parents gone, he cut her loose." "I think I'd like to know more about this Blue Rat and what kind of operation he's running, but I'll save that question for another time," I said. "Don't come running back here when you get caught," Beyond said. "I'll keep that in mind." I walked back into the sleeping area of the gang's hideout, gingerly stepped into the nest below the hole in the wall, and climbed back out. None of the children made a move to follow me. I found another abandoned house about 6 blocks away from where the street kids were squatting. Really, the whole city was far too big for the population that lived here, and most of the houses were abandoned. That meant I had plenty of options, and I decided to choose one in a block that I couldn't feel a single other person living on. It was possible the squatters in those houses were just out and about their business for the day, but I wasn't interested in visually inspecting every single building for signs of life. To get in, I used a weight reduction spell, then jumped up from behind the house to land on the roof. I slipped through the hole and touched down lightly on the inside, then let go of the spell, I swept the house for anything that might indicate someone might live there, but all I found was loose sand and some cobwebs. The floor itself was solid stone, just like the walls and the roof. At least, what was left of it. Every building here was damaged in some way, possibly the result of an immense earthquake, but that didn't seem right to me. Perhaps Darrow had been near whatever cataclysm had struck this land. Regardless of the source of the damage, my new home was missing a significant portion of its roof, and the rubble had completely blocked off the only entrance. Unlike the street gang's house, there were no convenient holes in the walls for me to pass through. It didn't make for easy access, which was exactly why I'd chosen it. It seemed unlikely to me that anyone would come snooping around as long as I wasn't seen entering or exiting. I'd checked for any mana inside the building, but it wasn't until I'd completed my visual inspection that I allowed myself to relax. I held a hand out and let my staff fall out of my phantom space to slip into my grasp, then got to work setting up my initial wards. The hardest part was that all of them needed to be properly hidden from anyone with the ability to sense mana, otherwise they were just drawing attention to me. Fortunately, that was a skill issue, not a mana cost issue. I layered wards around my new home to prevent 3 things: scrying, any form of localized divinations like life sense from seeing inside, and any more dirt or sand from getting in through the ceilings. I also put down a ward designed to drive away all sorts of pests and insects. I would have liked to make the place more comfortable, but transmuting stone to organic matter was both difficult and expensive. Some things just weren't worth the mana cost. I settled for making a new sand bed like the one I'd left behind at my crucible. With my work finally complete, and my wards flush with enough mana to last the next 3 days, I settled down to rest. I'd been walking all through the night to get to Darrow, and though I hadn't gotten a chance to get any food myself, I figured I could fix that when I woke up. For now, mana would suffice to keep my belly from rumbling. When I woke up, I'd see about establishing some finances for myself. But now, sleep. The rest of the world could wait a few more hours. Chapter 7. Now that I knew to look for it, it wasn't hard to spot the leech stones filled with mana all over the city. People kept them in bags or purses regularly, and my biggest issue was in identifying them. They weren't always full, so a half shard that was almost empty and a tenner that was almost full often felt very similar. Since I wasn't trying to rob anybody, I didn't worry much about the difference. It was mostly just convenient, since it explained some of the weird things I could sense around me. The more I explored Darrow, the more I was exposed to the leech stones everyone was using, and the better I got at judging how much money someone had on them. It also helped flag who was rich, and therefore more likely to be dangerous. I saw one man well over 6 feet tall with a thick, dark mustache and deep, sunken eyes, carrying around what I was guessing was 20 full shards. His own mana core was more than half full as well. I'd turned around and walked in a different direction when I'd spotted him. Someone with that much mana would be important in some way, and I didn't want to be noticed. Most likely, I'd be dismissed as inconsequential, but on the off chance that man was a mage, it was better to never be seen at all. My exploration did earn me 3 tenners that had been dropped and lost on the streets, all of them almost completely empty. At first, I'd ignored them, thinking they were some sort of rodents. It was only when I spent 10 minutes studying a crowded street and trying to get a feel for the people that I realized the mana I sensed beneath me wasn't moving. It took a few seconds to dig out the source with my foot, but once I realized it was an almost dull tenor buried in the sand, I quickly learned to spot more of them. It wasn't enough for me to change my mind about robbing the repository, not even close. I still wanted to test the city's defenses, and, even if I did reconsider, scrounging the streets for loose change was a waste of my time. To that end, I slowly worked myself closer to the center of the city. Muck Street, as it turned out, was the road that circled the inner wall. Unlike the largely worthless ring of earthen bricks that marked the outer edge of Darrow, this wall was 30 feet tall, made of slabs of brilliant white granite, and fairly tingled with magic. It had real gates, also made of enchanted stone, that were set into the wall at intervals all the way around it. I'd already done a bit of snooping on this street via scrying before I entered the city, but I'd made sure to keep a light touch, since I was brushing up against what was obviously a barrier between those who had power and those who did not. There were actually 2 repositories, one on the north side of the wall and one on the south, each directly across from a gate. I walked by the south one once, not lingering but not rushing, and studied the defensive wards on it. I only had about 30 seconds to check it out before the street traffic carried me too far away, so I ducked down an alley to circle back around. The repository was a big 3-story building that stuck out from the ruins around it. It had obviously been manufactured much more recently, possibly around the same time the inner wall had gone up. The top floor had a balcony that faced the wall, probably to facilitate transfer of mana to the interior, without having to open the gates or risk people on the streets interfering. There were 2 guards at the front door, and the building itself had its own miniature wall circling it. Nearby buildings had been demolished and removed, preventing anyone from sneaking up to the repository from any angle, and included half a dozen more guards stationed around it. All of that seemed redundant to me, since they'd also made no effort to hide 3 different alarm wards and 1 incapacitation ward. Technically, it was a trap, but it was so glaringly obvious that I was hesitant to use a word that implied it might be subtle to describe it. Basically, it was impossible to sneak into physically or magically, and anyone attempting it would likely find themselves shocked into unconsciousness so fast that by the time the guards reached them, they'd already be passed out. If I wanted in, I needed to defeat the wards and employ a level of stealth high enough to bypass the guards watching out specifically for people trying to do exactly that, and do it for long enough to finesse my way past the wards. This might be tougher than I thought. The wards were easy enough to bypass, at least the visible ones were. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some hidden wards underneath them, which meant that I needed to go slowly. I'd have to disable the exterior guards, if for no other reason than to have time to work on the wards without being rushed. But even that could prove tricky. Unless I missed my guess, all of them were wearing enchanted rings on their right hands that had a weaker version of a dead man's seal. If they were injured or knocked out, those were likely to trigger and summon reinforcements. That left me with the option to either come in from above or below. Both would be mana intensive. I suppose there was the third option of blasting my way in, grabbing everything I could get my hands on and making a run for it. That would defeat the point, though, since I wasn't there to enrich myself, but to test the defenses. I wanted a better look at what kind of wards I could expect to find on the homes in the inner city, and the repository seemed like a good example. I wanted to do another pass, but the 2 door guards were both sharp-eyed and scanning the crowd as people went by. I could probably do one more lap without arousing suspicion, if I waited 20 minutes and headed back in the direction I'd come from. That was common enough, just people going about their business and returning home. I didn't want to risk anything greater than that. My plan was completely reasonable. It was well thought out and aware of the risks. It should have gone off without a hitch, and it likely would have, except for a case of extreme bad luck. I was about 100 feet down the road past the repository when someone shoved their way between two people nearby and lunged at me. A leathery hand came down near my shoulder before sliding loose as my shield ward activated. The farmer from yesterday missed a step from surprise but quickly recovered and tried to grab me again.
"Got you now, you gutter shit!"
he howled, causing people around us to flinch back. I was so surprised to come face to face with the old man again that for a moment I just stood there and stared at him. My shield ward was keeping him from getting a hold of me, but that was conspicuous and would draw all the wrong sorts of attention. It was just the odds of this guy running into me again in a city with thousands of people couldn't be that large. Was someone watching me? Was it a setup? I saw a pouch hanging from his belt bounce as he lunged again, and realized the mana I was feeling inside was from a bunch of leech stones. The farmer had sold his product, whatever hadn't been stolen from him, and come to the repository to do something with all the leech stones he'd received in payment. It was just my bad luck that I'd walked by at the same time. If I hadn't taken my nap, or if I'd gotten up half an hour earlier or later, it wouldn't have happened. I backed away while slapping a minor telekinesis spell on the farmer's foot. It wasn't strong enough to hold him in place, but it did make him trip when he tried to take a step forward. That gave me the opening I needed to run, and this time nobody else moved to help the man. I got some curious looks from people walking by, but that was it. I was 200 feet down the street when someone popped up in front of me, arms spread wide to prevent me from dodging around them. It was the teenage boy who'd chased one of the child thieves into an alley. Cleef. Whatever he thought he was going to do, he was in for a rude surprise when it didn't work. He lunged to grab me, then went sprawling in the dirt when my shield ward pushed him back away. I slipped past the teenager and ran off into the crowd, leaving both him and his father, or maybe grandfather, yelling behind me. That had been an unfortunate encounter, but soon enough I was safe from them. At least I thought I was, until I noticed a half-dozen people with suspiciously full mana cores moving down the street. Moving quickly, I found myself a place to hide and observe by circling behind a house and boosting myself up on the roof. 6 people came into view, easy to spot because the crowd was pressing itself back from getting too close to any of them. They all wore uniforms of yellow and gray and had batons with storage crystals mounted on them in their hands. I didn't see any Wolfpack insignias on them, so they probably weren't associated with the cabal I was here, in part, to investigate. That was only a probability, though. It was equally possible they were in the Wolfpack's employ, but not openly advertising that. Either way, it told me something important. I hadn't seen guards anywhere else in the city, at least not ones wearing matching uniforms. There was private muscle in abundance, but this right here was an organization. I doubted it was a coincidence they were patrolling near the wall and the repository. If they had people on the outside of the wall, it stood to reason that there'd be people on the inside, too. Worse, those storage crystals held at least twice as much mana as their cores did. The mages were outfitting their security to make them more effective. I was starting to think that there were either far more mages here than I'd originally thought, or my village wasn't the only one that had been turned into a mana farm. What could a few dozen amateur spellcasters do with the mana from 20 or 30 villages like mine? I had a map of the island we were on, but it had a lot of blank spots in it. There were only 4 labeled villages, but the basin itself was 200 miles wide. There was plenty of room for new villages, and that wasn't even counting the whole mana economy Darrow had going on. These mages were being fed mana by literally thousands of people. I glanced up at the wall again from my hiding spot. How much mana did it take to raise a wall like that with magic? Given some variances for thickness, it was more than any single mage with a stage 1 core could generate in a year. There was a lot of power concentrated behind those walls. Power locked in storage crystals, wands, staves, and ward stones. Power waiting for someone truly capable to grab hold of it and do something magnificent. In other words, behind those walls was the key to advancing to the next step. I just needed to find a way to get to it. Chapter 8. I waited on my rooftop hiding spot until the guards had finished sweeping the area. They were thorough, and I had no doubt that if I hadn't been able to fully shield my mana core, they would have found me. In the end, though, there were just too many potential hiding spots, and they didn't have enough time. I saw one of the guards talking to the farmer, who snapped back loud enough that I could almost make out what he was saying. Something shifted in the guard's posture, and the farmer's expression flipped from outraged to afraid in an instant. Eventually, the guards continued their patrol down Mock Street. The farmer went into the repository to do his business, and I slowly siphoned more mana from my core into my shield ward to refill it. Most of the shield wards I'd seen since being reborn had been crafted as belts, but mine was an oval of alabaster so densely carved with runes that it didn't even feel flat anymore. It hung from a leather strap around my neck, hidden beneath my shirt. The loss of mana was less from the recent attempts to grab me than it was from the ward portion of the item reading the movements of everyone around me on a crowded street to scan for potential attacks. If I was going to stay in Darrow for long, I'd need to prioritize feeding mana into the shield ward on a regular basis. Once the guards were gone and the excitement had died down, I went back to studying the repository. At first glance, the overlapping security measures seemed impossible to beat, at least not without spending far more mana than it was worth on spells that would simply overpower the defenses. While I wasn't primarily interested in the mana locked away in the repository itself, I also wasn't planning on wasting a bunch of my own mana in an attempt to get in there. As always, the answer to any security issue was the human element. The wards were exempting them somehow, and it didn't take me long to figure it out. There were a few ways to prevent specific people from triggering wards. The most basic was to key them to the ward directly, which worked fantastically if the caster wanted to protect an area that nobody else would be allowed into. It wasn't the best solution to a ward scheme for a business where employees would come and go, and the owner might not want a former employee to come to enjoy unrestricted access after their departure. The simple solution to that was a ward key, which was what the repository had opted for. People who needed to be able to pass through wards without triggering them would be given a physical object enchanted with a sort of code that allowed the bearer to freely move about. This introduced an obvious security vulnerability, but quite a few mages had devoted themselves to creating ever-increasingly complex ward keys to prevent duplication. There were even keys that had to be attuned to their users and would cease to function if anyone else took them. Those were expensive, both to create and to maintain, and I doubted the repository was using them. It was irrelevant to me regardless, since I had no plans on stealing one. I just needed to duplicate the effect, something I could do manually and then hold in place through sheer willpower, without any physical object to anchor it to. That wouldn't stop the guards from seeing me, but I had a dozen different options for getting past that issue. Figuring out how to bypass them was as easy as selecting the most cost-efficient spell to fit the situation. I'd have to come back when it got dark and see if they'd increased the number of guards. I stayed on that roof for an hour studying the repository. It wasn't the best view, but it did afford me an unobtrusive spot where I could work in peace. No farmers accosted me, no guards gave me suspicious glares. By the time I left, I was almost certain I could work my way into the inner vaults without getting caught. I wouldn't know for sure until I actually tried. There were probably additional defenses inside the building itself, but I had a plan and a rough idea of how much mana it would cost me to get inside the building unannounced. I felt a mana core coming in my direction on the street below, but a single glance confirmed it was just someone passing by, nothing to do with me. From the shifty glances the fellow gave behind him, it seemed like he was up to no good. But as long as he didn't get the guard called on him, and me dragged into his trouble, I wasn't interested. Annoyingly, he stopped right next to the building I was perched on top of. I could probably make it down the opposite side without attracting his notice, but I didn't want to jump the 10-foot gap, just in case anyone from the repository looked this way. The man started cursing, and I heard the sound of a handful of rocks hitting the wall below me. Curious, I peeked over the edge of the roof and saw him pelting the wall with a bunch of dull leech stones. One after another, he pulled a handful from the pouch he was carrying, studied them for a moment, then hurled them against the wall with more muttered curses. That pouch was a nice piece of leather, high quality and seemingly expensive. By contrast, the man holding it was dirty and ragged, his skin red from too much sun exposure, and his limbs thin and gangly. It didn't take much of a leap of logic to guess that the pouch hadn't belonged to him originally, and that my unwelcome visitor was upset that it contained nothing but dull and worthless shards, half-shards, tenors, and whatever else they called leech stones around here. Eventually, the pouch ran empty, and after another round of swearing while the man held it upside down and shook it angrily, he stomped off. My spy post was far enough off Mock Street that no one else came by to interrupt his performance, but I still waited a few minutes after he left before climbing down to examine the discarded pile of dull stones. My understanding, based on my limited interactions with a group of half-feral children, was that dull stones were mostly worthless, collected only by the poor and desperate to take to the repository so they could be reused, and not worth anyone else's time. If that were the extent of it, there'd be no way for them to circulate. But I'd noticed people going into the building with full shards and coming back out with bags similar to the one the thief had held full of dulls. Presumably, they'd fill them with mana before returning them to the repository to profit. It was a bit of a lucky break for me, since it gave me a supply of leech stones to play around with. Judging from the size, the smallest ones would be easy to fill up without causing any real strain. My only concern was throwing them into my phantom space. I didn't need the enchantment snapping if the stones ate too much of the mana maintaining it, but leech stones worked much slower than draw stones, and I wouldn't need to worry about them growing until they completely filled themselves with mana. As long as I watched carefully, it probably wouldn't be too much of an issue. I scooped up a few handfuls of the small leech stones and fed them into my space, one at a time, to get a feel for how well my theory was going to play out. There was an immediate strain, slight but noticeable. When I fed some of the bigger ones, the tenors, in, the strain became a lot less slight. I added 2 half shards and considered the rest of the pile. If I took it all back to my new hideout immediately and ejected them from my phantom space, it shouldn't cause any permanent damage. As long as I didn't get dragged into any more drama, that wouldn't be an issue. Working quickly, I cleaned up the rest of the leech stones, then rushed back east and north. Though I was new to Darrow itself, I had somewhat familiarized myself with its layout. It took me longer than I wanted to make it home, especially since I accidentally overshot my destination and ended up in a market square on the main east thoroughfare. But once I managed to disentangle myself from the crowd, I quickly adjusted course. One of the kids from before was in the market, and when he spotted me, he started following after me. He probably thought he was being sneaky, hiding in the crowd and around corners so that he only tailed me by a block, but it was too easy for me to spot him just by sensing the mana in his core. Nobody had all that much in Darrow, but the kids had so little that it was possible to mix them up with the money other people had on them. After we left the heavily trafficked market behind, I had no trouble keeping track of him, and thus no trouble losing him. A few twists and turns, a burst of speed, and a bit of magic to hop over the remains of a collapsed wall 7 feet tall were all it took to leave my trail behind. I made it back to my own hideout, confirmed that there was still nobody within a few 100 feet of me, and entered. The leech stones did more damage to my phantom space enchantment than I was happy with, but it had survived, and an hour or 2 of mana poured into it would have it fully back in working order. My poor staff, stuck inside the space with the leech stones, was less lucky. They'd consumed a not insignificant chunk of mana from the crystal I'd affixed to the staff. Individually, none of them had taken much, but there were more than 50 leech stones. Perhaps I'd been too greedy taking so many. I piled the stones in a corner, now all dimly flickering in the shade. It was hard to tell if I held them up to the light, but in the darkness the glow was obvious. The shards had taken the most mana from me, but the half shards glowed brighter since they were smaller. Even with less mana, they were closer to being full. The tenors, probably because of their small size, glowed the weakest, and the pebbles that I hadn't gotten a name for were the brightest. "Where'd he go?" a voice from outside the ruined house I'd commandeered. I didn't recognize it, but it sounded like a child's, and I was willing to guess it belonged to my new stalker. I was almost positive it was one of the street kids from earlier, but there had been a lot of them, and I'd had other issues on my mind besides memorizing faces.
How should I know? You were the one who was supposed to follow him.
Another kid said.
I was! He disappeared!
We all disappear when we're running. I thought you were good at this. Aren't you always bragging about how you never get caught?
There was nowhere for him to go. I followed him right into this alley. No way he jumped high enough to get over that wall.
Why not? Didn't you see what he did with Nevin's knife?
There was a pause there, and the first kid said, "Oh yeah. Do you think he can jump that high then?"
How should I know? Just keep looking for his tracks.
The second kid said. I didn't need them sniffing around my new hideout. Maybe it was time to lead them on a bit of a chase to somewhere else, then find out what they wanted. I climbed back up onto the roof, made a mental note to cast Stone Shape and form some handholds so I didn't need to burn mana each time I wanted to go in and out, and dropped back out onto the street. Chapter 9. The plan was simple. I'd go a block or 2 over and let myself get spotted, run from them for another few blocks, then ambush them and find out what they wanted. I'd only been inside my hideout for a few minutes, so with any luck they would think I'd just temporarily evaded them and not linger in the area to search it more thoroughly. Though even if they did, I doubted they'd find my new home. Between the wards and the physical obstacles preventing entry, I was safe from casual inspection. If someone did manage to correctly deduce where I'd set up camp, it would be another matter. But it didn't feel like much of a concern yet. Worst case, I could always relocate. I hopped back down onto the streets and started off in a direction parallel to the one the two kids were taking. I caught up with them easily enough and made sure to time it so that we crossed the same street at the same time. A quick glance to my left confirmed that they'd spotted me, and I took off at a run. Keeping track of their mana was difficult, far more so than using a spell like Life Sense, but I had better range this way, and besides, I wanted to save my mana for the more important task of fully empowering my Phantom Space enchantment again. There weren't that many people in what I assumed was a residential area right now anyway, so despite my relative difficulty of following the two tiny slivers of mana that represented my pursuers, I had a solid idea of how far behind me they were. I led them across a few more blocks, then ducked behind a building that was mostly in one piece. It even had a ground floor entrance with a door, though nobody was home right now. I wasn't interested in that building, though, except as a means to access the second floor of the one next to it. I scrambled through a scraggly garden that reminded me of the ones back home, scaled the rough stone face of the house itself until I reached the roof, then flung myself across 6 feet of open space to grab the lip of the hole in the wall of my target building. The two kids caught sight of me just as I pulled myself up and disappeared inside, exactly as planned. I knew there was an entrance at ground level, too small for an adult to squeeze through due to the partial collapse of the second floor. This had actually been one of the buildings I'd considered briefly before determining that the surrounding block was too populated for my needs. I was counting on the kids to know that too, but if they failed to find a way in, I'd have to adapt my plan. I waited near the stairs leading up to the second floor and watched the little balls of mana circle the outside of the house and find the gap just big enough to let them squeeze through, then confirmed they'd both entered. Perfect.
Must be upstairs,
one of them said softly.
He could have jumped back out,
the other argued.
If he did, he's sitting on the ground with a broken leg. He barely made the jump the first time, and then was jumping down to the hole. No way he gets back on that roof.
Magic.
There was a brief pause, and the second one said,
Let's hurry.
I didn't need to use any magic to keep myself hidden. I just sat down on a block of stone that had fallen out of the wall behind the stairs and waited. A few seconds later, the back of one kid's head came into view. He scanned the room, but never turned far enough around to notice me, and by the time the second kid appeared, the first one was all the way up the stairs.
Gone,
the kid muttered. He walked over to the hole in the wall and leaned out to look at the ground.
Maybe he did make the jump.
I gave it a second for the kid to step away from the hole, just so I didn't scare him so much he fell out, and said, Why are you following me? I must have underestimated how jumpy they were, because the kid nearly fell out anyway. Only the quick thinking of his friend allowed him to keep both feet under him. He lunged forward and grabbed the first boy's windmilling arm, then pulled him back to safety. Both of them immediately spun to face me where I sat in the shadows.
Spirit, save me! Don't ever scare me like that again!
The first kid said. I'll do a lot worse than that if you don't answer the question, I told him.
Easy,
the kid said.
Look, we just wanted to ask you something.
Must be important if it couldn't wait, I said. The two glanced at each other. Both were among the older kids from the crew, 9 or 10 years old, I figured. I wasn't exactly sure how the seedy underbelly of Darrow operated, but my guess was that there was a reason there weren't any teenagers in the crew. They probably got snapped up by whatever passed for local gangs as soon as they were old enough to be put to work. In neighborhoods like this, participation was mandatory.
It is.
The younger of the two said, his face serious.
It's recruiting season. Blue Rat's boys have been all over East Wall looking for fresh meat, and we're just about the right age. We don't want to join his crew.
Survival rate is shit. He sends the new guys on the worst missions, uses them as bait or distractions. What does he care if half of them die? Just go round up some more later, the older kid said bitterly.
That's a shame and all. What's it got to do with me? I asked, but I already knew where this was going.
You know magic. Could you teach us how to do it too?
I could admire the proactive mindset. They knew they had a problem coming up, and they'd latched on to a potential solution. It wasn't a good solution, but I wouldn't expect them to know that. Even if I agreed, that would be months and months of work, and it would cost me a fairly large chunk of mana to do it. It wasn't outside my budget or anything, but that was a lot of investment for no real return. I doubt you could learn the spells you'd need to defend yourself, even if you had the mana to do it, I said. Which, by the way, you don't. You going to steal that from somewhere?
If I have to,
the younger one said, his jaw jutting out as he puffed up his chest.
I do what I need to survive.
You know what a full shard gets you? I asked. Without waiting for an answer, I said, 4 weak spells, maybe 5. How much could you buy with a shard? Is it worth it?
A shard doesn't buy me a ticket out of being the bottom rung of a gang,
the kid said.
It doesn't keep me safe. That gets me a week or 2 of food, maybe a safe place to sleep. But then I'm right back out on the street again. Please, I need a way to protect myself.
In my previous life, I might have considered it. Back then, mana was everywhere. An economy built on leech stones would have been absurd. Here, the mana costs of training would be far too much of a burden, unless I ignited the kid's core, which would itself necessitate weeks or even months of training. I just didn't have that much free time to devote to him. It would be faster and easier to just go kill whoever this Blue Rat guy was. No, I can't help you, I said. Either of you. Sorry. The older one seemed to deflate. His shoulders slumped and he let out a long sigh. Perhaps this had been their last resort, a desperate move to sidestep a situation that had no good answers. He didn't try to argue or convince me, to wheedle or threaten or beg or haggle. He just accepted the answer and collapsed in on himself. His friend was not so graceful about the rejection.
Come on,
the kid said.
I work hard. I'm smart. I can do whatever you need me to do. Just tell me what that is, and I'll do it. I am not going to work for Blue Rat. I'll die trying to get out. Have a heart here and give me a fighting chance.
Look, if I help you, it's going to put a target on your back, I said. You know the people on the other side of that big wall in the center of the city? They'll be the ones hunting you down, not some slumlord running his tiny empire in the center of the city.
Why would they ever care about me? Just because I learned a few spells? You know them. Are you worried about them coming after you?
In fact, I was worried about exactly that. Dealing with the cabal that had taken over my village was one of the primary reasons I was in Darrow. I needed to find those mages and take care of them before they sent more mercenaries out. I'd left my home with very little in the way of defenses, mostly because I only cared about my own family's safety. They could contact me via the scrying mirror I'd left them, but it would be better if I took care of the threat here instead of letting it attack my home again. Those are my problems, not yours, I said. I can take care of myself.
You think I can't?
The kid demanded. Well, you're here begging me for help, so no, not really.
I'm not begging. I want your help, and I'll pay for it, but I'm not begging. Tell me what I need to do, and I'll do it.
I want to get to the other side of that wall without getting caught, I said. Do you know how to do that? The kid faltered but quickly rallied. Before he could speak, the older child said, Tanner, no!
We don't have a choice.
Tanner shot back.
If that's the price, we can pay it.
That is the price for me to show you how to cast a spell, I said. If you want to actually use it, you're going to need far more mana than you have now. Imagine using a shard a day just to practice. Can you afford that? If I ignited his core for him, he'd be able to fill a shard every day. But without the ability to shield his mana from detection, it was only a matter of time until some mage in the city spotted him. Given the attitude Noctra had displayed toward my father's supposed talents, I suspected that those with magical abilities were highly valued in the city. I also suspected that value was in the mana they could produce. An orphan child of the streets who spontaneously ignited his core was almost certain to be abducted and milked for every bit of mana he could produce. But it was his decision if it came to that. I'd make sure he understood the risks, and if he decided to go ahead anyway, it was his life. That was assuming he could meet my price, of course.
I'll find a way,
the kid said. No, the older boy said, shaking his head again. Bad idea, don't do this.
There's a way under the wall,
Tanner told me.
It's dangerous, but only because it's in Hayagu's territory. If we can sneak through, you'll be able to get to the other side of the wall. I can show you, but you have to teach me how to fight with magic.
You'll be responsible for supplying your own mana, I said. I'm not giving you any.
Deal,
Tanner said. You're going to get yourself killed, the other kid told him. Don't do this. Then I suppose we have an agreement. For your first task, come back with a full shard. I'll show you how to extract the mana from it. Chapter 10. The odds of Tanner actually coming through with a shard seemed long to me. If he managed it, then fantastic. I'd give him a few remedial lessons, he'd show me how to bypass the wall, and everyone would be happy. In the meantime, I planned to keep looking into alternate ways to sneak into the center of the city. In the extremely likely event that Tanner failed to get the mana he needed, I couldn't afford to waste my time sitting around. There was one thing I wanted to do, something I should have done before I'd ever entered Darrow, but which I'd had too many other things occupying my time to work on. I needed a bigger mana crystal. With my core at stage 2, I was now producing mana fast enough that my old crystal could be filled in a little over a week by myself. I had plans to steal a lot of mana from the cabal that had taken over my village, and I needed a place to put it. Fortunately for me, I had plenty of raw materials to work with in this ruined stone city. Any number of stone slabs could have served as the basis for creating a new mana crystal, including a few back in the abandoned home I'd commandeered. I was eager to get back to my hideout and start on that project, something I'd already be doing if not for that fortuitous opportunity with the leech stones and the distraction of the 2 street kids. Tanner and his friend left, the whole time arguing quietly with each other. Personally, I was more inclined to side with the older boy. Tanner was probably going to get himself hurt or killed going after a shard, but maybe he'd think of something clever and pull it off. Either way, it wasn't my problem right now. Once I was alone again, I jumped out through the hole in the wall, drifted down to the ground, and walked back to my hideout. My stomach started rumbling again while I walked, reminding me that I still needed to address the lack of food in my life. I couldn't rely on mana to keep me going forever, and with a sigh, I changed course to head back to that market square. All my potential money was waiting for me to have the time and mana to infuse it, and it was inconvenient to carry besides. But I did have a phantom space with some leftover bartering scraps from my time in the wastes, and with any luck I'd find someone willing to buy them. There was a pair of gracefully curved horns I'd cut off a monster I'd run into that excreted drops of flaming oil from its body. The oil had proven too volatile to be contained without special equipment, but the horns weren't flammable. They'd retained that essence of fire and would make a fine alchemical reagent when ground up. That meant I probably wouldn't get close to what they were truly worth, but they did me no good as it stood. Alchemy was, for all intents and purposes, a lost art on this cursed island. Without ambient mana, none of the plants that were commonly used in potions and elixirs could grow. Even if they did, they'd have almost no mana and would be worthless anyway. After manifesting my satchel as a cover for pulling other things from my phantom space, I approached the market from the south end, ignored the suspicious stares I got from the guards stationed at the entrance, and dove into the crowd. Stalls were set up around the outer edges of the square, often blocking smaller streets that should have fed into the market in the process, and there were 3 large buildings that had been restored to have solid walls and full roofs that served as anchor points for much of the business. The entire market was a wall of sound, so much of it that it was almost tangible. Vendors shouted at anybody who walked too close. Shoppers chatted with each other or haggled loudly with the vendors. The guards watching the square occasionally yelled at anybody they found suspicious, and the draft animals tied to their owners' carts sporadically brayed. There were invocations that could sort that out for me, even ones that would allow me to listen to multiple conversations at once when combined with specific divinations. It was tempting to cast the spells just to save myself the headache, but I resisted the urge. It would be a frivolous waste of mana just for some temporary comfort. On the other hand, it might help me locate someone who was interested in buying my monster parts. It would certainly be easier than manually checking each stall and possibly drawing the ire of the vendors or guards. My age and size were already working against me, what with a den of child thieves living nearby who probably regularly terrorized both the farmers coming in to sell food and the citizens who showed up to buy it. But no, that was just a rationalization. My phantom space was still recovering from relocating the leech stones. I needed days' worth of mana to construct a new mana crystal, and I also had to consider converting my own mana to money if selling my monster scraps didn't work out for me. 6 months ago, I wouldn't even have considered spending my precious mana on something so frivolous. Finishing my mana lattice and upgrading my core to stage 2 had made me far less thrifty, to the point where I did foolish things like jumping out of second-story buildings instead of taking the stairs down, just to avoid wriggling through a hole in the wall that would have required no mana to traverse. Besides, I could tell what vendors would be interested simply by examining the wares they had on display as I passed by. A simple lap around the market was enough for me to pick out 3 potential buyers, though the first one warned me off with a dark scowl the moment he saw me approaching him. Not wanting any trouble, I mentally shuffled him down to the bottom of my list. If the other two proved to be dead ends, I'd try my luck at that stall again. Of the remaining two, one was a little old woman with what looked like a permanent stall. She'd ensconced herself in one of the broken-down buildings that was little more than a low wall and an empty archway on the west side of the square. It was full of all sorts of random curiosities, which made me think I might be able to offload a few things there. The other potential buyer was a man selling what he claimed were various remedies. There was enough mana hidden inside the little palm-sized ceramic pots to make me believe there was something there, though I doubted anything he was selling was worth half of what he wanted for it. Still, that was my first real piece of evidence that anyone around here even knew what alchemy was. Despite how sketchy his entire setup looked, that was what made me decide to try his stall first. "Hey, you buying too?" I asked as I approached.
"Whatever you stole, I don't want anything to do with it,"
the man said. "I didn't steal anything. What is it with this city and thinking every kid that walks through is a thief?"
"Because you all are. If you don't want people thinking you're a thief, stop dressing like one."
"Look, I'm not talking to you to be hassled. I've got some monster parts which could be useful for alchemy. You want to take a look or not?" The alchemist sneered down his nose at me and said,
"What could you possibly have that I'd be interested in? I'm not sensing a drop of mana in you."
That was because I was shielding my core, and everything else that had any mana in it was hidden away in my phantom space. I made a show of reaching into my satchel and pulled the first horn to my hand, where I withdrew it from a bag that was just slightly too small to hold something that long. "This, for starters," I said. Sealing mana in a monster reagent upon its death was a tricky technique, but I'd managed to do it to both horns before the rest of the monster's mana was released into the air. Powdered, they would make an excellent holding agent for brews that had sensitive temperature requirements, and could act as a catalyst for ingredients that needed a spark of heat to activate. Hopefully, this guy would know that too. Judging by the gleam in his eye, he knew exactly what I had, and what it was good for. I only saw it for a moment before he fixed his expression into a neutral mask and said, "It's pretty, but the mana's almost completely drained out of it. I could give you a few specks just 'cause I like the look of it, but it's worthless." "Your mana sense must be garbage if you believe that," I said. "Or are you just trying to scam me because you think I don't know any better?"
"I'm not scamming you, kid. This thing is garbage, and I'm only offering to take it off your hands out of pity. 3 specks. Take it or leave it."
"Leave it," I said, putting the horn back into my bag. "The mana's fine in this thing. I'll find someone else who's not interested in ripping people off."
Wait. Fine. So it's got a little mana in it. But how do I know whoever you lifted it off isn't going to be tracking me down, demanding it back?"
"I guess you'll just have to take my word that it's not stolen," I said. "I want 2 shards for it."
2 shards? The merchant sputtered. "You're out of your damn mind. I'll give you 3 tenors.
"That's a lot more than 3 specks," I said. "Maybe I should go take this elsewhere." I didn't really want to. The old lady might buy it, but only because of the way it looked. I wouldn't get what it was worth from her. The other merchant looked ready to strangle me just for walking near his stall, even if he did have more expensive products.
"Fine. A half shard. That's as high as I'm willing to go,"
the merchant said. I considered that for a second, then shook my head. "No deal. The amount of mana sealed in this horn is worth more than a half shard would have." The merchant's brow furrowed as he looked down at the horn. Shrugging, he pulled a half shard out of the lockbox on the counter and held it up to compare the two.
"All right. That's fair. Whoever processed this wasn't half bad at it. Fine. Just because the horn has so much mana in it, a half shard and 2 tenors. That's more mana than you'd get out of this thing if you just drained it dry.
That was true, technically. It didn't account for my labor in sealing it. Still, I wasn't planning on doing any alchemy myself anytime soon, and even if I was, the horns were a crutch. A truly skilled alchemist could use pure mana to induce the reactions the horns set off. I wasn't taking much of a loss here, and anyway, I'd traded off other pieces of that monster back at Blighter's Hole. I think you've got yourself a deal. 1 horn for a half shard and 2 tenors. The merchant fished the rest of the leech stones out of his lockbox and handed them to me. I dropped them into my satchel and tried to ignore that unpleasant tugging feeling they evoked in my mana. If I'd been thinking, I'd have used the satchel to transfer that whole bag of them earlier, but it wasn't that big of a deal. If anything else, I'd learned a bit about how leech stones interacted with phantom spaces, an experiment I would have been happy to perform in my past life. Now that that's settled, I said, reaching into my space once again to grab the second horn, how much will you give me for this one? Chapter 11. There was a big rock in the corner of my hideout, about 2.5 times the size of the one I'd used for my first mana crystal. If I were in an adult body with an adult-sized mana core, it would have been no problem to start converting it over. But even though my core had grown bigger over the last year, it still wasn't enough for the project I had in mind, not by itself. If I wanted to wait 2 or 3 more years, my core would probably double in size again, but even that wouldn't be enough to turn the giant slab of rock into a mana crystal. If I wanted to do it now, I needed to use a different technique. It wouldn't be as mana efficient, and the transference loss would be higher than my current mana crystal. It might be better to make 2 smaller crystals instead. But no, one of my issues right now was that I was extremely limited by the size of my mana crystal. I could pull off a single teleport spell if my crystal was almost completely full. Teleporting back was a different story. There were other spells in my repertoire that required so much mana that it wasn't possible for me to use them right now. Creating multiple mana crystals could help alleviate that issue, but the more of them I made, the weaker my attunement would be to them. Additionally, drawing from multiple sources at once made spells exponentially more difficult to cast. That wasn't a problem for the standard basic or intermediate tier magic, but it certainly was for master tier. I pondered the problem while I munched on some sort of vegetable I'd bought at the market. It looked vaguely like a carrot, except it was slightly softer and leaned more toward yellow than orange. The vendor had assured me it was edible without any sort of cooking, and sold me 3 of them for a tenner. I was almost certain I'd been ripped off. I ate all 3 of them anyway, and silently mourned that I hadn't found a place to serve an actual hot meal while I worked. Unfortunately, I had far too many demands on my limited mana, and there just wasn't enough time or resources to work on all of them at once. Time was what I needed, which meant reinforcing my wards, acquiring a few more tenors, supplying more mana to my phantom space, both to repair it and help it grow in size, and crafting a mana crystal big enough to hold the spoils of my planned looting. Still wishing for another of those strange yellow carrots, I got to work. Despite my pessimistic prediction that Tanner would never gather the mana needed, 2 days later he found me during one of my food runs. I was 3 blocks from the market I'd started frequenting when I noticed a child heading my way at a full clip. At first I didn't realize who was running at me and started preparing a spell to defend myself, but I remembered just in time to avoid blasting him.
There you are. I've been looking for you for 1.5 days now,
Tanner said as he came to a stop next to me. You found me, I said. I take it you managed to acquire a full shard.
Nearly got myself killed stealing it, but I've got it.
He told me.
You'd better not try to cheat me.
If you don't trust me to hold up my end of the bargain, I recommend taking that shard and getting yourself a nice meal and some new clothes. Indecision warred on his face. Tanner wanted those things, not that I could blame him, and he was obviously afraid of wasting the money on me. Look, how about a different deal instead? You know how to get under that wall. I'll pay you to take me. You'll have even more money than you already do.
No.
Tanner said after a moment.
I'll run out of money eventually. I need to learn things that most people don't. If I learned to cast spells, I could work for the Hierophant.
The who? I asked.
The person in charge of the city.
Tanner said, waving one hand in the general direction of the wall.
All of the mages answer to him. They get to live in the inner city. It's supposed to be a paradise in there.
Wouldn't you know? You're the one claiming to know how to get to the other side of the wall.
I know how to get there. That's not the same as going there. I'm not setting one foot in the inner city. You're on your own once I show you where the smuggler's passage is.
I laughed. A paradise with smugglers? I think you might have the wrong impression of what the ruling elite are living like.
Guess I'll find out once I'm living on the inside,
Tanner said. He looked me straight in the eye and added,
assuming you're not lying about anything.
I'm lying about tons of things, I told him, but not about being able to do magic. I have to stress again, if you go through with this, it will paint a target on your back.
How? Is there a way to tell that someone knows a spell?
It's not that. It's what you need to do to your mana core in order to gain enough mana to do anything. It's called ignition, and you won't be able to hide your mana at first. Any decent mage is going to be able to feel you through walls, even if you're just sleeping. If you start actually casting spells, that's going to draw attention even faster.
It's a big city,
Tanner said. I just sighed and shook my head. Maybe I could set up a warded practice room for him. If I taught him how to keep the wards topped off, he might go years without being discovered. Of course, that was going significantly out of my way, far more than our deal required. Even igniting his core wasn't strictly part of the agreement, but I determined it was necessary in order to actually teach him any magic. I wasn't going to sit around for months waiting for him to generate mana so he could practice. I wasn't even sure it was possible, considering the prevalence of mana-stealing leech stones in the city. Everyone was walking around with near-empty cores. Something must have shown on my face because he said,
Look, it's not your responsibility to look after me. Just teach me how to do some magic. I'll show you the smuggler's tunnel, and we'll go our separate ways.
That was true enough. I needed to keep my sympathy for these kids' situation under control. It was awful that they were living on the streets, forced to steal to survive, constantly on the edge of starvation. Really, it was. I'd been there myself. It also was not my problem. I'd come to Darrow to handle much bigger issues than the local orphans' lifestyles. You're right, I said. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go buy some food. Then I'm going to spend the next few hours working with you. This is going to be an intense crash course, but if you're as smart as you think you are, you'll get through it just fine.
You go ahead. I'll just wait for you here,
Tanner said. There's some reason you can't go into the square? I asked, already knowing the answer. He shot me a dirty look and muttered,
It'd be suicide to go back in there now. I'm already too close. Just go get your food and come back down this street. Keep walking until I join you.
Well, the only reasonable way Tanner was going to get his hands on a full shard was to steal it. It just made sense that he'd try his luck in a place where a lot of money was floating around. I was guessing things either hadn't gone well and the guards knew to watch for him, or he'd robbed one of the regular merchants who was there every day. Either way, I couldn't argue with the idea of keeping some distance. There were plenty of other markets around the city Tanner could try his luck at if he got desperate enough. But as for me, I hadn't stolen anything from anyone there, and had in fact become something of a regular paying customer to one of the food vendors, so I was going back for my normal lunch. "I'll see you in 10 or 20 minutes, I said as I turned back to the market. I felt Tanner moving away by tracking his mana, or more accurately, the shard in his possession. We'd need to drain that soon in case any wandering mages happened to note its presence, and decided to go investigate why such a large sum of mana was in the possession of a bunch of street kids who couldn't defend it. He'd keep for half an hour, I hoped. I glanced back behind me and saw the street was empty. Tanner had ducked into an abandoned ruin on the east side of the street. Resolutely, I shook my head and took another step toward the market. He'd already had it for over a day, and nothing bad had happened to him. I made it halfway to the market when I felt a surge of mana behind me. Someone had cast some spell from far enough away that it was out of my range. All I'd felt was the spell resolving, not its construction, which meant the target was still close to me, even if the caster wasn't. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough information for me to determine exactly what spell had been cast. That wasn't something I could ignore. For the first time since I'd arrived in Darrow, I felt another mage at work. I needed to find out who they were and what they were doing. The fastest way to do that would be to scry. As long as there were no warding fields present, it would remain undetected. And since I'd just walked through that area a few minutes ago, it was unlikely that anyone had had time to set something like that up. I ducked into the first empty building I could find. Someone was living there, judging by the clothes piled on top of a flat stone in a rudimentary attempt at creating some padding. A water skin, empty, sat next to them. Whoever it was, they weren't home right now, but I wanted to be out of the place before they came back. It would be less of a hassle that way. I cast my scrying spell south and looked through it. It didn't take long to find the disturbance, not with the mage making no effort to hide himself and wearing one of those distinctive guard uniforms I'd seen the other day. He was walking down the center of the street, heading in the direction of a dust plume rising into the air. I sent the scry anchor past him to get a closer look. Tanner had his back to a wall around the corner, chest heaving and eyes wide. Nearby, a chunk of stone had been torn out of the building, perhaps from some sort of force spell. There was nowhere for Tanner to run, not without revealing himself. If the mage who'd attacked him was any good, that shard Tanner was holding would make it impossible to sneak away regardless. The odds of a random guard just happening to come across Tanner were too low to dismiss the encounter as a coincidence. More likely, whoever Tanner had stolen from had sent someone after him. The reaction seemed a bit extreme for a single shard, but then again I didn't know that Tanner hadn't stolen anything else. Either way, if I wanted my smuggler's passage beyond the wall, I needed to save the kid. With a scowl, I stomped back out of the house and started running down the street. Mana sped my steps, but just a tiny strand of it, enough that the mage wouldn't notice until it was too late. Tanner just needed to survive another 30 seconds. He could do that easily enough, as long as he didn't move. The mage was taking his time getting there. So of course, Tanner picked that moment to rabbit. I felt mana spinning up again, some sort of widespread force spell, practically guaranteed to hit a relatively slow-moving target. There was no way I was getting there in time to save him, not at my current speed. Mentally cursing the boy, I thickened the flow of mana to my speed-boosting invocation. Chapter 12. The mage wasn't what I was expecting. For one thing, he was at most 17 years old. He had a thin, lanky frame and fine brown hair that was in disarray from the wind generated by his own spells. In one hand, he held a baton with a storage crystal capping it. It was relatively big as far as storage crystals went, but it was already half empty. Either it hadn't been full to begin with, or the mage was incredibly inefficient with his spells. Mana built up into a force wave spell, flowing through the storage crystal into the mage's core as he chanted a string of runes. There were far more runes than he needed, mostly ones to define the parameters of the force wave, to give it direction and shape. Those were things an accomplished mage could have imbued into the spell with willpower alone, but at this point I'd stopped being surprised by the skill level I kept seeing from other mages in my new life. Thanks almost entirely to his lengthy wind-up, I got close enough to reach out with a greater telekinesis spell and rip the baton out of the mage's hand. He jerked in surprise, cutting off his recitation and losing control over the mana he'd been shaping into the spell. Unfortunately for him, mana had a tendency to go wild when spells broke mid-process. In his case, it meant that instead of casting forth a wave of force to strike Tanner, the wave exploded in every direction, right in front of the mage's outstretched hand. He was flung from his feet to crash into a wall 20 feet away, along with just about every single speck of dirt and grime within 5 feet of where he'd been standing. The spell was strong enough that it scoured the streets down to the bare rock an inch below the layer of dirt. Tanner had been far enough away from the miscast that other than being pelted with sand and pebbles, he was fine. I slowed down as I approached and looked the mage over. His eyes were closed, and I could see blood dripping from a scalp wound on the back of his head, but he was still breathing. "Who is he?" I asked Tanner.
Some enforcer? I don't know. Never seen him before.
Okay, why was he attacking you then? Tanner shrugged.
It happens sometimes. I have a lot of money on me. He thought he could take it. Just my bad luck that he saw me. His bad luck that you saw him.
I snorted and shook my head. You couldn't even stay out of trouble for 10 minutes. What do you want to do with him?
Do with him?
Tanner repeated.
You mean, take care of him?
Yes, I said. I mean take care of him. Or we could just leave him. Is he going to chase after you when he wakes up?
I don't think so. I think he was just walking by and spotted the shard.
Get used to that, I said. If you go through with this, you're going to have mana to cast any spells. I wonder what these enforcers do when they find a kid with a full mana core. Tanner, who had been staring with pale fascination at the blood dripping from the enforcer's head wound, jolted in place and gave me a wild-eyed look. I could practically see his thoughts crossing his face. He'd gotten lucky surviving this encounter, and not through anything he'd done either. How many times could he rely on luck? Could he get strong enough to defend himself in time? Should he give up now? While he panicked over the future in a way I'd rarely seen from an 8-year-old, I took the opportunity to inspect the baton the enforcer mage had wielded. It was a simple thing, just a 1.5 foot long shaft of some sort of wood I didn't recognize, capped by a bit of metal shaped into a rough claw to hold a storage crystal the size of my fist. Compared to my own staff, it was worthless as anything more than kindling, but I extracted the storage crystal to give it to Tanner later. It wasn't actually bound to the baton in any way. I suspected that the whole thing was just a symbol of authority for the enforcers, an easily recognizable weapon that let anyone they met know to do what they were told. I'd been in Darrow for several days now, and while most of that had been spent in seclusion, I'd also devoted a considerable amount of time to scrying. I hadn't noticed a strong enforcer presence, except for when I'd seen a group outside the repository, which made me suspect they were either incredibly rare, or more likely, operated in the inner city. If so, I had to wonder what exactly this one was doing out here. Was it a coincidence? Or was he seeking something in particular? Or someone in particular? I'd gone out of my way to keep a low profile, but there'd been lapses. I'd used magic to disarm Nevin in front of 20 or so kids, any of whom could have spread that information. I'd also used magic to get around the city, though I'd done my best to make sure no one was nearby to witness that. I was confident I hadn't been physically spotted, but some mage scrying the city could have seen it. I might have drawn interest just because I was a small child selling rare alchemical materials in an open market. Or maybe someone had detected the wards I'd placed, though that was incredibly unlikely. Ward Scanner was an advanced and expensive divination. I doubted anyone on this whole island besides me could even cast it, and even if they could, the mana costs made it prohibitive to use on a city-wide scale. A mage would spend more mana than I could generate in a year to scan all of Darrow, and that was with perfect efficiency. Based on what I'd seen of the local talent, I wouldn't bet on anything they did being anywhere near perfectly efficient. "Hey," I said. Tanner started and looked over at me. "Make a decision about what to do with this guy." If it were me, I'd kill him, split the ground open under the body and close it back up. But then I'd run out of warm, fuzzy feelings a long, long time ago. Anyone who attacked me or mine did not get mercy. If I hadn't stopped him, this mage would have killed Tanner.
Do you think he'll come after us when he wakes up?
Tanner asked. I have no idea. Even if he doesn't, I'm sure someone will want to investigate what happened here.
Let's just go before anyone shows up,
Tanner said. I shrugged. It wasn't a decision I agreed with, but I could understand not wanting a death on his conscience. Tanner was still young. If his life continued along its current trajectory, he'd outgrow that feeling. For now, though, I ushered him away. We were rounding the corner when I cast Stone Needle and drove a spike up through the man's throat. There was barely a sound, and Tanner never suspected a thing. The ground slowly opened beneath the body, letting it slide into the hole my magic had made. A moment later, rolling dirt filled it back in and smoothed itself out, and I now had one less problem to deal with in the future.
What are you doing?
Tanner asked as I used stone shape to carve a ritual circle in the floor of the building I'd claimed for Tanner's training. You can feel your own mana, right? I asked. I certainly hoped he could. That was as basic as it got, and if I needed to help him there, this was going to take a lot more time than I was willing to invest in it. At Tanner's nod, I continued. Some people can feel mana outside of their own bodies, too. That's how your enforcer friend found you. What this does is makes it so that nobody outside the circle can feel any mana inside it. Basically, as long as you practice in this room, you won't need to worry about any mage noticing and coming to investigate.
Oh, that's awesome,
Tanner said. So as soon as I'm done, we're going to start with teaching you some basic mana manipulation. Then I'm going to leave you here to practice while I take care of my own business. And when I come back, we'll discuss igniting your core.
What's that mean?
It means doing the thing that makes a person a mage. The longer we can hold off on it, the better you'll be in the long run. But it takes months to fully prepare, and I don't think you want to wait that long. I am certainly not willing to, and it's not necessary to teach you the minor telekinesis spell you want to learn, but it would make it easier for you to practice. Tanner's jaw dropped. He sputtered incoherently for a few seconds, then took a breath and said,
You think I could become a mage?
Anyone can be a mage, I said. It's not that hard. You just need to gather up enough mana and know what to do with it.
Whoa.
This wasn't the first time I'd had a conversation like this, and it wasn't the first time I wondered what had happened here that the general population seemed to have forgotten even the basics of how magic worked. I'd grown up the impoverished and unwanted son of a drug-addled prostitute during my first life, and even I'd known this stuff by the time I was 5. I'd become a mage almost by accident. But in my new home, it was commonly believed that the spirits of our ancestors would occasionally see fit to bless someone with the potential to do magic. It was utterly ridiculous. Darrow didn't seem to be much further ahead in terms of magical knowledge, but I wondered if it would be a different story in the inner city. If the rich and powerful were all sequestered there, it stood to reason that it was the most likely spot for such knowledge to thrive. The real limiting factor to doing magic in the wastes was the amount of available mana, and the mages here had come up with all sorts of clever schemes to fleece the population of as much as possible. I finished up the circle and activated it with a single pulse of magic. With the amount of mana sealed in it, it would last for 6 hours, more than enough time to get started on the basics. Okay, get out that shard and let's talk about how to extract mana from it, I said.
You can do that?
Of course. What would be the point of the mages using it as a currency otherwise? They want the mana the shards are taking from whoever holds them. Although, now that I mention it, I still haven't figured out what the rest of you get out of turning full shards into the repository. Tanner shrugged.
Never had one to turn in until yesterday, and I'd usually spend it before I got anywhere near the repository anyway.
That was another mystery to look into, one among many. Somehow, whoever was in control of Darrow had convinced the people living here to use leech stones as currency, and at least some people were turning them in once they were full. They had to be getting something back, but I wasn't sure what. Maybe it functioned as some sort of tax or protection money. So help me, if someone told me that the mana went to power a barrier surrounding the city, I was going to start breaking things.
So I just need to take the mana out of this?
Tanner asked, holding up the glowing chunk of leech stone he'd stolen.
How do I do that?
Chapter 13. My sister was a rare talent when it came to magic, and my father wasn't that far behind her. I'd tutored 4 villagers, and they'd all performed with varying degrees of competency in different fields. None of them had stuck out to me, but all of them had been able to grasp the basics. To some extent, I'd enjoyed teaching all of them. I watched Tanner fumble control of the mana again, letting another tendril of it mist into the air and dissipate. We weren't even using the leech stone yet. That would have been too difficult a challenge for a complete novice. Instead, he was holding the storage crystal I'd broken off the end of the Enforcer's baton and trying to pull mana from it into his own core. I had hundreds of years of experience teaching magic. I'd taught in universities and academies, had taken on dozens of apprentices for private instruction, and had tutored full mages looking to advance their skills in new directions. I knew thousands of exercises to help train every skill a budding apprentice needed to master. We were on our 7th attempt, and I was having a serious internal debate about whether I was pushing Tanner too hard, or if he really was just that bad. Usually I could figure out what someone was doing wrong right away and guide them toward a technique that would suit their individual way of doing something. Not here. It was like he was a blank slate with no bias one way or another. If I'd been planning a long-term apprenticeship for him, I might have considered this a good thing. Tanner had no bad habits to break because he had no habits at all. It was like he'd never, ever manipulated his own mana. Not even once. For all I knew, maybe he hadn't. Leech stones were everywhere, sapping mana from anyone they touched. It was possible he'd never had enough mana in his core to do anything with it at all. All right, this isn't working. I think we need to take a few steps back to the very fundamentals, I said.
You think?
I paused, took a breath, and let it go. Tanner was frustrated, and he was a child. He wasn't trying to lash out at me, and he wasn't my apprentice. A little more respect would be nice, but that wasn't part of our agreement. By the same reasoning, I was free to use harsher training techniques, as long as I fulfilled the letter of the deal. You said you can feel your mana and move it around in your body, I said. Be honest with me. How true is that?
I've felt it before, sometimes.
Tanner mumbled.
Usually first thing in the morning.
That made sense. He had the most mana when he woke up after a night of not being near a leech stone. As soon as the kids went out into the city, they'd be constantly walking past other people carrying money on them. Thousands of instances of casually brushing past someone would slowly eat away at their reserves. I knew that from personal experience. Just coming into contact with someone holding a leech stone was enough for it to start working, and while any one individual stone wouldn't do much over just a few seconds, they were everywhere. Even beyond accidental contact with people holding leech stones, mana was money here, and starving street children desperately needed that. It wouldn't surprise me if they regularly pooled their mana to fill the smaller stones in an attempt to buy the things they couldn't steal. It was no wonder Tanner didn't have even a child's instinctual control over his mana. He'd never had more than a sliver of his total capacity, certainly not enough to do anything with. That was the problem we were trying to remedy now, but pulling mana from a storage crystal had proved beyond his abilities. I was not willing to wait 3 days or more for him to fill half a core of mana, and I didn't think Tanner was fine with being trapped in his room the entire time. It was time for drastic measures.
I don't like that look in your eyes,
Tanner said. Don't worry, there won't be any permanent harm.
What?
This'll be easier if you don't fight it, but if you can't help yourself, I won't hold it against you.
Hold on a second. Can we talk about this?
As a general rule, I wasn't a fan of mind control. It was borderline unethical at best, and some of the worst, most depraved monsters I'd ever had the displeasure of meeting had been divination and enchantment masters who specialized in it. If time had permitted, I'd never have considered this, but I'd already spent too much time preparing myself for battle against other mages. I reached into my phantom space and pulled out my staff.
Hey now,
Tanner said, putting his hands up.
Slow down there.
Normally, I wouldn't do this, but we're on a tight timeline. If you want to learn how to do this, you need mana, and we can't afford to wait for you to generate it naturally. Without some basic form of control on your part, I can't help you. So I'm going to do it for you. Pay attention, so you can do this on your own later. Tanner didn't have much mana, but even the sliver sitting in his core was enough for my mana puppet spell to grab hold. His eyes widened and he tried to move, but my spell had caught him fully, and he didn't have the first clue how to resist it. He jerked upright. I commanded the mana in his core to flow out into the arm holding the storage crystal and connect to it, opening a channel between Tanner and the mana. It flowed back into him, draining the storage crystal in a few seconds, and filling Tanner's mana core to bursting. "This is what I was trying to get you to do," I said. "Now a few exercises in controlling this mana." Once his core was full, Mana Puppet took him over fully. I had more than enough mana to work with to control his whole body, but I made sure not to. Mana Puppet could do that, but it wasn't ideal, and the spell had a tendency to cause tears in muscles when the victim resisted, and they always resisted. Even willing volunteers couldn't stop themselves from fighting the effect when they started losing control of their limbs. Pay attention here. Hopefully you can feel your own mana. See how I'm moving it through your limbs? You need to be able to do this too. Invocations are essentially more complicated versions of these movements. You want to be able to run 3 times faster than normal? Jump 10 feet into the air? Lift a stone the size of your body? This is where that all starts. Mana Puppet was an expensive spell to run, and the 10 seconds of tutorial I gave him drained my core 8 times over, even with my staff helping. I released Tanner, who stood there staring, mouth agape.
That was so amazing,
he said.
Can you show me more stuff like that?
No, I groused. I used way more mana than what you've got in that shard doing just that much.
Aww.
That was a weird reaction, especially considering how timid he'd been before I'd cast the spell. I supposed there was no need to worry about any lingering mental trauma. Tanner might just be the first person I'd ever tutored who'd thought it was fun to be subjected to Mana Puppet. "Do you think you can replicate what I did with your mana?" I asked. In response, mana surged out of his core and down to his knees. It pulled itself back just as quickly, causing Tanner to scowl and try again. That attempt didn't make it any further, but it was a start. If this was what it took to get him to make progress, I was going to run out of mana long before he could actually cast any spells. Mana coursed through Tanner's body again, stretching just a little bit closer to the goal this time. It wasn't much, but it was progress. At this rate, he'd master the exercise in a week. I tried to be reasonable about it. He'd started way behind. I was demanding a lot. It wasn't fair to expect perfection from him. "We're going to have to make some hard decisions," I said.
About what?
Tanner asked. He shook one of his legs as he sent mana into it. Whatever he was trying to achieve, it didn't work. Ideally, we'd spend a month or 2, maybe more, working on your ability to sense and control mana. There's only so much I can do to help you, and the better you are at controlling mana on your own, the better the results of your ignition ritual will be. If we do it right now, you're going to get, at best, 4 times your current mana generation rate.
That's bad?
Tanner asked. It's not ideal. With a week or 2 of practice, I think we could bring that number up to 10 times instead.
But you don't have a week or 2.
Exactly, I said. I know the agreement is I teach you some spells and you show me the smuggler's passage. I can ignite your core for you and show you what you need to practice. But if we do, you'll be crippling yourself in the future. I can't wait long enough for you to learn how to do this right.
But if I show you the secret tunnel now, there goes my leverage,
Tanner said. Exactly. It's a question of how willing you are to trust a stranger. I could give you my word that I'll come back and honor my side of the deal, but... Tanner laughed.
Yeah.
I couldn't blame him for that reaction. Trust wasn't something starved street orphans had in abundance. They couldn't, not if they wanted to survive. Trusting someone introduced vulnerability. It had to be earned through shared hardship and repeated testing. I wasn't part of their crew, and I wasn't interested in joining, even if I had the time. I was always going to be an outsider. That's the offer, I said. We take a few hours today to practice your mana control, and I'll do the heavy lifting for your ignition. You'll be a mage, but an extremely weak one. Or, we take some time and do it right, but I need to go attend to my other business first.
Let me think about it for a bit, okay?
I nodded. For now, let's just keep practicing. When this circle runs out of magic, we'll go our separate ways and meet back here tomorrow. You can let me know what you've decided then. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if Tanner was a weak mage. I didn't see a love for magic itself in him, just a fascination with what the power it represented could do for him. I'd been in his position, and I remembered the feeling of wonder that had come over me when I'd seen works of magic. Tanner didn't seem interested, other than his odd appreciation for the mana puppet spell. He hadn't asked me what spell I'd used to disarm the enforcer, or what had caused the explosion. He wasn't interested in the circle I'd carved in the stone using magic. Considering how rare any form of magic was here, I would have expected a nominal amount of interest from any random person, let alone a child who'd deliberately sought me out and asked me to teach him. I'd met plenty of mediocre mages who appreciated magic only as a tool. The ones with that kind of attitude never had the drive to reach the true heights of power humans were capable of. Tanner was that kind, and with the constraints he'd labor under being a mage in a place like Darrow, I doubted he'd ever advance past what I considered to be apprentice rank. I kept him doing mana exercises for a few more hours until the circle ran out of magic, then sent him back to the rest of his crew, while I returned to my own hideout. Tomorrow, one way or another, I was getting a peek behind that wall. Chapter 14. I was up early the next day. It had taken a bit, but I was finally starting to pull my schedule back around to sleeping at night. My first act of the day was to go over my progress, which was especially important since I planned on invading enemy territory soon. My phantom space was once more whole and fully charged, and I'd managed to increase its size slightly. My staff was in perfect condition, and the mana crystal was a little under half full. That was enough for 20 or 30 small spells, or a few big ones. Ideally, I would wait another day so that I'd have the reserves needed to pull off a teleportation, but in the worst-case scenario, I'd use the beacon I'd tied to the scrying mirror I'd left with my family. That would shave enough of the mana cost off to allow me to escape. Although I'd need to be careful that whoever had forced me to flee couldn't follow me. Once I thought about that mirror, I realized I hadn't spoken with my family since arriving in Darrow. On the one hand, it was bad timing to do it now. It would cost me mana I needed later today. On the other hand, I was about to walk into a place I might not return from, so this could be my last chance to ever speak to them. The thing that tipped the scale for me was that I should make an effort to confirm the teleportation beacon was still functioning properly. I was relying on Father to keep the enchantment from fading away, and short of actually casting a teleportation spell on it, there was no way for me to check to confirm it was still active. It wouldn't cost me too much mana to start and abort the process once I confirmed the beacon's condition, but if I was spending it anyway, I might as well use it to have a conversation. That also reminded me that I'd been planning on setting up a new teleportation beacon here in Darrow. Between the mess with teaching Tanner, dealing with the leech stones, the multiple times someone had tried to grab me just for looking like a homeless child, spying on the repository, and finding some food after subsisting on nothing but mana for a week, it had slipped my mind. I didn't like that. I never used to just forget to do things like that. But back then, I'd spent a great deal of time and energy modifying my own body. I'd had a habit of writing things down the first time I was a young mage, just starting out. It had served me well, right up until Katirin had gone snooping and learned things about my activities, something we all would have been better off with her not discovering. Things had escalated, people had died, and a rather large town had burned. I'd stopped writing things down for a long time after that, and by the time I was in a position where I safely could again, it was no longer necessary. Perhaps it was time to get back into that habit. If I wrote in a Notion, no one else would even be able to read it. Besides, I had a phantom space to store it in now. The real hang-up was that I didn't really have anything to write with, and my only source of paper was a pair of books I'd taken from Noctra's library when I left home. I could clean the ink off the pages, but that would defeat the point of bringing them in the first place. Well, there were plenty of shops and stalls in Darrow, and I could easily fill a tenner or two to afford supplies. There had to be somewhere to buy what I'd needed if I wanted to start writing things down, and it was starting to feel like that was exactly what I should do. Forgetting to set up a teleportation beacon until now wasn't a big deal. I didn't need it yet anyway. And it actually worked out better this way, since it saved me a few days' worth of wasted mana powering it. But I hadn't done it that way to be economical. I'd just forgotten. The fact that it was the smarter decision was purely coincidental. Was I losing my edge? I'd made more than a few mistakes over the last few months, bungled some interactions, lost my temper once or twice, and completely miscalculated my mana generation rate with my new lattice. I still couldn't figure out why that was happening, despite hours devoted to examining it and redoing the math. The magic part was still easy, but then I rarely cast anything harder than what a second or third year apprentice would be capable of. What if, once I regained the capacity to regularly cast advanced or master tier spells, I found a serious degradation in my abilities there as well? Perhaps I was worrying over nothing. I'd accounted for having an infant's brain when I'd been setting up my reincarnation failsafe invocations. It could be that my struggles had nothing to do with my abilities, and everything to do with my physical body being underdeveloped. I might very well find my full faculties returned to me in a handful of years. Then again, I might not. It was a sobering thought, one that I resolved to do a great deal of research into in the coming years. It was not, however, a problem I could solve right now. If my child's brain simply wasn't capable of supporting my thousands of years old consciousness in its entirety, then that was a limitation I'd need to work around. Right now, what I could do was set a teleportation beacon up inside my hideout. It would be safely hidden behind wards, which would make it harder to target, but not impossible. In the event of an emergency, I'd still likely end up using the one back home, simply because it would be faster. Better to have to waste a bit of extra mana teleporting to 2 beacons than to get killed trying to lock onto one that was deliberately shielded and not getting out at all. That did mean that I still needed to check in with Father. I'd do that as soon as I finished setting up the teleportation beacon. Then it would be time to find Tanner and get his decision from him. Busy, busy, busy.
Gravin,
Father said, referring to me by the name I'd been born with in this life.
I was just about to start working. It's not that I don't want to talk, but...
I understand, I said. Let me make this quick then. I'm going to be infiltrating the inner city today, where I suspect the cabal that attacked us is located. It's just an exploratory pass, but if the worst should come to pass, I plan on using the teleportation beacon built into your mirror to retreat. I just need to confirm that the enchantment is active and full of mana.
Right, let me check,
Father said.
I know I put some in last week.
He was supposed to do that every day. A safeguard that expired because it wasn't properly maintained was worthless to me. If only I could have built the enchantment to feed on ambient mana, I could have avoided this problem completely. Of course, if I could do that, I could have avoided almost all of my problems. Time would be my limiting factor instead of mana. That was the world I'd planned to be reborn in, but I'd been particularly unlucky. Instead, I'd had to scrimp and save and budget with my mana until just recently, when I'd managed to successfully install a mana lattice in my core and raise it to stage 2. Now I had plenty of mana for small projects, but I still had to be mindful not to waste it. It was a closer balance, but mana still beat out time in regards to what I was in shortest supply of.
This looks about half full,
Father said as much as asked.
I'm not really sure how full it was to begin with. Maybe it's a little less than half?
That wasn't a good sign. Enchantments would start to degrade around that point. It was possible to repair them simply by infusing more mana into the enchantment, and it wasn't like it was broken in any fundamental way, yet. But little things could and would start to go wrong. Father knew all of this. I'd told him before I left. Please put as much extra mana as you can into the enchantments, I said. My life could literally depend on that teleportation beacon functioning properly if things go wrong. Father paled and said,
Right, I'm sorry. I'll give it some of my mana right away.
I couldn't see the mana, not through the mirror, but Father always got the same look on his face when he was concentrating. I watched for a few seconds, but it really wasn't worth the mana to stare at his face. I've got to get moving, I said. It was nice seeing you again.
Wait,
Father said.
Before you go, it's about your sister.
What about her?
Did you teach her any spells you didn't tell us about?
Father asked. No, I said, frowning. Why? What happened?
I think she's been playing with fire,
Father said.
We found burns on her clothes a few times, and once she had a blistered hand. We haven't actually caught her doing anything, but...
It's possible. Elemental manipulation is a fairly standard spell for new mages learning to cast conjurations. She might have an affinity for fire. Still, it'd be impressive for her to figure it out on her own at this age. Hopefully, I'll be done in Darrow in a few weeks and I can come back to see what's going on.
Hopefully,
Father echoed.
Be careful, son. I know you're smart and capable and powerful, but I'm your father. I'm always going to be worried about your safety. If you need to come back here, you do it. The council be damned. We'll figure something out.
"Thank you," I said. "I think I'll be fine, but I wanted to have some precautions in place just in case I encounter an unexpected amount of resistance."
"Good luck,"
Father said.
"Don't get yourself killed trying to fight 100 mages at once."
"I'll do my best to avoid that situation," I said. The image faded from my hand mirror as I let the connection break. That got stowed away in my phantom space, and then I gave my hideout one last look to ensure I hadn't forgotten anything. Other than the pile of leech stones off to the side, most under a quarter full, and the small sand pit I'd been sleeping on, it looked just like any other abandoned hovel. Maybe it was less dusty than it should have been. It wasn't until I ascended to the roof and prepared to drop back down to street level that I sensed something was wrong. I couldn't see any of them from where I was crouched down, but I could feel far more mana than usual moving around, and in much higher quantities. Either a bunch of people were walking around with full half shards or shards on their persons, or there were more enforcers out and about. It had been close to a day since I'd killed that enforcer who'd attacked Tanner. It was entirely possible that his fellows were out looking for answers now. It was even possible that they'd found the body. I hadn't done all that much to keep it hidden, beyond removing it from the view of anyone who happened to glance down the street. That was still one more day than we'd have gotten if the man had lived to report back. None of the large concentrations of mana I could sense were near my hideout, possibly due to luck, but more likely because my wards had convinced them there was nothing here worth finding. Still, it would be best to collect Tanner as soon as possible, so we could be about our business. Luckily, the way between my hideout and the home the street kids were all squatting in was free of enforcers. I dropped down onto the street and started walking in that direction, all the while keeping a close eye on the movement around me. Just because the way was clear right now didn't mean it'd stay like that, and I didn't plan on being penned inside my safe house for days while I waited for this to blow over. Luck was not with me. As I got closer to the street crew's home, I kept having to dodge more and more enforcers. It didn't seem likely that it was just a coincidence, not after yesterday. Once again, I wondered where Tanner had gotten the shard, and whose toes he'd stepped on doing it. Chapter 15. I was not particularly surprised to find the street kids' home abandoned. They'd left all their possessions behind, presumably because they planned to return later, but with the enforcers out in number, the best way to keep their home from being discovered was not to be there. I didn't know how much a bunch of homeless orphans knew about a mage's ability to sense mana, but I could see it being common knowledge that enforcers could just magically find people. It did create a problem for me, though. I had no idea where Tanner was, and only limited ways of finding him. The most obvious and least efficient method was to simply scry the city until I happened upon him. It could theoretically work, but I had no way to tell how long it would take, or how much of my mana it would consume. Were I in my old body and working with practically unlimited mana, I might have cast a master-level divination that allowed me to peer backwards in time. The amount of mana it would take to look back even an hour was far, far more than my maximum right now, even with my mana crystal included, and the slight streamlining of my efficiency thanks to my staff. I would be lucky to get a reading from 5 minutes ago if I used all my current reserves. There were other options I could use to narrow it down that had cheaper costs and longer range at the expense of accuracy and clarity, but they were still going to be expensive to use. Blind luck and brute force were out, which left me with one option: being clever. The best kinds of cleverness were the ones I'd set up before I needed them. And unfortunately for me, I just didn't have such an abundance of mana that I could afford to waste it heading off theoretical problems that might never come to be. Otherwise, I would have tagged the boy with a tracer yesterday. I'd even thought about doing it anyway, simply because I'd considered the possibility of him running off. I hadn't done it, though. It didn't seem worth it, since he hadn't technically gotten what he wanted from me yet. I regretted that decision now. It would have been so much easier to find him if I'd bet a bit of mana on this eventuality. Instead, I had one child out of over 20 that had likely scattered in every direction, and the easiest way to find the one I needed was to wait for them all to show back up in a day or two after the enforcers moved on. That assumed he didn't get caught, which, considering I'd already rescued him from an enforcer once, wasn't a given. I could trace the enforcers to see if one of them would find Tanner. They weren't trying to hide, so it wouldn't be hard to tag them, though it would take a little bit more mana to make sure the tracer was hidden from their senses. That, and there were probably 30 of them, so I'd be repeating the spell over and over again. The most economical option I could come up with that might be viable was to take something Tanner owned and use that as part of a linking spell that would connect it to its owner. There was just one problem with that. I had no idea which of these nests of cloth scraps was Tanner's. For all I knew, the kids shared them, or just slept in whichever one was unoccupied when they decided to go to bed. Other than that, there wasn't really much in their home, certainly not anything remotely resembling a personal possession. It was hard to use an object reading spell to trace its owner if I didn't have the object to serve as a focus. That was a setback, but not one I couldn't overcome, especially since I happened to have something Tanner had kept in his possession for several days. Money was, admittedly, a very poor link. It would be difficult to sort out him from all the previous owners, but I could do it. Of more concern was that the shard he'd stolen was back in my hideout. There were plenty of enforcers roaming the area that I'd need to dodge, again, to go retrieve it. They weren't hard to avoid, but it was annoying. I would walk a block, duck behind a wall or into a house to wait for the mana I sensed coming in my direction to pass by, then resume. 3 different times I had to change direction entirely when enforcers would cluster together at intersections to update each other on their progress and coordinate their next moves. My big advantage was that they seemed to be relying on the same thing I was to navigate: the ability to sense mana. Rather than being thorough with their sweeps, they would just stroll up and down the streets. Against a normal person, this would have been fine. Anyone hiding inside a house would have been detected. And I was almost positive that I caught an enforcer looting one house of a few tenors and half-shards that were stashed inside. Their strategy failed against anyone who could properly shield their mana cores, and of course my enchanted gear was equally well hidden. I still had to move carefully, so much so that it took me 5 times longer to get back to my hideout than it should have, but I made it there without a single enforcer spotting me. The pile of leech stones I'd snagged after that pickpocket had dumped them, not an uncommon occurrence, I'd learned over the last few days, was still sitting in the corner. Most of them had a slight glow to them, the sign of the mana they'd stolen while riding in my phantom space. One shard was completely dull, thanks to Tanner's practice session. I plucked it out of the pile and worked an object reading spell on it. As expected, the shard had changed hands dozens of times in the last few months, culminating with Tanner stealing it from a merchant while his friend provided a distraction before finally being added to my own collection of leech stones. I pushed out the other owners to focus on my wayward student. It was hard, not in the least because money was a terrible focus for this spell. It had a transient nature, meant to be passed from one hand to the next, that muddied the results. Worse still, Tanner himself wasn't used to having possessions, and apparently hadn't much thought of the shard as his, so much as it was something he was temporarily holding on to. He'd probably expected that I wanted it as payment for my services, not that I was interested in the mana itself. Hard wasn't impossible, however, and though it took me a few seconds, I was able to block out everyone else in a long line of ownership to focus on just Tanner. Visions of his activities over the day and a half he'd had the shard on him tried to crowd into my brain, but I wasn't interested in those. The true purpose of the object reading was to combine it with a scry trace spell so that I could link it to its owner. The connection was tenuous, but for all my new concerns about my failing mind, I was more than skilled enough to manage the two spells. The scry trace took hold using the essence of Tanner pulled from the object reading spell, and I got an immediate sense that he was somewhere off to my right. I frowned and took a second to orient myself. I was facing east. Was he outside the city? If I'd used a tracer directly on Tanner, I'd get more than a vague sense of what direction he was in, but using it this way as a workaround limited the spell's effectiveness. It also burned up all of Tanner's history inside the shard, so I wouldn't be able to do it again. That gave me a very limited window of a few hours to hunt the boy down before the trace broke. Hopefully the enforcer presence would be thinner over where Tanner was located. I didn't have time to keep dodging around them. I climbed back onto the roof of my hideout, waited for an enforcer standing at the intersection 2 blocks away to move, and set off toward where the spell told me Tanner was. There was a tower near the edge of the city, 4 stories high and made of stone. It had obviously been repaired many times, its walls a collage of mismatched materials. Despite that, it was in good shape. The enforcers apparently used it as some sort of headquarters, judging by how many were there. I counted 4 of them standing guard outside the front door, with another 6 roaming the grounds around the tower. Whatever buildings might have previously existed there had been cleared away, leaving a solid 100 feet of open ground. When I'd first scryed out the city, I'd mistaken this as some sort of garrison for the gate guards. It was only later that I'd realized there were no guards, and by then I'd put the tower out of my mind. It was far too small to house the kind of people needed to effectively patrol an entire section of the city, which was why I'd dismissed it as a possible enforcer location when they were so much more heavily concentrated near Darrow's center. Every floor had multiple windows, slitted to allow archers to fire out while providing them with cover from return fire. Its doors were also made of stone, a pair of heavy things with a drop bar and a backside that would take 2 grown men to lift. It was probably the most secure place I'd seen yet since being reborn. And in the middle of that, in some sort of basement holding room, unless I missed my guess, was Tanner. He wasn't the only one there either, unless they were holding him in the middle of a rather anemic treasury. By my count, there were 30 or 40 people with varying levels of mana below the Enforcer Tower, and another 10 inside the tower itself. Those last 10 all had significantly more mana than the group I'd mentally tagged as the prisoners. That made 20 enforcers guarding their stronghold, and a few dozen prisoners, of which Tanner was one. At this point, I had to stop and consider whether he was worth the effort to save. I'd invested time, effort, and mana into him already, but he'd gone and gotten himself caught. To be fair, the enforcer's sweeping of the city was probably my fault. I'd killed one of them and hadn't done a very good job hiding the body. If I'd let him live, it would just be a group after Tanner specifically. Regardless of whether they'd found the corpse, it was likely that they were pulling people in for questioning related to their missing comrade. One could easily make the argument that none of this would have happened if I hadn't killed the man. One could also make the argument that I wouldn't have had to kill him if he hadn't attacked Tanner in the first place. Did that make it my responsibility to save Tanner or any of the other captives? I wasn't a hero. I wasn't even a particularly good person. My reasons for being here were wholly selfish. I wanted access to that smuggler's tunnel under the wall, but chances were Tanner wasn't the only one who knew about it. I could probably find someone else who could help me. While I watched from my perch on a house 3 blocks away, a pair of enforcers marched down the street, each with a child's wrist firmly clasped in their free hands. I recognized one of them as a little girl from the Street Kids crew. She couldn't have been much older than me. The other was 12 or 13, too old for the crew. Perhaps he worked for that Blue Rat guy. The enforcers weren't making any allowances for the kids, and the girl was struggling to keep up with their pace. She practically ran, but repeatedly stumbled and was dragged forward several steps until she could get her feet under her again. Even from a few steps away, I could see that she was crying. My mouth firmed into a hard line as I watched the children being handled. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't going to leap to her rescue and challenge the enforcer to a duel. That would be stupid, and frankly, suicidal, when all the other enforcers jumped me at the same time. That having been said, I mentally marked the man who was dragging the little girl along. He wasn't going to live to see the moon's rise tonight. Chapter 16. Unlike the repository, the Enforcer's Tower had nothing in the way of wards. Perhaps no one thought it was necessary when the place was filled with adepts who specialized in violence. I'd initially mistaken them for true mages, but the more I studied them, the more convinced I became that each knew only a handful of spells that they powered through the storage crystals capping their signature batons. They were dangerous due to their numbers, not their individual strength. The true mages living behind the inner walls no doubt guarded their strongholds more thoroughly, but enforcers didn't have that kind of budget. I knew because I spent 10 minutes sitting not that far away from them, scrying the entire inner layout of the tower. The ground floor was administration, then barracks, including their armory, on the next 2, and the top floor was split between 3 private suites and some sort of archive that I assumed was too sensitive to be open to the common enforcer, else it would have been located on the ground floor with the rest of the paperwork. I wasn't terribly interested in what was above ground, other than to note the positions of the enforcers, and perhaps to spend a minute or two seeing if there was anything worth stealing from the archive. Of far more relevance to me were the 2 floors below ground. The first one had interrogation rooms and a few cells in it. The sub-basement was split between a large holding cell and what appeared to be a pair of torture chambers, though the equipment was shoddy and uninspired. I suspected the fact that the captives in the holding cell would act as an audience to the torture was really more the point. There was no one currently mounted on the rack there, possibly because they hadn't finished rounding up enough suspicious people yet, or possibly because whoever specialized in torture wasn't available. Whatever the reason, it meant I had some time to plan my attack. Most of that time was spent debating whether or not I wanted to kill every enforcer there. I could, no doubt, and it would make my immediate goal far easier. Tanner was in the group holding cell in the sub-basement, which meant rescuing everyone else there by necessity. I wanted to do that anyway, since obscuring who exactly was being broken out would help shield us from reprisals. But that only solved the immediate problem. This wasn't the only enforcer outpost in Darrow, and that wasn't even considering what kind of response might come from the inner city. If losing one enforcer caused this much of a stir, then losing 20 was going to throw the whole city into turmoil. From a coldly rational standpoint, it was highly doubtful that it was worth it just to recover Tanner. I'd be better off waiting to see if the enforcers let him go with everyone else once they were satisfied with whatever they got. Or to just find someone else to get me under the wall unnoticed. Then I thought about that little girl being dragged by her arm while she fought desperately to get back on her feet, her face twisted up in pain. I thought of the other kids in that cell, caught because they were too slow or through bad luck. All of them were completely innocent, at least as far as the murder of an enforcer went. They didn't deserve this. Had I always had a soft spot for children? I'd certainly snuffed out enough young lives through sheer collateral damage in my more unhinged youth. Perhaps I was unconsciously trying to atone for that. I had spent quite a few centuries working to fix the various regions that I'd devastated with my magic as a young man. I wasn't sure I liked the implications of this train of thought. I already had enough concerns about how having a child's brain was affecting my thinking. I was going to drive myself crazy trying to figure out if every thought I had was being tainted by my new existence, when the reality of it was that it was irrelevant. I'd been purely Kieran, but now I was also Graven. I was going to have to come to terms with the fact that I wasn't going to be the exact same person I'd been in my previous life. The old Kieran might or might not have cared about the fates of those children, but it didn't matter. The new me did care. My mind made up, I used Shadow Leap to cross the distance between where I was standing and the outside of the tower. I landed next to the west wall and immediately cast Phantasmal Step to slip through the stone. I'd deliberately chosen this spot because I knew there was an enforcer inside that room, sitting at a desk, being ground away under the wheels of bureaucracy. Raw force could be shaped in a lot of ways. It was most efficient as a dart flung at high speeds, able to punch through armor and bone with relative ease, as the force was concentrated into a small point. But that wasn't always the best tool for the task. That shape had a tendency to make a considerable mess, one I wanted to avoid having splashed on me. I did not have a change of clothes, and wasn't inclined to deal with having to clean up the ones I was wearing. So, instead of a force dart to pierce the back of his skull, I created a collar of force and clamped it around his neck. The trick to successfully rendering an opponent unconscious was to fully choke off the blood flow to the brain, which was easy enough to do, as long as the caster didn't care about leaving marks on the body. It didn't make much of a difference to my plans one way or another, but as a mark of professional pride, I decided to leave as much mystery in the killing as possible. I applied carefully directed pressure to the man's neck. He tried to leap to his feet as he grabbed at the invisible hand strangling him, but his physical strength wasn't enough to overcome the force that had locked onto him. If he'd been wearing any sort of shield ward, it would have brushed the conjuration aside without trouble. If he'd been any sort of mage, he could have countered it easily. If he'd seen me coming, he could have fought back. If If. It only took seconds for him to pass out upright, held in place only by the band of force clamped onto his throat. The spell would persist for another 10 minutes, eventually killing him from lack of air. He'd be brain dead well before that point. It wasn't a pretty death, but by the time the magic dissipated, he'd be a corpse without a mark on him. At least he'd be unconscious for it. The biggest risk was that someone would find him and save him before he succumbed to the magic, but I was keeping track of everyone's positions. I knew that there were 2 enforcers in the basement, 1 in the sub-basement, and 6 more on the floors above me. I'd know if any of them moved closer to the office my first victim was dying in. I stalked through that tower, 1 floor at a time, casting a strangling hand spell on any enforcer I caught. I found a man napping in a chair. He died without ever realizing he was being attacked. Another enforcer was doing maintenance on the armory. I caught him just as he was turning around. We made eye contact for a few seconds before he passed out, the baton he'd been cleaning only half raised to point at me before it clattered to the floor. I stole the mana from those storage crystals and added it to my own reserves. Let whoever came to clean this up think the theft was what motivated the attack. It would be just 1 more layer of obscurement between me and the enforcers looking for me. It might make the repositories harder to hit later, but that had never been about the mana, and I was fairly confident I'd unraveled enough of those defenses to have a decent idea of what I could expect to encounter in the inner city. Then I stalked up the stairs to kill the enforcers up there. While I was working, 2 more enforcers had entered the building with more prisoners, but they'd gone straight into the basement. So far, my intrusion remained undetected. I wasted 2 minutes in the archive room just to skim the titles on the shelves and confirm it was nothing but records. I'd hoped it would be sensitive information, but it appeared to just be paperwork from years gone by, shipped off to another storage room to make space for new paperwork. It was disappointing, but not unexpected. With fully half of the enforcers dead or dying, it was time to start the hard part of this job. The first basement level was easy enough, containing no prisoners to witness my actions. I simply went down there, ready to use an aura of silence if needed, killed the 2 enforcers, and moved on. It was the enforcer in the sub-basement who'd have a few dozen witnesses that would be a problem. I'd come back for him last, after I cleared the grounds. I did not expect to get all of them using the same spell. I'd either have to use something much messier, or I'd need to expend a great deal of extra mana to get them all at once. It felt wasteful, but then again, it was their mana in the first place. I went to the...
What's up, guys? It would be really awesome if you please like and subscribe for more. Thank you.